Arnold.
Got you down.
CA, sometimes you wake up and it feels like Christmas morning. That's how I felt this morning because college football is back. It's one of my favorite sports. I know it's week 0, and everybody will tell me, well, it's week 0. The games still count. These games still count. I got my Dan Campbell coffee. I'm going to try and relax a little bit. But, man, this is good. This is good. This is healthy. This is exciting. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Again, I want some real football. Like you said, they might call it week 0, but every one of these games count. It's not like a preseason in the NFL. These games count, and if you think you're going to go undefeated and win the national championship, you can't stub your toe early.
That's right. Khaki Kev is with us. He's on the 1s and 2s, holding off those Gators in the Pimp Cup. Mm-hmm. It's always a good Saturday morning.
Does that mean we're going to play the game?
Now, of course. You know when we got this trio, the combination of myself, the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, and Khaki Kev, we play, and it's a weekend, we play everybody's favorite local game, and we'll do that later on.
I like to call it the popular local game show in honor of Gavin Dawson and Jeff Kavanaugh. Back in the day, there was a game somewhat similar to this, but not quite. But they based it off of going online on Twitter, and it was very, very popular. This is back at G-Bag Nation days, and Dawson always called it the popular local game show.
I love it.
So,
I love it.
The popular local game show, point 2.
We'll do that a little later in the program. And CA, you were on the move last night, as you always were. I was dialed into some Cowboys preseason action. They get a preseason victory over the Atlanta Falcons. First, I use air quotes here. We all know it's the preseason, but Shoddy got his first win as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
He will always remember that.
That's right. That's right.
He didn't win the Super Bowl, but he won a game as a head coach. But more importantly, for all those guys who are competing for jobs, it was nice for them to go home with a victory, even if they do get cut. Also, for all the fans who were out in Arlington, you had something to go home with a smile on your face, or you weren't sitting there held hostage saying, oh, this is some BS. And by the way, shout out to Arlington itself, because I was in Arlington last night too. Arlington was the mecca of pro sports last night. You had the Cowboys versus the Atlanta Falcons, a preseason game. You had the Rangers versus the Cleveland Guardians. I'm saying all these names from the past. Cleveland Guardians for the first time this season. These two teams hadn't even played all year. And then I was actually at the Dallas Wings versus the Seattle Storm game. The Dallas Wings with Paige Becker, the Seattle Storm with, all I can tell you is they're a team that's actually going to go to try to make the playoffs, and they had a former Dallas Wings superstar on their roster, and I didn't even know that until I was at the game. Skylar Diggins.
Look out.
For those who know the name, Skylar Diggins made her return back to Dallas in a Seattle Storm uniform. I was doing a PA for my buddy Sean Heath. The Wings asked me to do the PA for him, so I popped in there and did that for him.
That's the thing, CA. You are a man of many talents, Mr. Versatility, whether you're on the radio, whether you're doing the Better Life show, whether you're doing PA, you are having your voice heard.
I got to tell you something funny. So at one point in the game, when somebody makes a shot or whatever, you can go all out. So Paige Beckers makes 3 and goes, Paige for 3! And when Paige got fouled and she's at the free throw line, at the line for 2, Paige Beckers.
Because you got to have fun with it. You got to have fun with it. I miss doing PA. That's such a fun job because you're part of the game day presentation and you're part of the fan experience. Shout
out to a couple of legends who do this thing. Sean Heath, of course, with the Mavericks, who does the Wings as well. He also does the Frisco Rough Riders. He also has done SMU. He does a lot of the PA. And guess what else? The legend himself, Chuck Morgan, the Rangers PA announcer. He is the man that invented the dot game. The dot race. For those who don't know,
is so
the
cool.
Great Chuck Morgan.
Yeah, we had the chance to interview him at FanFest, Will Chambers and I, and man, that was so neat to hear.
Just legendary.
Legendary is such a great way to put it. But
walk-up music too.
Oh yeah. He was ahead of his time, and it's just been so on point with that. It's baseball time in Texas. I told him, the first Rangers game I went to, and I heard it's baseball time in Texas. I said, yes, it is. Let's do this.
Well, speaking of Chuck Morgan and the Rangers and Globe Life Field, How about them Rangers?
A little walk-off win. How about it? A little Jock Peterson walk-off double to get the dub, and we're gonna do a Rangers deep dive.
Yeah, we're gonna do a deep dive and shout out to Adrian Beltre and his new statue out front.
The statue turned out great.
Man, the perfect pose.
Oh yeah,
you know it's him swinging the bat down on one knee. It had to be that pose.
I was just gonna say it had to be that, and it was one of those things where, when it was, at least for me, when it was being unveiled and you're taking the sheet off and you just you're thinking, it's got to be that, right? It's got to be that. It's got to be that. And then when it is, you're like, fist bumping. Yes, that's exactly what I had hoped it had been. But so glad to be with you on a Saturday morning. Let us know what you've got going on for the day. 877-881-1053. We are with you up until 1 p.m., and that's when we'll pass the baton on to the Fan in the afternoon.
That's right,
Fred and
Fan
Blake.
afternoon.
And we'll crosstalk with them. They'll get you set for Rangers baseball. An awesome Saturday on tap for you. We've already got the text coming in from the 214. Good morning, Jake and CA. This is your boy Tolo Instacart John in Flower Mound, heading to the North Texas Rodeo and Fair in Denton tonight. That sounds like a heck of a Saturday.
Yeah, you guys have some fun, man. You and Instacart John, you and your boys have some fun. 214 says, CA Jake, let's go. Yes, we will. And by the way, let us know what you got. There might be people up tying up some boat in the Party Cove up there in Lake Louisville. There might be people going play some golf. You might be out and about running some errands. You might be working because it's a gig economy. We understand. You might be doing what you do. Let us know what you got going on. If you're headed out of town, flying off out of the airports, let us know if you're doing that. If you're just driving anywhere, let us know. Honk your horn. Let everybody know you Tolo, because we got you down.
There you go. And we said it to gig economy from the 469. I'm a dog groomer, so I work on Saturdays, but at least the Cowboys won last night.
Hey, shout out to all the dog groomers out of there, because you got to be able to make those dogs behave.
Oh,
you got to be able to be friendly with them. You got to make, and by the way, you got to make sure that the dogs have had their shots, because if they accidentally bite you, you just never know.
Oh,
and some of these dog groomers are really talented.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to make these dogs look good.
For sure. From the 469, back to the Rangers discussion. When Elvis gets a statue, will he be touching AB's head? Because
that's what they do.
Did you see the picture of Elvis going to the statue and rubbing his head?
He had to. They would do that in the games. In fact, see, Beltre is so serious in the games.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. I mean, he's so serious and focused. So in the games, it was the Elvis Beltre show, because Elvis would lighten him up, and he was like his little brother and clowning around. So it was just a natural thing.
You got to love it. From the 469, celebrating my birthday today with a pool party.
Hey.
Can't wait.
Well, text us your name next time so we can shout you out.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Oh, it's 903 says, CA, can you give a kiddo a shout out this morning? Jackson is fighting stage 5 kidney failure. We're doing an event from 4 to 8 p.m. at Roderick Elementary in Josephine. That's a fundraiser for a kidney transplant. Peyton Russell is coming to show support. Yeah, we will definitely do that. And shout out to Jackson. I understand about stage 5, and you don't want him to, have to go through too much. And so if you can get that transplant, that'll be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Peyton. It sounds like he's going to be there to support. That's great stuff.
Roderick Elementary.
No doubt about that. We got a ton of them coming in. I'm trying to keep up. CA, you might have to help me out here. I see the one in the all caps, because it's all caps. Brandon from the 817. Brandon here. Jake, Chris, Khaki, Kev. Love you all. LOL.
All right, thanks. 817 says, rolling up 35 North Oklahoma to Deer Lease to feed the feeders. And the 972 said, man, the first college football Saturday without the late, great Will the Thrill Chambers. It feels different. I think Will texted that in. Will is listening right now. We might have to have him call in just to say hi, because, he's got this real estate job now, and it totally conflicts on Saturdays, and that is the only reason he's not on the air. He says he's retired, and I keep saying, I don't believe it.
No, he's not retired.
He's not retired. In fact, he's called into some shows already.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him next Saturday.
Sean's
at the get together to kind of kick things off, and I'm looking forward to him, because I need to thank Will Chambers in person. Remember, gosh, it would have been three weeks ago already, by now, 3 or 4, when I was under the weather. Out of nowhere, Will sent in the the Pedialyte, the chicken soup. He was taking care of me.
The food poisoning.
Yeah, what a guy, just taking care of me. That's good stuff here.
Wait, we got to go in here. 214 says, morning, guys. My wife is riding in the Hotter Than Hell bike race in Mineral Wells this morning. Super large bike ride in the heat. People from all over the world participate.
Cool.
Yes, it is. In fact, it used to be in Wichita Falls all the time. The people who do that bike race, I swear, I've covered that thing. It's amazing. That's all I have to. I shake my head in amazement because they just do it all. It's absolutely amazing in this 100-degree Texas weather.
Yeah, no doubt. You got to make sure you stay hydrated too.
Definitely stay hydrated.
We were just talking about Pedialyte. I think the body armor, that's popular too. The Gatorade, I'm not an expert, but I think the Gatorade's got a lot of sugar in it. You know, it can be tough to digest.
I thought it was salt. I thought that was
maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
But sometimes you need a Gatorade.
Yeah, the Gatorade. I don't know.
That's why they created it.
The body armor, though, isn't body armor better?
But you know what? I do know that Gatorade also has one that has more electrolytes than the average, so they got different ones out there. I know that some people do prefer the body armor, though, so
but like
each
this,
his own.
Gatorade is scientific. I'm not like pimping Gatorade. I'm not a big Gatorade person, but I looked up when it first took off big time. They should have a documentary on it because literally University of Florida, that's why they call it Gatorade.
Yeah, the commercial.
It would have only been Florida, University of Florida, had it not been for it's real.
Yeah.
It's scientifically proven to rehydrate.
Well, that's the awesome commercial when that older gentleman goes, well, naturally, we called it Gatorade.
Oh, we have a couple more totals.
Yeah, we got a ton keeping in here.
Let's see. We're getting 903 says we're getting together with our cousins to celebrate one of the cousins getting married and getting to meet her new husband. Have a great day, guys. 817 says good morning, guys. We're getting ready to head to Tiger Woods mini golf course called Pop Shot up in Frisco.
Oh, I've heard that's so cool. I got to get out there and check that out. I got to get over to the PGA resort as well and check that out. But this one from the 817 Godfather, Jake and Khaki. Morning, gents. I'm ready to invest in Joe Milton cards as my retirement plan. You with me? Adam in Arlington. After last night, maybe we're going to have a deep dive.
Stack them up first.
Yeah. Hey, what we saw last night from Joe Milton is what we always talk about. There's that little sliver.
That's for fans and scouts. I can get it out of him.
That's right. I'm going to be the coach that gets it out of him. I'm going to be the one.
He's got that arm. We just got to harness it.
I love it. I love it.
Here we go. Let's see. 901 says Gator Light. Gatorade is the OG champ and stands the test of time.
There you go. From the 469, this might be shout out to my late mother. She was a dentist, and she'd always say, those sugary drinks were bad for your teeth. And this is from the 901. Gatorade is bad for your teeth. Or I'm sorry, from the 469. Gatorade is bad for your teeth.
And so is meth.
Jeez, you don't say.
I'm just saying.
That is true.
Oh, let's see. A1 says headed down to Waco for the Cross Canadian Ragweed concert at McLean Stadium tonight. That'll work.
There you go.
That's the stadium that RG3 built. One other note here. Let's see. We got to fight. 817 says Hotter Than Hell is still, that race is still in Wichita Falls. And someone else says it can't be in Mineral Wells. So the Tolo that texted in about Mineral Wells, you better make sure you're going to the right place. Mineral Wells is not close to Wichita Falls. And Wichita Falls, I'm going to tell you a quick little Wichita Falls thing. Cowboys used to have training camp up there. And that's why I know so much about the Hotter Than Hell and everything in Wichita Falls. Did you know they have camels like grazing in fields, like cattle in Wichita Falls? When I drove up there the first time, I was like, what? Is that a camel?
What the heck?
And then guess what I found out? I'll be succinct. Back in the, I guess, 1930s when the oil gushers were happening, Texas was oil country. Well, guess what? The rich oil people said, let's have a race against the Saudi oil people. And the Saudi said, we got camels. And they said, we got horses. So how come they brought the camels over here?
No.
And they would race the camels and the horses. And then some of them just started raising camels too. So there's legitimate camels on ranches in Wichita Falls. I kid you not.
Actually, that's great, and they're able to serve. Oh, of course they're able to. I don't know much about camels, but they're able to withstand. Of course, they're able to withstand the heat. They drink.
They
a lot
got
of
water in their hump.
Yeah.
Come on, man, they're good. They're good. This is no different than Saudi Arabia in the summertime. I promise you.
There you go.
But I was shocked. I saw camels grazing like cattle. Like there's a longhorn steer over there. There's a camel. It's kind of like I found out a few years ago there's a zebra down at Fuel City in downtown Dallas at the Fuel City. It's not there no more.
One of the first shows we ever did together wasn't the Jake break about some of those wild exotic pets getting loose.
Yeah.
And you had stories in the city of Dallas and DFW all around over the years of exotic pets and was it from the zoo too? Animals getting loose? That stuff scares me.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Jabari, the gorilla that got away in the Dallas Zoo. It was a hell of a story. But at the same time, the Fuel City Zebra, they still have some animals in the back. If you ever go to Fuel City downtown, not only are the street tacos great off the chain, and it's a party over there at Fuel City, but the zebra used to be there. And that's kind of one of those legendary stories I used to tell back in the day about the zebra, because people didn't think it was real.
Right. I love it. From the 214, CA and Jake going to watch college football and cook the viral cabbage boil. Okay. All right. I could get down with a cabbage boil. I might have to join you after the show. But we're with you until 1 o'clock.
Let me slide one more in.
We got time. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, 214 Latrette from Dallas. Good Saturday morning, fellas. Happy born day to me.
There you go.
56 years around the globe. Or around the earth. And let's see, another one. 901 says Travis Kelce's career via Rocky movies was in 23-24 Rocky. Let's see. Oh, wait. He's got a long story.
Yeah, I couldn't follow that one.
Yeah, because it was buffering. Sorry, dude. I don't know about he's talking about what is it?
I got nothing for you.
I think he's comparing Travis Kelce's career to Rocky movies.
Oh, I
couldn't follow that one, so I just skipped it.
Yeah, it went for a couple of texts, but it was buffering too. Let's see. Oh, and the Tolo who said he was going to the Hotter in Hell, right? He said, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. Forgive me, Tolos. He's headed to Wichita Falls."
Somebody's backing me with the body armor from the 512 here.
Coconut water.
Body armor made with coconut water, easier for your body to absorb and break down. That's the difference. Yeah, I'm a big body armor guy. Last one.
There's another thing you could try if you like to be fit. I've been drinking this for the last couple of months. Hydrogen water.
Hydrogen water. Where do I get that?
Well, you got to get a little bottle that'll boil. It's not boil. It's just bubbles the water and it gets the oxygen out and it just leaves hydrogen water.
Interesting.
And it's really interesting. It's pretty cool. You can go on Amazon, look it up. Hydrogen
what's
water.
the advantage of not having the oxygen?
Well, I have to look it up for you on the
sorry.
spot here.
WebMD. I didn't mean to put you on the spot
I'll
here.
come back to you.
I like that. For a couple more from the 763. On my way to pick up some Chet Holmgren rookie cards. I bought getting them signed next month because my buddy knows the guy. Gonna pay my rent. Shout out to Chet. LOL.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. The hydrogen water advantages stem from the molecular hydrogen it contains, which acts as a selective antioxidant, neutralizing harmful free agents linked to inflammation and aging. Potential benefits supported by early research include reduced inflammation, improved athletic performance and recovery, enhanced brain health, improved metabolic markers like glucose and cholesterol, and better skin health.
I'm sold, CA. I'm sold.
And you want to know why I look like this? Yeah. It's the hydrogen water.
Whatever you're doing, that's what I'm trying to do, because I'm trying to have that six-pack and the pecs and everything else that you got going. And what do you always say? You got good genes.
Genes got to take care of them.
Got to take care of them.
People also report increased energy and improved digestion with hydrogen water.
We got a lot of people fired up for college football, and why wouldn't you be? We've got a deep dive in college football coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. But coming up next, we are going to go inside the star, break it all down, because the final preseason tune-up is in the books, and the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. That's coming up next. He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Rietman, 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the King.
Milton going deep down the right side for Brooks in the end zone. Two hands. down on the right side of the end zone, and he caught it. Touchdown, Jalen Brooks.
Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun last night. There was a couple of touchdowns last night for the Dallas Cowboys. Jake Reitmo alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We got Khaki Kev on the ones and twos, fighting off the Gators in the Pimp Cup, and we are live and local with you all the way up until 1 o'clock. That's when we pass the baton on to the fan in the afternoon, Fred and Blake and CA. I don't know if this is just me, but man, when that final buzzer sounded yesterday, or the clock hit zero, whatever sports expression you want to use, I just instantly went to game week. Okay, finally, the preseason is in the books. It's over. It's over. Yeah, the Vince Carter meme. It's over. It's over. We've watched a lot of preseason football, and I am ready to start talking about some real football, but that's not to take away the value of the preseason. I think the best saying about the preseason, I don't know who coined it, and I've heard it stolen from everybody else, so I want to make sure I cite my source, but these games do not count, but they sure matter.
They matter because these are guys trying to make the team. You're going to find out who gets cut, who's got to turn in their tablet. You got to find out what kind of a squad you actually have. And for the Dallas Cowboys, you really still don't know. However, it is good to know they're able to put together some plays and come out with a victory.
No doubt. And we got to start. I've got a couple of observations we're going to get into each throughout the course of this Dallas Cowboys Inside the Stars segment here. But Joe Milton is...
No. Before you say Joe Milton, just say the final score. Just say the final score so everybody will know, and then let's go ahead.
Dallas Cowboys 31, Atlanta Falcons 13. How about that?
You're kidding me.
What a start, though. I mean, Dallas came out, and again, we're not breaking down preseason football from a wins and losses perspective, and loved what you saw, but you want to see things be done right. You're looking at individual matchups. You're looking at progression, growth.
You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at who's going to get cut.
Y'all want to hear something funny? This has nothing to do with anything stats or anything crazy, but 31 points has been scored in every single preseason game for the Cowboys this year. It was 31-21 against the Rams, 31-13, ironically, against the Ravens, and then 31-13.
Oh, the winning team had 31 each time.
Okay. That's
the number
wild.
to get to. Look at that. Look at Khaki Kev, Mr. Numbers,
when the Cowboys
statistician
played
over there.
preseason games, somebody scored 31. And it's an odd number.
But it is, because you had four touchdowns, and then, of course, the Brandon Aubrey field goal, which we'll get into. But Joe Milton, 10 of 18, 132 yards, had the touchdown and accounted for a rushing touchdown as well. But he looked more like a backup quarterback. He looked the part. Did he miss some throws? Sure. Was he late on some throws? Absolutely. But there was progress made to the point where I'm not going to crown him quarterback number 2 and say that's unequivocally his spot, but I feel a lot better than I did after the first 2 preseason games.
Put it like this. I figured out why they were playing him. We know he's not ready to be a number 2 yet. He is under contract for 3 years. It's not like last year when Trey Lance, you got to see what you got because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. There's no urgency to see what Joe Milton's got. But I think what everybody was probably forgetting was, is he good enough not to have a third quarterback? And even though he had a really nice game today, and I think Broadus was talking about this at halftime. I told you I was doing the Wings game last night. I caught Broadus at halftime talking to Willie Bully, Zach Wolchuk, and he said that Joe Milton, this is the best version of Joe Milton. He said Joe Milton sitting in the pocket is not. You want him to be relaxed. You want him to do what comes naturally to him. And for whatever reason, I don't know what Shotty said to him or whatever, he gave you the best version of Joe Milton. So in my mind, the question that they were trying to answer, I think the coaching staff, these 3 games with Joe Milton dominating, was, is he good enough to carry only 2 quarterbacks? And even though he performed well, I still don't think he's good enough to beat. No. Those first 2 games said, I still have concerns. You better keep Will Grier, or you better still check the waiver wires if one of these teams with 5 or 6 quarterbacks dump one.
Boys, I wanted to point something out because Babe Laufenberg joined KNC earlier in the week, and I think he made something. He made a point that kind of stuck out to me. He said that Milton, he was talking to Milton, and he said that his takeaways was that Milton was really working on things, and he wasn't necessarily trying to play a complete game of football his first 2 games.
Oh, he's trying to be a pitcher in spring training.
Laufenberg pretty much said, hey, going into this 3rd game, I think this is going to be the best game we're going to see from Milton because I think he's going to finally put it all together and really try to have a complete game, and I think that's exactly what we saw. So for those that missed that cut, I thought that was really important.
I think you're right.
I think he was right.
I think you're right, but at the same time, I still will not say, okay, he's the guy. The only thing you can say about him being the guy if there's only 2 quarterbacks, and I don't know if Will Grier can save your season either, but I'm saying if Joe Milton's the backup quarterback and you play him, if Dak gets hurt for more than 2 or 3, 4 games, you just ride it out. And if you wind up with a top 10 pick, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, well, that's what the 901 is suggesting here at 877-881-1053, the Franco & Franco injury attorney text line, saying he's the bridge quarterback so they can get Manning when he comes out.
Archer Manning.
I don't know about all that. From the 214, kind of what we're talking about here on the radio side, Brad Sham had a little speech before the game about being the last preseason game. It indeed matters because last night might be the last time some of these players ever put on a uniform.
Exactly.
That's the human interest side of it.
Yes, it's exactly the thing. Like, they probably not, some of those guys probably didn't get any rest. I'm going to tell you who did get rest. The guys who didn't have to play, who did not have to play. I'm talking about the ones who didn't even suit up because they're on the roster. Otherwise, they would have they're like, no, we don't want any of these guys to get hurt, which is another thing that's sad about preseason because you really don't know what the team's actually going to look like just by a preseason game or 3.
No doubt about that. Some other observations I noted throughout the course of that game. Defensively, I want to talk a little bit about James Houston, number 53. He had 2 solo tackles, one of them a sack, both of them tackles for loss.
He's going to be on somebody's roster, if not the Cowboys, because he's forcing the issue.
That's my point, because he was drafted by the Detroit Lions, covered him when I was in Detroit, and he had this...
Dan Campbell? He got the Dan Campbell. Yeah. He got the speech. So Dan Campbell told him what he needs to do, and now he's down here doing it.
Yes, exactly. But my point was there were certain games where he would just explode. And I can remember he had a 3-sack game, and you're just thinking, why isn't that there all the time? And it's the classic player that sometimes he is at the complete, he's just a magnet to the football. And other times he just disappears, and you don't know how you can get it for him to bottle that up and be a more consistent player, and that's why he hasn't lasted. But you know it's in there. It's kind of like the Joe Milton conversation, but on the defensive side, where they got that at the very top. It's that explosive pass rushing ability, but other times it's just disappearing.
All the beat writers are saying, watch out for him. They got a whole lot of edge rushers. Even Jerry talked about they got so many edge rushers. Eberflus and the defensive line coaches, they're going to be making the case. See, this is what happens over this weekend. Or this weekend, and when they finally get down to cut day, everybody makes a case on why their position group needs one more. We need one more. And that's why I go back to 3 quarterbacks or 2. I don't think they can get away with just one backup quarterback. It's got to be 3. But there'll be position groups in. Hey! And speaking of position groups and those edge rushers, not just edge rushers, pass rushers, all those guys that go after quarterbacks and stuff, there's so many of them now, and none of them are like amazing like Micah. And we will get into Micah a little bit later in the show as we keep going along. But I kid you not, there is a real chance that Micah may not be in that first game. It's a real chance. Yeah. It's a real chance. I doubt it, but you just can't say, no, he loves football. The game's going to be in Philadelphia. He's from Pennsylvania. He wants to show. We know all of that, but Micah is wired just a little bit different.
Yep. And we're going to do a deep dive on Micah and everything else that
plays into this edge. This plays into this pass rusher thing.
Because how
many are you going to keep?
Right. And that's a position where you always want to have fresh bodies in there. You rotate a lot on the defensive line. It's not like a defensive back or a different position. You're always running guys in there. Other observations, CA, The rushing attack. We saw Jaden Blue.
Finally.
Left with an injury, though.
Another
which
ankle.
Is, a bummer. And Deuce Vaughn. I mean, that's another guy you're talking. How many running backs are you going to keep? Deuce Vaughn's been a popular cut candidate as far as discussing.
It's just keeping it real. It's just a numbers game, and he's been here. It's not like this is his first year here.
Right.
It was a beautiful story. It should be a movie. When he got drafted by the Cowboys, his dad was a scout for the Cowboys. It was very emotional, and he made the roster that year. And actually, Mike McCarthy used him a lot in the first couple of games. It wasn't effective. It was effective in preseason, but it wasn't effective in the regular season. And he can't play special teams. You got Kevontae Turpin. So right now, when you see him in these preseason games, I'm like, they're doing it, in my mind, they're doing him a favor. And he's a grown man. He knows he needs tape to show some other teams. So they're giving him some tape if he can wind up somewhere else. His body is just not big enough. It just is what it is. Maybe if he was in a two-back situation, but he's only effective, and he was great at Kansas State. But he's got to get the carries. He's got to wear people down over time, and then they miss him in the second half. In the NFL, his size, he's got to have a different gear and immediate impact. He doesn't have a different gear. He's just sneaky low to the ground and hard to tackle.
He did run for 42 yards in the first half, but to your point, we'll see if he does end up getting cut, if somebody else scoops him up, or what his future might be. Yeah. Lots of texts coming in.
For Deuce.
No doubt. And his Kansas State Wildcats playing overseas today in Dublin, Ireland against Iowa State. How about that?
They're going to put in Conor McGregor. Does he own Ireland?
Yes. From the 214 CA and Jake, if Dak gets hurt, the Cowboys offense will turn into a college-style offense like the Eagles. That's one thought with Joe Milton. From the 901, defense wins championships. Dak has proved that he can't get you over the hump.
Not by himself. He is smart enough, and put it like this, he's got to have a defense that creates takeaways, and he has to have an offense that has a legit running game that defensive coordinators have to account for. In other words, he can't throw into a flooded secondary all the time. You got to have a box to stop your running game. That's how Dak Prescott is effective.
Absolutely. And speaking of those same lines, along the same lines with the weapons from the 817, I think Milton would be just fine with targets like CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, and Ferguson. So that's another thought. We went in on that type of discussion of, hey, what's it look like when he's got all the number one weapons out there? You can't truly factor that in a preseason setting because he doesn't have those.
Play. And he and the weapons did not play.
Right.
They practice. So basically, the only quote-unquote real game situation you're going to see George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott in is the first game against the Eagles. And this is what I'm hoping of. I'm hoping the Eagles are so busy getting their rings and celebrating their rings and stuff that they aren't as intense as they normally are against the Cowboys. And also, look up his record. Dak Prescott owns the Eagles. He just does.
That's for sure. Last one from the 214. Trade Jalen Tolbert for a defensive tackle. You've got secondary guys coming back from injury. A DT plus your pass rush will help your current secondary. I don't hate that idea.
I don't hate it either. And I'm still wondering how Mozzie makes the team or not.
He had a big tackle for loss last night. Of course, he went unblocked, but you still got to make the tackle, and he did. But let's keep the conversation going with the Dallas Cowboys. We are your home for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk Micah Parsons. He was sleeping on a training table during the game yesterday. We got new Jerry Jones audio. That's all coming up next on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Are you or someone you love struggling with opioids?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Recurve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
one-of-a-kind cooling towel while they last. We'll see you in Red Oak Friday, August 29th, presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers with The Fan.
It's 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Micah Parsons, the future with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones on the Stephen A. Smith podcast. All that coming right up later in the program. We'll talk about that Cowboys Netflix documentary. Lots of Cowboys talk for you on a Saturday morning. And oh yeah, it's week 0 in college football, so you know we'll get to that as well. I'm Jake Riedma. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris Arnold.
Got you damn.
We got Khaki Kev with you until 1 o'clock when we hand it over to the Fan Afternoon. And CA, let's work backwards on this one. Micah Parsons was in attendance yesterday. Did you see the photo? I think John Machota was the first one to tweet it out. That's who I saw it from. Of him on the sidelines by chance?
No.
He looked like
he wasn't wearing a jersey.
No, he was laying down on one of the training tables, fully extended in like a full body stretch. Almost looked like he was on a hospital bed, just taking it all in, if that's how you want to call it. And there was one photo where his eyes were closed. I'm not going to say he was sleeping, but some of the captions read, he looks like he would rather be anywhere else than at AT&T Stadium right now. And maybe that's not fair, but the photo of him laying on the training table as the game's going on in street clothes, I thought was emblematic of this current offseason. It just is a good visual for it.
Yep. This is just BS. And he knows it, and so he's not taking it personally. I give him credit for being aware that this is all negotiations going on, and the reason he's there is Marshawn Lynch used to say it best. I'm here so I won't get fined. If he's not there, he just fined $50,000. So he's there. And they all know he's there. They know all the teammates, the coaches, they know he wants to play. He'd love to play. But he's in a contract negotiation, and I've said this a million times. This has nothing to do with Micah. This is collateral damage. This is Jerry showing the other owners, this is how you handle the top agent in the NFL. You don't treat him like an agent. You tell him you don't need him. This is how you handle David Mulligata. I'm not scared. By the way, he doesn't hate David Mulligata. He doesn't even know David Mulligata. He's trying to show all the other owners, look, I'm emeritus. I've negotiated the Rams back to L.A. I got the Raiders of Las Vegas. I talked to all the different streaming platforms. I talked to governments. He's just an agent. I'm an owner.
So Jerry wants to prove that he has the power, and obviously his interview, the audio from his interview
this is all about.
With Stephen A. Smith, there's a couple of places to start. Let's go back in time. Cut number 7, Jerry Jones talking about he and David Mulligata, the agent of Micah Parsons, and what they could do with the offer.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
Wait. Now, see, I was
just so you're clear. Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already said. It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so much. She won't do it. So you run into daddy. Daddy says do it. And then you go back in and say, mama, daddy said it was all right. It's the old mama-daddy deal. We've all been there and done that. Well, we've got this thing resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys. And we've got it done. And if the agent wants to finish up the detail, which is should, and do all the paperwork, and he can do that. And we're ready to go. But as far as the amount of money, the years, the guarantees, all of that, we'd negotiate that.
Jerry's so full of, let me explain this again. This is gamesmanship on Jerry's part. He's talking to Michael Irvin. The agent has never said, stick it up your ass. He has not met with David Mulligata about Micah Parsons. David Mulligata, they had him talk to this guy named Adam, who's in the cap department. And then Mulligata said, okay, framework, that's where we begin. Here's your framework. And then guess what? Mulligata tries to get a hold of Steven. Steven's not returning his calls. This is Jerry's. First of all, Jerry knows he doesn't. No player negotiates a contract without an agent.
Right, that's the other part.
That's the bottom line. Yeah. That's why this is totally laughable. And if fans were to believe this, you're falling for it. If Mike is not falling for it, there is no way a player negotiates his own contract. The only one I've ever heard of was Richard Sherman. Just Google up Richard Sherman with the 49ers and with the Seattle Seahawks. He is the only one that has ever done his own contract, and he didn't do his very first one. With that being said, where Micah messed up in this whole thing was when he sat down and talked contract with Jerry. He should have done what Dak did and said, you know what? I don't want to get in the middle of this. Talk to my agent. That's what Dez did too. Talk to my agent.
Right.
I'm not talking to you.
Who was it? Was it Dez that said, Jerry, you wouldn't line up on the football field?
That was Dez.
Why would we get in the negotiation?
And so this is all posturing on Jerry's part. But let me tell you what this leads to. This is what Jerry's trying to find out what Micah's made of in a way. Okay, first of all, with Mulligata, he's trying to, and by the way, pull the curtain back, Dave Mulligata is my frat brother. I don't know him, barely. I mean, I've met him one time. That's it. But I know his whole story. And by the way, he went to UT. He pledged in 2004. With that being said, he's sharp as a tack, $1 billion worth of negotiated deals. And to Jerry, all the other teams have handled him the wrong way. I'm going to show you how to handle the top agent in the NFL. And so all Jerry is doing is not having accessibility with David Mulligetta, pretending like he's not that good enough to sit with me. He would do that with anybody who's the top agent that's like getting the best dollar for every position player he represents. Jerry's like, not with me. And in Jerry's mind, I've got 3 years to work with. And so what's the downside for Jerry? In his mind, I really like Micah a lot. I'm always going to praise Micah, and I don't think Micah's going to be able to not play football. But at the same time, Jerry's like, if he does play football, I want to still see if he plays football with the same intent that he did before he got this money. You see what I'm saying? So in his mind, he's willing. Jerry really is willing to not do a deal this year. And if Micah says, okay, next summer, I still want my contract, don't franchise tag me again, Jerry might franchise tag him after that. I say franchise tagging me. Franchise tag him next summer. He's got 3 years. He can franchise him twice. This year coming up is the final year of his contract. If Micah doesn't play this year, Micah don't get paid. It's just that simple. The NFL owners got that in their clause now. He can't just sit at home and get paid. Le'Veon Bell did not get paid his last year. So just realize this. Jerry's like, I got all the leverage.
Yeah,
I'm going to play this whole game, and I'm going to see. Because what Jerry said, my only downside of giving Micah the deal that he talked to him about, and the owners, all the other owners, yeah, Mulligetta always gets all the money. He don't want that narrative to apply to him. But he also doesn't want this to happen. He gives Micah all the money that he deserved. And this is why you listen to Jerry carefully. He says, we're not paying him for what he did. We're paying him for what he's supposed to do, or what we think he's going to do. He wants to see if Mike is going to change and suddenly get careful and cautious. And I don't know, hey, I got my money now. He doesn't know that. He thinks he's going to play hard, but he just doesn't know.
So realistically, as we tie a bow on this, what do you think is going to happen with Micah? Do you think he suits up week one?
To me, week one is going to tell the story on both of them. Mm-hmm. If Micah doesn't play week one, we will see if Jerry blinks. And like I said, Jerry's trying to see if Micah will blink. If Micah blinks, that means he suits up for game one. But if Micah suits up, he better be able to say, he ought to be able to say, like Zach Martin, I don't want to talk during the regular season. At the end of the season, because that's what Zach Martin did. Because it was the same kind of thing. But Zach Martin's quiet and people weren't paying attention to it. Right. I'm not talking about last year when he got his contract re-. I'm talking about he tabled the contract negotiations quietly and said, I want to talk during the season. Soon as February hit, they gave Zach Martin his money. And the other thing about Micah, what he's got to do, if he says, I'm out because my back hurt, realize this. Jalen Ramsey, a David Mulligetta client, said his back hurt 3 games in a row and got his trade to the Rams where he won a Super Bowl ring. Just saying. There's history.
It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. 877-881-1053. That's the number to text. We appreciate all the texts coming in. And let's switch gears. It's college football time. We've got week 0. We've got so much more college football around the corner next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo.
Very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. That's right. Good Saturday morning to you. Fired up to be with you. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And CA, it is week 0 in college football. I'm looking up at one of the monitors in our studio right now from Dublin, Ireland. How about that? College football across the pond. Kansas State, Iowa State. You know what they call this game when, well, not when it's in Dublin, Ireland.
Period.
Farmageddon.
Yes, Reg Atatula, who used to work here, he's down in Houston now. Everybody remembers Reg, good old Reg. Reg went to Kansas State, and he was always talking about Farmageddon.
There you go.
So by the way, speaking of Ireland, TCU fans, Frogs are taking on North Carolina. Is it North Carolina?
North Carolina next year.
Yeah, in Ireland. So start making the plans.
For sure. So TCU, North Carolina will play Labor Day on Monday night as a standalone game with Bill Belichick's first game. And then next year, they'll be kicking off in week 0 in Dublin, Ireland. I think it's called Avila Stadium, and it's really neat aesthetically looking. I mean, it looks like the weather's not so great today, but If you recall, last year you had Georgia Tech beating Florida State in an upset, although Florida State went on to be not so good.
We didn't know that at the time.
Right.
We thought, wait, it's an upset. Well, turns out Florida State, that's where the slide began for them. We had a Tolo who's got connections to that game. 214 says, shout out to my cousin Cooper Alexander. He's playing tight end for Iowa State today in Dublin. CA, I believe you covered his dad in the mid to late 90s playing tight end for the Sooners. Maybe I did.
Look at that. And they're showing highlights of the Georgia Tech Florida State Week 0 game last year, but 5 other games on tap for you. And if you're an addict like me, hey, you're going to be tuning into Idaho State and UNLV. This one's a decent game. Fresno State at Kansas. That will be on Fox later tonight. And then Sam Houston State and Western Kentucky. But here's one that might have some viewing interest. Stanford at Hawaii. Now, remember Andrew Luck?
Yes.
He's now the general manager of the Stanford college football program. So it kind of sounds, to me, it still sounds funny saying general manager of a.
Well, that's what they do nowadays.
Right, they have to,
because of the NIL. You got to keep that stuff organized. So Andrew Luck, who used to play quarterback for the Colts, I mean, he got hurt, and then his dad was always involved with the NCAA. He goes to Stanford, and now he's running things on the business side in their athletic department.
No, yeah, exactly. And he's always been such a cerebral and so advanced intellectually that he's taking that GM brain and putting it to great use for his alma mater.
Smart. Always smart.
All right, now.
I think his dad was on the committee, with the selection committee. Seriously.
That could be. It absolutely could be. Wouldn't surprise me, that's for sure. So I'll be tuned into as many college football games as possible because I am a college football addict. I love everything about it. I love the camaraderie. I love the pageantry of it all. And
that's your dopamine?
Yes, CA, my all-time favorite show is College Game Day. And when you hear College Game Day, and there's no wrong answer here, but what do you think of when you hear College Game Day, the show?
Lou?
Going on the road, Lee Corso.
Lee Corso.
And Kirk Herbstreit and Desmond Howard and all of the different...
And all the schools and everybody in the background.
Right. It used to be hosted by Chris Fowler for 15 years, and then Reese Davis took it over. Reese Davis does such a tremendous job, but Lee Corso is going to be doing his last College Game Day show.
Show or the season?
Just one show left because he's getting older.
We know that. In fact, people are always worried about him.
I know they were, and rightfully so.
Because sometimes he's just sitting there and he's not saying too much.
Yeah, he had a stroke. It would have been, I think, 2 years ago now.
You know who's tight with him? One of his former players. His name is Babe Laufenberg.
Oh yeah,
Babe has incredibly. He stays in touch with him to this day.
That's awesome. But we'll get the tearjerker audio going early on a Saturday morning for you because this is the type of reminder of why you do what you do and the impact that Lee Corso had on so many. And I encourage you to look up the entire clip. It's 8 minutes long, so we're not going to play the whole thing. But the tribute to Lee Corso as he gets set to play or to be on his final College Game Day show,
which is also emotional.
Yeah, the headgear. I mean, Lee Corso invented the headgear, putting the mascot on
his picks
of the team that he was going to select, and it got you ready for college football for that day. So let's go ahead and this is a number of different College Game Day contributors, former players, and everything were interviewed for this tribute video. But we've picked out some of the best cuts. Let's start with cut number 12, College Game Day. The first voice you'll hear is Pat McAfee.
The consistency in which you perform on television is at a level that no person can ever actually dream of attaining.
I'm so grateful that you and I crossed paths professionally, that we were a part of College Game Day for 25 years together. The lessons you taught me about how to do my job, also how to live my life, are unforgettable.
I'll remember this mantra from you. It's entertainment, sweetheart. Football's our vehicle. That and caring for the people around you. Nobody's ever been better at that than you.
Excellent.
That last voice was Reese Davis, who was
the voice in the middle?
host. The voice in the middle was Chris Fowler. So Chris Fowler hosted it for 15 years with Lee Corso and Kirk Herbstreit and everything. And that's such a great line. And you can hear Lee Corso saying it's entertainment, sweetheart, and football is our vehicle. And you feel the admiration that all these guys had for him working with him.
Yeah, it's like I said, he's a legend. He's a total legend. And his last, it's hard to believe.
Yeah.
He's always, it's kind of like Dickie V.
Right.
Hard to believe, man.
Yeah, hard to believe. All right, this one, we would have to have what his closest buddy, his pal, Kirk Herbstreit, had to say. He's on this clip. It starts with Desmond Howard, former Michigan Heisman Trophy winner that is on the show as well. So this cut starts with Desmond Howard and ends with Herbstreit.
The way you've treated me and the way I've observed you treat everyone that's been a part of the College Game Day family has really taught me how I should continue to treat people. And it just says a lot about you as a person. I love you, Coach. Congratulations. It was a hell of a run.
It's been an incredible
Oh, the tears. Here they come.
An incredible honor and privilege to be with you, to be your partner for all these years. There'll never be another Lee Corso. Thank you for everything you've done for me, for this show, for this sport. You're one of one.
That's strong.
It is, man.
It reminds me of this famous quote. I'm paraphrasing it. The famous quote was, "They may not remember what you say, but they will always remember how you make them feel."
Yeah. That's exactly it. And man, Lee Corso, everyone that was interviewed, and again, the full video's like 8 minutes long, but discussed how he made them feel, exactly to your point, and the impact that he had on them and how he treated people. That's just such a great reminder. So, hey, College Game Day, one of my all-time favorite shows, and in a lot of ways was the reason I wanted to get into covering sports, because you can be a part of it without, being on the field.
Exactly. There's ways you can impact some lives and make people enjoy their moment or remember the good times and the bad times in the sports that they enjoy watching or being a part of. And you don't have to necessarily be on the field to do that. You might be one of the people who can describe it, or you might be some of the people who can write about it or talk about it. So, yeah. And he was one of the best. He did it all. And again, former Cowboys backup quarterback and play analyst for the Cowboys right now, Babe Laufenberg, has so many great Lee Corso stories. One time we have him back on the show, we'll have to ask him just talk about Lee.
Oh yeah, that would be. And yeah, Babe was awesome and joined us last Saturday.
Yep.
And had some of the best one-liners. I mean, it's always, you hear him time and time again on 105.3 The Fan, but it's great when we get to be the ones to talk to Babe. So the next time, we'll definitely have to ask him about Lee Corso. Some other college football headlines that broke throughout the course of the week. The SEC, the conference where it just means more, right? Just means more. They're finally going to be implementing a 9-game conference schedule starting in 2026. The league said this will be a historic move, and it's been considering this for years. And so that's an interesting part of it, because seems like they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, because when they would play the 8-game schedule, it allotted for a cupcake game in November
which was crazy.
Other Power 5 conferences teams didn't have.
Nobody played a soft schedule on a weekend in November. They might have done it in September, but never in November, except for the SEC. And it's like, what the hell? So, and they weren't even playing all the schools in the SEC every year. So it's like, but you got room for, Arkansas, Northwest, Southern Conference.
Yeah, playing a directional school.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt about
So
it.
they're going to 9. They capitulated
in 2026. So that's big for teams like
year.
Texas A&M. Other college football headlines. The head coach for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Matt Rule, is going to start his own podcast, and the money raised will support NIL for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So everybody's always coming up with new ideas and ways to feed the NIL, but why not?
I like the concept. My question is, does he have the personality to pull it off? I guess if you're a Cornhusker fan, it's the main guy, so you might as well. You want to be listening in anyway.
Well, you would know better. He was here at Baylor for a while.
Yeah, but like I said, have you heard any quotes out of Matt Rule ever?
Yeah.
No.
Other than it not working out in the NFL.
Great at Baylor, and by the way, great guy.
Yeah.
And when he came to Baylor, they were like, oh, there's no way he can do it. And he did it. He killed it. But it's not like he's oozing with personality. You can be a coach that sucks, but you got personality. I'm just saying, are they going to be able to people to pay for the podcast? Well, my point is, I think it might work for other coaches.
Yeah, for sure.
He can definitely use his connections to players, former and current.
No, for sure. And I think just the whole concept of, hey, one more way to monetize something to bring more money in for NIL, because
they got to figure out ways.
That's the battle.
And again, this is for the Cornhuskers, so you have to say Cornhusker players. I don't think they'd be interested in any Carolina Panther players that popped on this show.
But yeah, I mean, if you're a Nebraska fan and you hear Matt Rule podcast, you're probably tuning in. So
until he gets fired.
Yeah, that is the next coaches. All right, so
Nebraska, they want to get back in the hunt so bad.
Yep, bring back the glory days. I mean, that's a fan base that's all they got is Nebraska. It's like West Virginia. They don't have a pro team.
Right.
It's the only ticket in town. You knew I had to save this one for last because I need to be up against a break, because otherwise I'd talk for an entire show about this. My alma mater, the Northwestern Wildcats. You talk about botching.
You talking about Northwestern, the Big Ten school?
Yes, the Northwestern Wildcats.
Just want to make sure you're not talking about a directional school from the SEC.
Yeah, no, a directional school that the SEC plays. Yes. You remember 2023, Pat Fitzgerald, 17 years at the helm, the all-time winningest coach, a player, probably the best player in Northwestern football history, which I know is not saying a lot, but the face of not just the athletic department. Pat Fitzgerald was the face of Evanston, Illinois, of the collegiate scene in Chicago, Chicago's Big Ten team. And I'm saying all this because I went there. I lived it. They fired Pat Fitzgerald in 2023 amidst hazing allegations. But the worst part, the most unfortunate part of that, it was 2 days after the president announced Pat Fitzgerald would be suspended amidst the investigation, right? That makes a lot of sense. Suspend as the information unfolds, as you uncover what really happened. But no, Northwestern bent the knee, folded to the court of public opinion. The loud, angry mob said, no, you got to fire Pat Fitzgerald. So they fell victim to public opinion, and they fired him. Fast forward to 2025, and what do we have here?
After all the lawsuits later?
Correct. So Pat Fitzgerald and his team set a wrongful termination lawsuit, and although the numbers were not disclosed, they settled in that lawsuit, and Pat Fitzgerald and his team said they're very, very pleased with the result. And Northwestern admitted complete wrongdoing on their part and that he shouldn't have been fired.
So in other words, he had plausible deniability. He knew nothing about it.
That is what the investigation
That's what all head coaches, that's what they wish for when they go to different colleges. It's plausible deniability of anything, the alumni, the players, the boosters, anything that could break rules. They want plausible deniability. And he had it. And he proved it.
Listen, nobody would condone hazing. Nobody would condone any of that.
He's just saying, I didn't know.
It was never reported to him. And on top of that,
but you're supposed to know, sure, that's under your watch.
That's right. That's right. But the worst part was just how the process unfolded, where you say, hey, he's suspended, and then there's this outcry, and you try to appease the court of public opinion before all the facts are out. And that's why it was so disappointing from an alumni standpoint. And I'm not, I am biased. I'm not objectively covering this. I'm giving you my opinion. Pat Fitzgerald took Northwestern football to heights that I don't think they'll ever get to again. He took them to Big Ten championships. And
they became relevant for a while.
Right. And it is such an uphill battle to try to win at
a school with good grades.
Yes.
That's like Stanford and Duke.
That's
just
correct.
Saying.
It's the nerds. It is hard to get kids into school at Northwestern. It's hard to keep them there because obviously it's hard to keep kids anywhere now with the transfer and NIL and portals. Everything else. And going to Northwestern and creating the culture that he did and then to just have it all ripped away. And I know I'm on my soapbox. That's why I did it at the end of the segment. But I had to get that off my chest because it's just so unfortunate that a legend in the sport as both a player and a coach, Pat Fitzgerald, was just given that raw end of the deal. But Pete Thamel, who covers college football for ESPN, has stated and reported that Pat Fitzgerald has already met with some of the largest search firms so that when there's new openings this offseason, he'll be a candidate. And anybody that gets Pat Fitzgerald is getting a winner.
Very good. It took a minute, but the court system worked for him.
There you go. We got more coming up. Let's do a little Jake break. We'll kick our feet up, take a little time off here, and get back into sports later in the program with some Rangers talk. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting going on a Saturday morning on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you get,
Gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. Oh, no, it's saying this is your hair.
Rangers Guardians coming up later today. We will take a deep dive on the Texas Rangers at 10:40. But right now, we talked a lot of sports, and that's what you get here in your home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. But every now and then, we like to kick our feet up and maybe take what we know as a Jake break.
I'm
a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you. Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
It's the Jake Break, 877-881-1053. That's the number to text because I'm going to need your help. We're going to need your help because the Jake Break's always collaborative, CA, because we need to know what the Tolos are thinking. And, you know, some Jake Breaks, I like to take some current events and something topical that's going on right now. Did you happen to see the news around one of our favorite chain restaurants?
Favorite?
It's about as mid as it gets.
You must be talking about Cracker Barrel.
The Cracker Barrel.
They changed the logo.
What did they do?
Change the logo.
They changed the logo. So I guess I'm not as interested at 877-881-1053 hearing what everybody thinks about why they changed the logo and everything else, because we know and everybody tries to do one thing, and maybe this is a step backward from a marketing perspective, but it got me thinking.
I didn't know enough people cared about Cracker Barrel to care about the logo, to be honest.
They just came up with... I just shook my head and started laughing how people are losing their minds because they changed that logo just a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's been the same way forever.
Yeah, I feel like everybody has a Cracker Barrel memory. For me, that's where my grandparents just...
Everybody has never been to Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have.
I think everybody's been to Cracker Barrel at least once, right?
Maybe.
That's an assumption.
My grandparents took us to Cracker Barrel.
It's not
all
like
the
McDonald's
time.
where everybody can just swing through McDonald's.
I will say this: it used to be better.
A lot of people.
I think it used to be better.
We used to go there after playing golf, and you would. What I liked about it though is if you ever had to wait for a table, there was checkers. You could play checkers.
What a lot of people remember is those rocking chairs on the porch.
Yeah, rocking chairs. Yeah,
and they got a little store inside.
The food wasn't great.
For me, what I enjoyed the most by Cracker Barrel was and I don't even know what the game is called, but the triangle thing with the
with the golf pins,
whatever that was called.
That was a test of your intelligence.
I love that game. That had me hooked.
I was saying, what you tried to jump over, and you had to leave a space to be able to land in the pins that go into the board.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know. I never beat the game, but I routinely could get it down to only 2 or 3 pins. Kev, what about you?
So I bought one, and I had one at home, and so I liked it so much that I would find myself doing it away from Cracker Barrel as well. I think I probably got to 1 or 2 a few times.
Well, if you got to 1, you win the game.
Yeah, so I think I probably won a few times, but I actually went to Cracker Barrel probably 2 months ago, and I tried that game again. It was like a throwback, so I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen this in forever. And it was just not necessarily about the rebrand. But hey, if you want to throw that little triangle game on the rebrand, you might maybe get some people
that would
on
have
there,
people
on board.
Less upset, because they did completely wipe away the older and the logo, the silhouette of the guy sitting down there.
They just got the words. Do you know what they're trying to do? I kid you not, for those who just lost their minds over this thing. They said, let's do like KFC. KFC used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Right.
And then they said, you know what? Fried seems to be a scary word because people want to get healthy. So we're just going to call it KFC.
Right.
And we'll just have the face of the Colonel. Well, that's what Cracker. We need to step up like KFC. And it backfired.
Yeah. So it got me thinking all-time worst rebrands in sports, because I've got a couple of them that come to mind immediately. And shout out to the morning show's producer, Peyton Russell. He mentioned this team on the air not too long ago as a joke. And obviously I'm kidding a little bit with it on the baseball side of things. But who do you think who's your guess for my worst rebrand in sports?
Your guess?
Who do you think guess who you think my worst rebrand is?
The Guardians?
Yes, sir.
Is they in town?
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, they're in town. That's
you know why they named them the Guardian?
Yeah, because something with the superheroes and the bridge.
Well, they got, there's this old bridge in Cleveland, and it's like a gargoyle kind of thing, but it's a guardian, and this is kind of like a legendary little thing in Cleveland. And they had to change the name because the Cleveland Indians, well, it's named after a heritage of some people as opposed to,
And that
Did you want the Spiders?
No, I didn't want the Spiders.
A lot of people wanted the Spiders.
It's just they went from, and I'm not trying to upset anybody and make this a whole thing, but the Chief Smiley logo with the feather coming out of his hat and the big smile, people said they were making fun of it and whatnot, but I never took it that way. It's the God honest truth. I took it. It's an iconic logo of an MLB team. And so many teams in Major League Baseball just have the letter of what their team, which is totally fine. But when Cleveland switched from the Indian and the logo to just the C and the Guardians, it just felt so vanilla, so generic.
Well, I understand how you feel, but if you did your research. See, everybody on my mama's side of the family is from Oklahoma. If you know anything about the history of Oklahoma, Native Americans of Oklahoma, then you could see why that would be offensive to them. And there was nothing they could do about it at the time. You see where I'm going with this? So as you're casually talking about it softly in the world of sports, you've got to realize that sometimes people don't know exactly what they're doing. And you might not have taken it that way, but the historic value is different for other people.
Right.
So if I were going to be unhappy about a logo in sports that was not offensive, and I thought they screwed up, it was the Washington Commanders becoming the Commanders, changing from Washington football team. I thought that was great. I thought, wait a minute, they solved it. I thought Washington football team or football club, whatever they called it, I thought that was like the perfect thing.
It was very European soccer feel.
It was like, wait a minute, they actually got it right. And they called them Commanders. I was like, okay, commodes.
From the 468, we're talking all-time. We could do just sports rebrands in general. Yeah. The Utah Jazz, when they went to the black and white and yellow uniforms, those uniforms are disgusting.
Yeah, uniforms.
Yeah, the Utah Jazz old, like purple, it was just so Utah with the mountains.
Mountains in the background.
The one for me, though, this is the all-time worst. And you know I got to mix in some hockey here, CA. One of the most iconic and easily recognizable hockey logos was the Anaheim Mighty Ducks with the duck with the goalie mask.
Yeah.
And they switched it to just the web footing of a duck, changed the colors, and they're orange now, which the ducks need to be green. Like, it looks so bad with the orange, and it was such a great logo and color scheme, and they went and messed it up. So that's my worst for rebrands when it comes to sports colors and logos.
I've got one.
Oh?
Just everything that the Titans have done from Houston. Just everything, the logo, the colors, the Titans have screwed up everything. One of the most bland jerseys in sport. There's nothing about the Titans that sticks out to me. Oilers, sick. And if you want to argue that Houston, Texans, Oilers, Titans, I don't care, whatever. Nevertheless, that is the rebrand, and I hate it. Everything about the Titans is so bland.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And again, also them trying to find some roots with the Oilers for a while. Houston people cannot stand the Oilers because they left. They loved them when they were there. The team that's in Tennessee, they have no fond memories of Tennessee.
Right.
So just know there's a lot of people that totally agree with you.
I got a couple other honorable mention bad ones. I think the Denver Broncos old stuff is way better when it's like the it's not a royal blue, but it's not the navy blue. But they've got the D with the Bronco going through it. It's so much better than just the scripted Bronco that they have now. Yeah. And they wear the old school ones often enough where you're like, just bring it back for good.
I get that, and here's the problem, because you're looking at a lot of retro logos, but you want to be able to enjoy because you don't. Okay, for the Raptors, for example, everybody loves everything retro for the Raptors, but it doesn't mean we hate the current logo. So it's kind of like you have to be able to appreciate both, but it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I do think I've got one rebrand that sometimes people just get out, they have outcry just for change's sake. If you change anything, it was way better the way it used to be. But one that I think is a much better rebrand, and it probably helped that they won a bunch of titles after they made the rebrand, but the Golden State Warriors switching to the blue and the yellow with the Brooklyn, or the Brooklyn,
the bridge,
the Bay Area Bridge, and changing from like the navy blue and orange with like the warrior that almost looked more like an alien than an actual warrior. And of course, like I said, it coincided with them getting good.
You know who else changed their logo a little bit and it turned out to be better? The Buffalo Bills used to have a standing buffalo. And then they switched it to the buffalo with looked like it was running, a little swoosh, a little red coming by his ears or something.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It used to just be a buffalo.
Yeah.
When O.J. Simpson was running for the Buffalo Bills, it was just a buffalo standing there.
You know who locally, in my opinion, did a really good rebrand? Now, since we're talking about teams that went from bad to good, I think the Rough Riders, whenever they rebranded, I love their new branding.
It's good, yeah.
I love the cream and the maroon. I will say, though, a little nostalgia because when I was playing youth T-ball and such, I was a Rough Rider, and we did have the black with the red and the white and the old Rough Rider colors, but I do love their rebrand.
There's a lot of good ones coming in. We appreciate that. 877-881-1053. A couple that I wrote down in my notes but haven't mentioned yet, and the 682 nailed this one because one of my favorite throwback football uniforms is the old school Patriots with the old school Patriot that's hiking the football.
Hiking the football.
And they got the red now. It's fine now, but that one was much better. And I agree with this one too from the 940. The Dolphins, they took the helmet off the Dolphin in the logo. It looked much better before. I would agree with that. And I think the Dolphins' color scheme is slept on because not many teams have that in any sport. But the turquoise and the orange, it pops, and the old school Dolphins logo was much better than the current one. I agree with this one as well. 214, the Diamondbacks purple was the best. The purple and turquoise, Randy Johnson,
the original one.
Kurt Schilling days, Luis Gonzalez played for that team when they beat the Yankees. Absolutely. This one's good as well, and it resonates here in DFW. The North Stars to the Wild. Give us back the North Stars. I couldn't agree more with that because
that was a cool jersey.
That's one that
that's who the Stars came down here and took half the name with them.
Yeah, but I played very competitive travel hockey growing up, and we were the Midland North Stars, Midland, Michigan, not Midland, Texas. But we had the green and the yellow with the star, and instead of the N with the star, it was the M in the star. And I loved that as a kid. I thought I was Mike Modano out there.
Right. So I guess technically, a lot of people, when they say, okay, we like the North Stars, and then the Wild was an expansion team. It's kind of like the Houston Texans are an expansion team. The North Stars moved to Dallas. For those who don't know the history, they moved to Dallas. They couldn't be the South Stars or the North Stars down Dallas, so they changed it to just the Stars. So they kept kind of that name.
Right. It's almost like they kept the heritage for them, but in a different location that made much more sense. From the 817, the Clippers. Yuck. I would agree with that.
Yeah. That's a bad one. Also on basketball, the Spurs.
Yeah.
The old Spurs colors and their old stuff that they had going on, I think is just better and it sticks out more.
Yeah, it pops more with
now you just got black, gray, and white jerseys.
Did you know that Taco Cabana's colors are based on the San Antonio Spurs?
No, I didn't know that.
I did not know that either till I had to do something for Taco Cabana in San Antonio with the Spurs. They flew me down there with some kind of contest or something. I was like, what the hell? I did not connect those dots. Also, a lot of people did not know, because you might be new to the area, the San Antonio Spurs used to be in Dallas. They were the Dallas Chaparrals, and then they moved to San Antonio. They were an AV-18. Yep, and it's kind of like the Kansas City Chiefs used to be in Dallas. They were the Dallas Texans.
Interesting.
And they moved up to Kansas City when the Cowboys came along.
Mavs rebrand, although they came in and stole UT Arlington's mascot from the 817.
That's what a lot of Arlington UTA fans said, because it's like, wait a minute, the UTA moving Mavs, and they came down here and they're the Mavericks.
Yeah, the Mavs I like. I love the navy blue and the Kelly green cowboy hat on the basketball.
That's Mr. Carter's hat.
That's what I bought, the starter jacket from the AAC. I love that one.
Hey, when they do it as a what do you call it, an alternative jersey or city edition or hardwood classic, they brought it back as a hardwood classic a couple of years ago. You never know. You might see it again.
For sure. A couple more. I meant to mention this one from the 682, the old Tampa Bay Buccaneer logo and their uniform.
Those colors.
The creamsicles.
You can't hate the creamsicles.
Yes. That might be my all-time favorite NFL throwback. That one and the Patriots, which have both been mentioned here. But
817 says the Dallas Stars logo and color change to victory green was a great move.
Really? That's interesting, because I don't know. Maybe it's, again, because I'm talking Mike Modano days. I loved the dark forest green with the gold that accented it, and the logo was the star was into the jersey with the design patterns. I like the Kelly green. I do, but I like the other one better. That's just my 2 cents. But hey, that was a fun Jake break. Appreciate all of the participation at 877-881-1053. You guys are the best. Let's get back to some sports, talk some Texas Rangers. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Eric Chiafalo here, and we're all tired of rising insurance costs, so let me...
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers with The Fan.
It's 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He throws that fastball, the splitter, and very occasionally a sweeper. Here's Jock Peterson, and he drives one deep into right. Jones going back. It's over his head. It bounces once and hits the wall. Here comes Seager. He scores. Jock Peterson with a walk-off double to right. And amazingly, the Rangers rally for a walk-off win here. The final 4-3.
Yes! You gotta
Finally!
Finally, some late inning magic on a game that had plenty of late inning drama. The Texas Rangers playing the Cleveland Guardians for the first time this year, which is crazy. It's end of August, but they win that one 4-3. Matt Hicks on the call there. Great to hear it on your home for the Texas Rangers right here, 105.3 The Fan. And CA, we talked about it at the open of the show. You had Cowboys preseason action. You had Dallas Wings. You had the Texas Rangers.
All in Arlington, man.
All in Arlington. Multiple monitors up. It was that kind of night.
100,000 cars in Arlington.
Yeah, right. But lots to break down with this game. And the Rangers and Guards will play again later this evening over the weekend series. But I start with Nathan Eovaldi because another gem.
Yes.
7 innings, just the 1 earned run, 4 hits. And again, it looked like it was going to be wasted because the second he leaves the game, Guards score 2 in the 8th. But, oh no, not to worry because the Rangers come back with 2 in the 9th, the walk-off hit from Jock Peterson you just heard there.
And props to Eovaldi because now he officially qualified. He's your ERA leader.
Making the case for a Cy Young.
Yes.
And a legitimate case.
He's got a lower ERA than your boy in Detroit.
Tarek Skubal, who has not been great. He had 1 bounce-back start, but when you look at the Cy Young candidates, he's as good as any of them. Eovaldi
Put it like this. He has not lost a game since May. Don't get me wrong. We're not saying he's won every game he's pitched in since May. He just hasn't had a loss on his ledger since May. And we know he got injured. That's why he didn't qualify as the ERA leader for a while until these innings he just pitched.
He just doesn't get the love nationally that he should. I'm looking at the MLB.com Cy Young predictor, and they need to update this because they have Josh Hader on the list from Houston, the relief pitcher, and he's injured, and he's a closer. And I went through this with a couple other baseball heads last year when Emmanuel Clase was having such a great season for the Guardians as a closer, which is great. You got to have a closer, but a closer doesn't win a Cy Young.
No.
There has to be no other candidates from a starting pitcher just purely for the amount of innings pitched. And you can miss me with the high leverage argument, but is there in the 9th inning? No. Starting pitchers like Eovaldi go out and throw 7 scoreless or 7 and you look at the ERA of what they would average for 9 innings compared to a closer pitching a chunk inning. It's no disrespect to closers. They're just the Cy Young Award was not made for closers.
It's an entirely different accolade.
Correct.
If you want to give closers an accolade, then find another accolade to give with a different name.
How about the Mariano Rivera or something? Rivera.
I think that's great.
Or the Raleigh Fingers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're right. Eovaldi doesn't get the respect nationally. But here's what's a shame. He doesn't even get respect in his own little hometown. He's from a little town in Texas, and he's not even the biggest baseball star in his little hometown. He's from this little town called Alvin, Texas. And the greatest pitcher in Texas history is from the same damn town. We're talking about Nolan Ryan. He's in the same town as Nolan Ryan. He's a pitcher, too.
He's following his footsteps.
Exactly.
How about that?
But he can't even be the big man in his own little town. But Evo's our guy. By the way, I don't like the Rangers what do you call this uniform?
City Connects.
I don't like that on him because it makes him look fat. He is not a fat guy.
Yeah.
It's like when they had a bad picture of Romo the other day.
It's the dark. I think it's the dark baseball pants because
Yeah,
They
look like he's pitching in some slacks at a church.
Church league softball.
Yeah,
that's what it looks
church
like.
League softball.
I like the hat and the TR
jersey
logo, but it should just all be that
same color.
Because you're right. It's not the most.
Just
flattering.
bring back the red jerseys. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
You know what I really like? I like that really old school Texas Rangers logo. It was a old baseball hat on a baseball, and it looked chunky. It was like,
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, it's classic. I'm gonna dig it up and show it to you before we get out of the segment.
For sure. So we've been talking logos all day with some of the best and worst rebrands. But real quick, to tie a bow on the national conversation around Eovaldi, you got guys like, Tarek Skubal, sure, Jeff Hoffman for the Blue Jays, but Garrett Crochet ahead of Eovaldi in a Cy Young race. I don't get that. His ERA 2.43, Eovaldi's 1.73. I'm not a math major, but goodness sakes, how are guys like that give up more runs expected to be a better candidate for the Cy Young? I just cannot understand for the life of me.
There's that.
Yes, I love that one with the cowboy hat on.
The cowboy sitting on top of that hat.
It's so funny you say that. I texted our buddy, Jared Sandler, the other night. He was wearing a polo that had that on for the Rangers game day pre and post. I was like, I need some Rangers apparel with that logo, because the one I have, which I really like, it's the state of Texas with the TR in red.
Yes.
I like that one as well.
Another good one.
But I like the cowboy hat logo even better.
My favorite is the old T.
Really?
Since we're talking about
In a
logos
red
of the
cap?
Rangers. Yeah,
red shoes?
I love the old T logo for the Rangers.
It's cool. It's
wrong.
It's
nothing wrong with it.
It's standard. It's recognizable. I like a little more pizzazz, you know?
That's what he's looking at, that T right there.
The red T, but the cowboy hat one, just like the Mavs logo. But Evan Carter, unfortunately, expected to be out for the remainder of the season after he fractured the right wrist.
Oh, man.
He was hit by a pitch on Thursday, and that's unfortunate given
He's always hurt, unfortunately.
the hopes for this Texas Rangers team. And with that said, here we are, August 23rd. The Rangers, unfortunately, have fallen since this rough patch at 2 games below 500. And the division, 7.5 games back of the Astros, and the Mariners 2 games back from the Astros. But the wild card standings in baseball right now, you can't. I'm not ready to say, hey, the Rangers are done, but we need to see. You need to see a lot. Need to see them get hot quickly.
We need them to win series.
Yes,
not just sweeps. Sweeps would be nice, but at least win the damn series, and they haven't really done it, and they can't seem to do it on the road. Thank God they're at home.
Yeah, 5.5 games back of the Mariners, but the other part of the conversation becomes the teams they have to climb over to get there, one of them being the Cleveland Guardians. So winning against the Cleveland Guardians today, tomorrow, yesterday, of course, so that's all helpful. But the Royals as well, and the Royals have been the second best team in all of baseball since the All-Star break. Now, they lost last night to the Tigers, but the Royals have been playing some really good baseball and are currently the first team out of the wild card. So they're chasing Seattle. The other 2 wild card teams, the Yankees and Red Sox.
You mentioned Evan Carter. Did you say anything about Marcus Semien? I'm trying to remember.
No, I haven't said anything.
Oh, my God. They don't know if he can walk. He left the game, and after the game, he was in a boot. He had there's a foul that was pitched ball fouled off of his left foot, and they thought it was a contusion, but it's more complicated because there's a compressed ligament under the arch of his foot. They don't know if they're going to put him on the 10-day. If he's not playing, it'll be the first time he's been put on the injury list since like 2017.
From bad to worse. That's unfortunate. Rangers, Guardians, today, Jack Leiter gets to start. Logan Allen for the Cleveland Guardians. That's out at Globe Life Field at 6 o'clock. All right. Coming up, let's reset, and how about we dive into a little Netflix Cowboys documentary review. He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Reitman on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a must-listen.
remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Woo-wee! That's right, halftime in the books. We power through to hour number 3. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you, Dan.
Khaki Kev on the ones and twos, and we appreciate you letting us ride shotgun on the weekends here. It's the Fan on weekends here. Check us out on the Fan Cam as well. Shout out to all the hardworking Odyssey employees that made the Fan Cam on the weekends possible. I'll go ahead and give a wave if you're watching on the Fan Cam.
Carter Freeman.
If you've got us on your radio dial, 105.3, the massive 1,000 watt signal.
100,000 watts.
That's what I was thinking. Those numbers. I knew that was, as soon as I said that, I knew, nope, that's not right.
But it's so old school.
100,000 and the Odyssey app.
That's
wherever.
right. We're streaming. Wherever you pick up, whatever platform you enjoy, that's where we are, including Twitch and YouTube.
There you go. We got a Casino Corner coming up in an hour. We're going to play Who Said It at 11:40 as well. But right now, CA, I think the Tolos, we would all be, myself included, remiss if we didn't take a deep dive into America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, and the Netflix series, The Gambler.
The 8-part series.
Break it all down for the people. I am through 4 episodes, watched 2 last night and 2 the night before. And I'm just like the Michael Jackson gif with the popcorn. I'm just soaking it all in. But you lived this. You were there.
I was at every single thing that you see on that documentary. Here's what's wild. and I was telling you about this a little bit before the show. I don't binge watch television. I don't really have time. But the night it came out, last Tuesday, I said, I'll watch a couple episodes. And I started like 6:15 in the evening. And I watched every last one of them and finished at 2 a.m. It was that riveting. I was having all kind of flashbacks. The thing that blew my mind was it's just as good as The Last Dance, the Chicago Bulls epic. It's just as good. That director, the videos, the footage, just not just the game footage, the behind the scenes footage, the music underneath it. This thing is so first class. And before I even talk about anything in the documentary, I truly believe they should have released this thing maybe in April before the draft happened, when people were like starving for more actual talk about some football, and not like in the preseason, not like when people are gearing up for the season itself. NFL is 24/7, 365, but it's like there's got to be a better window, because when The Last Dance came out, that was during the pandemic. You were like, oh, I got to see this every night. And they only dropped an episode a night. You said, I got to see this, then I got to see this. This is that same standard. But I don't think people really know going in, because like, oh, I've seen quarterbacks. Oh, I've seen name a 30 for 30. Oh, they just think it's like one of those. It really is not. And I also think for current Cowboy fans who weren't alive for the Cowboys winning Super Bowls, you don't want to hear about the 90s because it makes your heart hurt. They haven't won anything in the 21st century. So you don't really want to see. Unlike the Bulls documentary, The Last Dance, where you're like, okay, that was the Michael Jordan era. The Bulls have been in the middle of the pack, irrelevant basically. They're not the Lakers or the Celtics of the NBA, which are historic dynasties. You're not keeping up with them like that. But you're engaged to see about why was Michael Jordan and the Bulls so great that one year. If you watch this documentary about the Cowboys and Jerry and Jimmy, and the last episode delves into the 21st century, the number 8, you're going to understand why, quote unquote, Jerry made this team the most valuable team in the world without winning 4 playoff games the entire 21st century.
Crazy.
4. I'm talking about 4 playoff games, let alone going to the NFC Championship game, going to the Super Bowl. You're like, it doesn't make any sense. How are they America's team? How are they the most valuable franchise? If you watch that damn documentary and they go into Tom Landry and Jerry Jones firing him, I mean, there's so many things in there. It's just mind-boggling. And it's that good. It really is. It's just a shame that most people probably won't look at it the way they looked at The Last Dance, because they've seen so many. Oh, I've seen Hard Knocks. I'm good.
Right. And you made a great point. The time of year releasing it, Netflix might have been able to do themselves more of a favor if this was released maybe in July, when you don't have Hard Knocks, you don't have preseason football.
That's why I said April.
Yeah, April. Yeah, college football starting right now, and it's just you in the world of streaming and television and live.
There's only
sports,
so much bandwidth.
Exactly, you're competing for eyeballs. But I've been fascinated from the opening scene, and just when you get the perspective of the risk that Jerry Jones took in buying the Cowboys.
Yeah, he pushed in all of his chips, all the oil money he ever made. He made like $100 million in the oil business. And he actually developed a heart murmur over all of this. And you see about the dynamic, the complicated relationship of Jimmy and Jerry brought in Jimmy. I will say this, because I was at all of that stuff, and I've talked to so many people while it was going on. By the way, people were sending me texts of me in the background in some of these scenes and stuff, because I wasn't one of the people they sat down with. There's a documentary that came out in 2004 called Jerry's Boys. It was called Sports Century on ESPN. It was before 30 for 30. They did that, and they interviewed me and a whole bunch of other people who were there for all those years in the 1990s. And I was thinking, and I watched that to get ready for it. It's kind of like when you watched, what's that Tom Cruise movie when he's flying in an airplane? What's back in the day? And they
Top Gun?
Top Gun. I watched Top Gun, the movie, before I saw Top Gun 2 to make sure I was.
Oh, right.
So I watched the Sports Century because it's 30 minutes long. So let me watch this before I watch the the Netflix documentary, and I said, oh, there's no way this is going to, because we talked so much about that in 30 minutes. This just blew my mind. But where I was going with this was to say, you find out these little nuggets. There are a lot of people that did not even know that when Jerry fired Tom Landry, they threw a parade for Tom Landry. I talked about this a couple of months ago, but I was like, people forget, because when they were concerned about, oh, Luka, that was the biggest. I said, y'all weren't around. You thought Luka was the most stunning thing. When Jerry Jones fired Tom Landry, brought in a college coach where no college coach has ever won in the NFL. And the college coach, his whole persona was completely different than stoic Tom Landry. And then he fires that guy after winning back-to-back Super Bowl. Y'all don't even know what stunning is. And by the way, here's what's so wild. They mentioned in this documentary, which people who were alive then knew, Jerry and Jimmy actually came into Dallas just before he fired Tom Landry and were eating at a Mexican restaurant, which turned out to be Tom Landry's favorite restaurant. And they put the picture of them two eating and plotting up on the front page of the paper.
Yep.
Jerry and Jimmy didn't know that was going to happen. Jimmy thought something could happen because I'm famous from University of Miami. Here's what's wild. I had the guy that owned the restaurant. His name was Butch. His son, Miko, has got the Mexican restaurant Dynasty now, like Mi Casinos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Miko's dad, Butch, Mia's was that restaurant. For those who don't know, it was on Lemon Avenue. Back in the day, I had Butch on the show to talk about how Jimmy and Jerry wound up at that restaurant.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, this is back in the day when I was on the ticket. So
Yeah.
I was in the middle of all this stuff. And that's just one little story. I could do a whole CA stories all year long just about those times. That's how,
man, we got to do
that's
that.
how crazy it was.
Yeah, from the 214 here. I'm a 29-year-old lifelong Cowboys fan. I watched the first episode, and it just struck me as another Look What I Did 30 Years Ago show.
That's what I'm saying.
By Jerry. I'm pretty well fed up with the Cowboys. Should I just power through and watch this anyways? I think you should.
You really should, because it's more than just that. And there's a lot of people who just won't watch it because that mentality. In other words, Jerry hasn't paid anything off since they won that third Super Bowl with Jimmy's fingerprints all over it. And by the way, I think you'll have a better understanding of Barry Switzer. There's a lot of people just flat out hated Barry Switzer or thought the team hated Barry Switzer and how dare Jerry fired Jimmy. And I'm going to quote Jimmy Johnson for those who don't understand what Barry Switzer meant to that team. The players, Jimmy said this a couple of years ago when he was making the Super Bowl radio roll rounds when he got nominated or got inducted, announced that he was going to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Jimmy said, I did not know until recently that the players were mad at me because I held them to a standard of don't let outside distractions distract you from winning Super Bowl games and winning the Super Bowl. And they were mad at me because I let my relationship deteriorate with Jerry do the same damn thing. So they were mad at him, and they were. They were mad because all the media people kept saying, oh, they can't win a Super Bowl without Jimmy. And they're like, we don't need Jimmy. He don't play. We love Jimmy. The players they're like, oh, they love Jimmy so much, and Jerry. They really admired Jimmy, but they also loved Switzer. Switzer treated them like grown men, where Jimmy would cut somebody if they did anything wrong, if they weren't a star.
Yeah, that jumped out to me as how cutthroat Jimmy was.
In fact, when people wish Jimmy would come back like maybe in 2010 or whatever after Parcells, like, Jimmy just need to come back. Jimmy said, I am too old. I can't be that guy anymore. Because back then, he fired his wife. They didn't say that in the document. They said he got a divorce. He said when he got here, I had to fire my wife. She enjoyed the South Beach lifestyle. I had to focus on winning damn football games. And by the way, me and Jimmy are great. Me and Jerry are great. Me and Barry are great. And so I'm around all those guys. Well, me and Michael Irvin, everybody knows. Me and Michael Irvin go way. I gave him his first radio show when he was at the airport. Hadn't even signed. He was the first round draft pick. Media met him at the gate. I was like, this guy's got so much personality. I'm gonna give him a Cowboys. We're gonna do a Cowboys show with Michael Irvin on K104, and that's where it all started. His broadcasting career.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
because now he's been on NFL
Everything.
Network.
Michael is such a big person. I used to say back when the White House stuff was going on, and I was like, and Michael had to be low key because the trial and all. I was like, Michael's life story should be a movie. Just the Michael Irvin story alone. I have never seen anybody like Michael in my life. He works hard, he plays hard, or he plays hard and he plays hard. Wink, wink.
There you go. Yeah, one thing I learned, I didn't realize he wore jersey number 47 at Miami.
First time I met Michael, I was covering the national championship game, OU versus the University of Miami, Barry Switzer versus Jimmy Johnson. Michael Irvin took over the game. He was number 47. 4 months later is when I had him signed up K104 to do that. Because who knew he was going to be the first round pick for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
And who knew that right after that, Jimmy Johnson would be the head coach? I'll give you another crazy kind of story that's in the documentary. The Scissors Gate, we called it Scissors Gate back then. Michael Irvin in the barber's chair and everybody's getting haircuts in Wichita Falls at training camp, and Michael actually stabbed this guy in the neck, Everett McIver. And it was an accident because they were horsing around playing, and the judge who had already given Michael probation, his name is Judge Manny Alvarez. He is in this documentary. This is later on in the documentary. And when Michael had that they were fighting, but it was horseplay because Michael was supposed to be getting his haircut next. He thought McIver was new to the team, and it was a hierarchy, and Michael was playing around the offensive line with goating on McIver. Don't take that from that wide receiver. And then they wound up, hey, get him off of me. And then Scissors was on the ground. He swung the scissors and got it. Well, that should have violated his probation, and Michael could have been in prison for 20 years. Everett McIver I talked to Judge Manny Alvarez. I ran into him in a restaurant.
That's crazy.
And he was telling me, I said, this was like low key just a couple of years later. I was like, how come Michael didn't violate his probation? He said, and he said this I'm watching the documentary. I'm like, is he going to say the same thing he told me? Because he told me one thing. Everything he says in that documentary is what he told me on the streets. He said, I talked to all of them. If he did anything wrong, he's in jail. He's in prison. It was horseplay. They all said the same thing. Everett McIver said it was an accident. Michael Irvin, it's an accident. Barbara, it's an accident. The guys in the room, it was an accident. And so I could not put him in prison for that. But everybody in town was like, Michael's going to prison.
Oh my God.
It was crazy. This documentary is that riveting. But again, I understand Cowboy fans, 21st century, there's no payoff. And yet they're the most valuable franchise in the world. And Gary keeps promising. I don't want to see empty promises and relive the past like my grandpa. Take that stuff out of it. If you just want to say, wow, this is why people keep talking about that. This is why they're the number one most valuable franchise in the world. This is how it talks about how Rupert Murdoch is interviewed in this documentary about how Jerry talked to the NFL owners and said, no, we're not going to be on just ABC, CBS, and NBC. We're going to be on Fox and make one network always be the odd man out like musical chairs, and we're going to get rich. Jerry came up with that. Jerry's the one, he's the godfather of the damn salary cap. There was no salary cap until Jerry Jones suggested it. Jerry Jones sued the NFL to do Nike, sign Dion, and have separate merchandise. NFL sued him. He sued him back. He won. This documentary is insane. It's that good. And like I said, I saw all of it, and I was there for all of it. It was crazy. The stuff on the plane. I might do a CA Stories Confidential in about an hour about Skip Bayless on the plane, and Troy Aikman called him out, and we went to the back of the plane. Oh, I've told that story before. I'm going to tell it.
Oh, I can't wait for that. That's the CA Stories Confidential. That's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. We say we do it at 12:20. How does that sound?
Sound like a plan.
Let's do it. We'll keep the program rolling along. Continue talking Cowboys. We got Who Said It coming up as well. It's a Saturday morning on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. You only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck work attorneys in Dallas.
105.3 The Fan, everybody's favorite weekend game, the popular local game show. Who Said It is up next. I'm Jake Rietma. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer.
Got you down.
Chris Arnold.
By the way, when you say popular local game show, always props to Gavin Dawson and Jeff Kavanaugh. Popular local game show 2.0.
I like it. 877-881-1053. The Tolos have to play as well, because by now, if you've been listening to us on the weekends, you know here's how it works. Khaki Kev's got some cuts. And Khaki Kev, you've got maybe some with more context. I'm doing your job. Take it away, Khaki Kev.
Yeah, so context. Will I have context? Well, I guess you'll have to stick around and see. This is Who Said It. If this is your first time listening, welcome in. Please play along. That's how it works. And if you want to keep track of your points, then feel free to do so. If I win, I get half a point. If the boys in the studio win, they get 1 point each. Boys, I have a fun little tidbit for you because I didn't tell you all this pre-show. So this is live reaction. I've got 2 bonuses today.
2 bonuses. How about that? I'm feeling pretty good after last week. I got 3 correct.
Let's jump into the game, but let me say this for all the Tolos listening. If you turn it on, leave it on, you're going to love this.
All right, so here's the leaderboard. 14.5 for me, 9 for Jake, and 8 for CA. That's how it sits.
All right, so I just got to get 5 correct here, and I've caught you without you getting any correct.
We've got 7. The last 2 are bonuses, so 5 and then 2 bonuses. We'll get to the bonuses later. All right, without any further ado, let's get to our first cut. You should not be trying to pay your bills off with the Little League World Series.
Ooh, who said it? Who said it? You should not be trying to pay your bills off with the Little League World Series.
Got you down. I'm going to take a stab and say Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, that's who I was going to say. Seriously. All right. I think it sounds like a KMC Masterpiece topic.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm thinking.
Because Kevin was just in Germany doing the baseball thing.
Mm-hmm.
So...
And they could do baseball nuggets with and without Mike Bassett?
All cuts are from this week.
They are from this week. Okay. We got some Tolos chiming in from the 214, Alec. All right, I am going to... The Tolos are taking Alec.
Rob Manfred is not on the air.
I'll take Corey Majors. So that way we have the entire KMC Masterpiece covered.
You should not be trying to pay your bills off of the Little League World Series.
Several Tolos are texting
That's
in with
right.
Medford, yeah.
That's right. That's why you know the Tolos are the best. So no point for you. The Tolos got it right,
got a
Kev.
point.
Give the Tolos a point.
Okay. All right. Tolos get a point.
Don't sound defeated.
Kev wants all those points.
Yes, he
I
does.
can't help but sound defeated. I like to win. All right. Next cut. He surprises you how big he is.
Got you down. Bobby Belt.
Got it.
I was thinking morning show as well. Remember, RJ's been out this week.
Yeah,
so.
I think they're talking about Cowboys football and players and, quickness, all these different things. I'm thinking Bobby was talking about maybe a pass rusher.
Read it to me one more time.
He can surprise you with how big he is.
Yeah. And for the Tolos, if you're playing this game with us for the first time, it's anyone from the station. So it's not famous figures.
And it's not online.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna say Sean Sharif. I'll keep it morning show.
So we got Sean. You said Bobby.
And watch it be Broadus.
He surprised you how big he is.
I knew it was See? I knew they were talking about measurables, and I thought it'd be Bobby talking about the measurables.
I am on the board.
Kev gets on the board. The Tolos have 1, and Kev has half a point. He only gets half a point.
I only get half a point.
There's a Tolo from the 254 says, I got 25 points.
Oh, wow.
All right, okay.
He's been playing along for weeks.
All right, okay. All right, next one. This one's short and sweet, okay? What if you're a spooner?
What if you're a spooner?
Got you down. That's Corey.
Okay.
I think it might be. That sounds like a Blake and Fred topic. Now I just don't.
It really
know.
does. But
I don't
think
know
I
how-
heard it, and I want to say it was Corey.
If Kev was pulling some audio
No, wait,
from
whoa.
Fan After Dark.
Oh,
Wait,
whoa.
we
Can I
work-
change mine?
We can work together here. We're just
Jake has
against
to
Kev.
give his answer first, and then you can change it, CA.
Come on, your favorite partner.
Listen.
Help me out. Who do you think?
No. I'm not going to let you have it.
If you think you know who it is,
I think I know who it is.
I'll say.
And I first said Corey, but I've changed my mind. Like on further review, like when I should have said Broadus.
I'll say Chiafalo.
I think it was Bobby.
Okay, Bobby, and you said Chiafalo?
Yes.
What if you're a spooner?
Hey, let's go. Where's the bell?
CA's on the board.
I don't know what happened to the bell, but CA, great work. There it is. And yeah, some Tolos were guessing Blake, so there you go. Nice work, CA on the board.
Okay, well, we got points all over the place here.
I need to get some points. Come on, this is my
No, you
game,
don't.
and I'm not doing well.
Right now, you and CA are tied up. All right, next cut. Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
Somebody being
Got you down.
sarcastic.
Could be truthful.
I changed mine. I don't want to blurt out the wrong name. I changed mine.
I'll say.
Wait a minute. Are there any repeats?
No.
Okay. I'm glad I didn't blurt out.
I'll say Wolchuk.
Wolchuk?
I'll say Chiafalo.
Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
Hagee.
It's Hagee.
Good work, Kev.
How'd the Tolos do on that one?
Nobody said it yet.
Nobody guessed, yeah. Tolos, we need your help.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, somebody guessed Fred, but.
Oh, somebody did say Kevin. That's Kevin.
Yep. Oh, yeah, there you go. We do have a Tolo that got that one right.
How early, though?
A few seconds ago.
But we're a 7-second delay on the.
All right, we'll give it to him.
All right, yeah, there we go.
I don't love it.
How many do we have left?
We got one more and then 2 bonuses.
All right, this is Who Said It, everybody. Our favorite game show.
All right, let's go ahead and reset it. I've got one on the board, which is half a point for me. CA is on the board with a point. And the Tolos, 2 points for them.
Tolos are killing it.
So far. Okay, next cut. Another one, really short. I finished first a lot.
Got you down. Sean Sharif,
okay.
That's a good guess. I get in my own head, and I try to Tolo as much as I possibly can. I finish first a lot. How about Fred Davis?
Okay.
I finished first a lot.
Corey.
KFC
Masterpiece has been once again a popular selection for Who Said It.
I will say this. This was during Crosstalk. They were talking about, because Corey was the first at the station, supposedly, to finish the documentary. And
that's right.
They said they were asking for Corey's opinion.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said,
We got a bunch of Tolos saying Corey Majors.
Yep, I was listening at that particular. The crosstalk ones, that's brilliant by you because you could remember the segment, but when it's a crosstalk setting, you've got so many more people. Yeah.
Okay, here's our first bonus. We've got 2 bonuses today, gentlemen. And the reason why they're bonuses is because I'm going to throw in a little hint, so listen to me carefully. It can be anybody on these airwaves.
That means anybody beyond the talk show hosts. It could be Jared Sandler. It could be Hicksy. It could be Babe Laufenberg and Brad Sham.
With that piece of information, these are each worth 2 points. 4 points on the board.
Wow, 4 points.
That could be a swing.
Let's get it going, people. It doesn't get much better than that.
First quote. I like bare naked ladies.
Got you down. Brad Sham.
All right. Jake?
You said that so quickly.
Because I heard him say it.
You heard it. I love it, though, as long as Kev's not getting those points.
In fact, he said it, and Babe Laufenberg was silent, and Brad said, that's the first time I heard you speechless in 25 years. And then Babe said, my mind was wandering. I didn't know how to follow that.
I love it. I love it. Well, CA's got the point. That's great stuff there. All right.
Play the cut.
Yeah, play it.
I like bare naked ladies.
Let's go.
I sent it to G-Bag. I'm hoping that makes a G-Bag of the day appearance.
Nice.
CA's got 2 on the board. Oh, no, wait. 3 on the board.
Yeah,
2 points.
2-pointer.
All right. Okay. All right. Last cut here. I saved this one for last for a very good reason. Again, bonus worth 2. Anybody at the station. He just kept coming and coming, and he had to increase his speed.
Probably talking about a pitcher, so that makes me think maybe Jared Sandler. He kept coming and coming and coming and coming.
Now you're going to get an Alec Medford masterpiece of the week. You're going to save that audio right there.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Out of context.
I'll pull that one.
What was the quote?
He just kept coming and coming, and he had to increase his speed.
And now both of you are going to be on Alec Medford's masterpiece of the week.
He's the one that said it 8 times.
From the 469, I wish I could finish this game, but I got to go kill some bugs. Thanks for putting on a good show. Ooh, one of the Tolos from the 817. I like this guess. Is putting Bochy. That sounds like Bochy. Look at the boys. That's my other favorite Bochy. Them boys.
So Tolo saying Bochy. We can't agree or disagree, or can we?
Yeah, I'll say Jared Sandler.
Okay, so we got Bochy, Sandler, and what was yours?
I was going to say, I can't think of one, so I was going to say, okay. Maybe. Okay, let me throw in Hicksy, just to say.
We think it's a baseball
He just kept
guy.
coming and coming, and he had to increase his speed.
CA, you're on fire. Let's go.
Pure luck.
CA. Oh, my goodness. Nobody told us like CA.
Not on that one. That was a Cooper flag.
How about that?
A lucky
pick. What? 1% chance? Kev, how about it, man?
He just kept coming and coming, and he had to increase his speed.
So you got both bonuses and one CA with a 5-pointer.
Wow.
What a day! What does that mean? Does that mean he takes the lead from you, Kev? What's our score at?
That would mean I've got 15. He has 14.
Oh, CA, let's go.
You have no. He has 13. 15, 13, and 9.
Oh, I'm just getting laughed.
Tolos on the board with 3. So we're introducing Tolos now. So
That's
y'all
right.
have to send in your votes.
Absolutely. How about CA, man? Back in business. What a performance.
What was y'all's
on
favorite
Who
cut?
Said it. Oh, favorite cut. Probably the last one for me because CA pulled it out with the Hicksy reference.
He just kept coming and coming, and he had to increase his speed.
Hicksy was saying, the 469 said Hicksy was talking about Wyatt Langford at bat.
He was.
When he kept throwing at him a fastball.
It was about Wyatt Langford, but it was about him rounding the bases.
Ah.
That's what it was. CA, did you have a favorite cut?
Not really.
All the ones you got right.
I was glad.
I like bare naked ladies.
There
Anything
it
you can
is.
get somebody like Brad Shim to say that, you got to pull that.
That is Who Said It. It's our favorite game show on the weekend.
By the way, the context on Brad Sham saying that was because Babe Laufenberg said something about he didn't like bands from Canada. And he was talking about, I forgot the name of this old rock band, but he mentioned them. And then Brad said, hey, I like bare naked ladies.
I love it. That's what you're going to get on a Saturday on 105.3 The Fan. Who Said It? Let's keep the conversation going and get you an update on everything that's going on in college football at Casino Corner. And maybe we'll talk some Cowboys as well. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20%...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
While they last. We'll see you in Red Oak Friday, August 29th, presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers with The Fan.
It is 105 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive Lex and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
RJ Ochoa will join us at noon to talk a little Dallas Cowboys. It's 105.3 The Fan. I'm Jake Riepma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. Tons of stuff going on right now, and that's what makes it fun around here at 105.3 The Fan. The Fan Phenom is ongoing, and there's been, 3 renditions of the Fan Phenom?
Yes. Fan Phenom's going to be in Frisco this Thursday night at Jake's Burgers, and I will be co-hosting it with all the Tolos once again.
Look out. So what an awesome opportunity to get a chance to try out your skills, get valuable feedback in real time, and something I never take for granted, getting to host with a 3-time Hall of Famer.
And, of course, the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, will be there to help guide you through your 3 minutes of seeing if you can make it to be one of the fan show hosts. In fact, somebody's got to replace the belt, not the person, the belt of one Blake Elliott. Blake Elliott has been the Fan Phenom, the reigning champ for I don't know how long, and it's time to give up that belt. He's a full-blooded
he's a host.
Show host here.
That's right. And 3, not that I'm qualified to give any advice. CA, you certainly are. But I would say come prepared with your topics. 3 minutes goes by fast.
Practice.
Yeah.
You got a phone, record yourself.
Yeah, in today's day and age, there's no shortage. I'm
just going to set you up.
Yeah, the opportunity to talk to some aspiring broadcast students, and that's what I always tell them is it's so easy with the resources that you have. You can always practice. You've got a phone, you've got a laptop, you've got the access to be able to give this a go. So that's Thursday, August 20.
Jake's and G-Bag's going to be out there as well.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Saturday, that's today, obviously. You got Fred and Blake out at Globe Life Field. So when we crosstalk with them, they'll be at Globe Life Field in the Centerfield Comerica broadcast landing station, which will be good. And then Friday, August 29th, it's another Sean and RJ Firehouse tour. And that means free, delicious Whataburger breakfast on us. How about that? At the Red Oak Central Fire Station at 547 Methodist Street. There you go. And the KNC Masterpiece, they continue their Friday Football Fest tour of DFW 10 to 2 at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. And CA, this is kind of exciting because it's the first time I've said this on these airwaves. But next Saturday, August the 30th, it's the debut of Fan University. Myself, Carter Freeman, and Brennan Baxter, newest on-air host, will be hosting a college football show every Saturday morning called Fan University.
Yes, sir.
We're taking it on the road, and what better time to kick it off than week 1 at Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony.
NFM.
This is going to be awesome because they're going to have it all set up outside the store in Grandscape. It's a festive day. You got football on the big screen.
Wait a minute, you're going to be in the market area.
Yeah, local vendors, and it's going to be, I mean, like I said, there's not much.
Food trucks?
Yeah, Derek Lively's going to be out there.
That's right.
It's going to be absolutely wild. I can't wait for that. And it'll be so fun because, I mean, it's college football. It's Saturday morning. It's the kickoff. It'll be a blast.
And guess what else? On the big screen right behind you guys at the tailgate, UT versus Ohio State.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Arch Manning. Let's go. Hook 'em horns.
That's how you do a college football show.
I cannot wait for that. And I will tell the Tolos,
Fan University.
Fan University, peel the curtain back. This has been in the works for a while. And the neat part is both Gavin Spittle and Tim Collins have been working with us to, so we're not just rolling it out there. We have been putting a lot of time, energy, and effort into this. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But what's even more fun is getting you set with another edition of the Casino Corner.
This is time.
It's time to make some money, CA.
No more preseason games in NFL.
That's right. These
got some
babies
college
count.
football kicking off. So you got some real stuff to talk about.
We absolutely do. It's the Casino Corner. We're going to keep this rolling all through football seasons. And the game has already started, which it's in the second quarter right now. And I was feeling better than I am right now about my Kansas State-Iowa State bet, because my Kansas State-Iowa State bet was the under of 52.5 total points.
Are you saying their body clocks would be wrong over there in Ireland?
I think combined with it being the first college football game of the season, defense is always a little bit ahead of the offense. Now, Kansas State just had Avery Johnson run it in for a score, but a scoreless first quarter.
Plus, it's a rivalry.
Yes, it's Farmageddon. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
And it's raining a bit there.
It is. But I made this bet this morning because I was feeling good about the under. So they're at 14 points now with the second quarter just beginning. And we'll have to keep an eye. I don't like rooting for the under, but it's just what I felt in my heart of hearts. All right, some other randoms, because week 0 is a fun time to put some futures out there. Futures, of course, being bets that would take the whole season. You can do season-long bets, that sort of thing. So one to keep an eye on for the entirety of the season, SMU. What a great story they were last year with Rhett Lashley. To win the ACC championship game, why not take a flyer on this? They're plus 850. So I'm not saying put a big bet down by any means, but maybe sprinkle $10 on there. Win $85. Plus 850, long odds, but they just got to win the ACC championship.
Are you saying WTF?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why not?
Why not? Why
that's
not?
How you do, that's a gamble, so why not?
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
If it was the favorite, that's not a bet.
Yeah, another fun one. We randomly brought up the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They've been underachieving, but to get 8 wins this season, you can get plus odds at plus 120, and I think they're an 8-win team. They're over/under set for 7.5. So essentially, you're betting on the success of the Nebraska Cornhuskers for 8 wins. What do we think? We like it. Let me know your bets as well. 877.
I won't believe it till I see it.
881-1053. Some other ones.
Like the coach, but I don't know about the talent.
Some week 1 props ahead of time. I'll give you this one. Arch Manning, a rushing touchdown, because I think
that's what he does.
Yeah, I think it's almost more likely for him to get a rushing touchdown than a passing touchdown. That's at plus 200. So bet $10, win 20. Now this one. TCU, North Carolina. They're going to play on Labor Day. It's Bill Belichick's first game.
In Carolina.
As the head coach, yes.
Yep, and the game will be played in Chapel Hill.
I like TCU to win, but I'm going to get so specific that you can place a bet for TCU to win by somewhere between 7 and 12 points at plus 490. So I'm saying they're going to win by a touchdown, no more than 2 touchdowns, so 7 to 12, and they fit in that window because I think TCU is going to win, but I think it's going to be a close game. And so I'm taking that bet 7 to 12.
I like that. Is there a prop bet on Bill's girlfriend being on the sideline? People want to know. Inquiring minds just want to know.
They do. They absolutely do. All right. A couple other futures because
she's not too far from him wherever he goes.
I know she's got all the control.
This is not the same Bill Belichick from the Patriots. I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah, it'll be so interesting to see how that all plays out. But a couple other week 0 bets for tonight. You know we got to have a rooting interest on Kansas Fresno State. The Jayhawks 13.5 point favorites. I think Fresno State can cover that. So I'm going to take Fresno State plus 13.5, and I'm going to parlay it with Stanford plus 2.5. At Hawaii. So speaking of body clocks, I mean, you got Stanford going over to Hawaii. So that way I've got some sizzle on the matchups tonight. And let's just, for good measure, add in the over at 50.5. So that's a 3-leg parlay. What that means is all 3 of these bets have to come true. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So Fresno State getting 13.5 against Kansas. The over in Stanford and Hawaii. And oh, by the way, Stanford covering 2.5. You pair all that together, it's plus 572. So it's a long shot, but I feel good about that parlay. Another day, another parlay.
Like that. I like that. By the way, we got a Tolo ask a question up. He said, hey, tell me something real quick. He said, when the baseball season started, I took the Rangers at 86.5 and took the under. Everybody made fun of me. Am I going to be okay?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel too bad about where you are right now. 86.5. What's the Rangers' record? I just had it in front of me.
I think they got 64 wins?
They are 64 and 66. Yes. So you think about it. I feel pretty good about that.
Right, under.
Yeah, that's I'm not happy that you won your bet, but I tip of the cap for making a wise wager. How about that? Somebody else from the 940, I bet Fresno State plus 13.5 as well. So, hey, we are on the same page.
You got another
there.
on the same page. 940 says, I bet the under and K-State minus 1.5.
Okay. Yeah, that's looking good right now. But a lot of game left. That's what scares me with the unders. It can go south fast if teams just start scoring points. So come on, defense, Iowa State, Kansas State. That's the Casino Corner. Thanks so much as always for playing along. We'll do it all football season long. Help the Tolos make some money. Coming up, we got RJ Ochoa joining us to talk all things Cowboys. That's next on your home for the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you way.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me a little bit.
105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, and with that, we officially say good afternoon on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
It's your home for the Dallas Cowboys, and that's why right now we welcome in managing editor of Blogging the Boys and Netflix movie star, documentary style, RJ Ochoa. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday morning. Were you able to take a break from signing autographs? We saw you on the Cowboys documentary.
Thanks, guys. I can't believe I brokered this appearance without an agent, but just know that matters will change in the future. In all seriousness, that was very cool. A lot of people asked if I knew. I did not, just if you care about that. I actually still haven't seen it. I've avoided the context of it.
What? You haven't seen yourself?
I'm only through the first 5 episodes, and I've been told many times that it was episode 8, and so yeah. I have an idea. I kind of remember just based on the image people have shared, but so I'm trying to preserve. It's been a busy week, obviously, and so I should knock it out this weekend, and I'm excited to kind of post myself, Joey Tribbiani, Dr. Drake from Mooring. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Look out! Well, real quick, do you remember? Were you like you look like you were doing a podcast or something?
So this is my guess, and I mean, you can call BS on this, but I mean, it sounds like you two both have seen it. I think that it's a live show I did right after it was announced that Jimmy was going into the Ring of Honor the day that
yes, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, so I think I just based on because I'm wearing. A lot of people sent me the photo or like I took a picture. I'm wearing the '92 coach's polo, which was my dad's, and so that kind of just feels like me, like that I would have gone and gotten that to wear that for that specific show. So that's my, and obviously knowing the title of the episode, those are the context clues I had.
Well, there you are, and that's in episode number 8. So make sure you catch all of that. Again, we talked about the documentary a couple of segments ago, but at the same time, we're glad to have you on because the Cowboys wrapped up the preseason, and we want to talk about what you thought about last night's game and upcoming cuts. Anything in particular, Jake, you want to start off with?
Well, I think RJ, we'd be remiss if we didn't at least touch on what was the Joe Milton experience, because in the so many ups and downs of it all, I think last night was the first time we saw enough of a sample size where everybody that's been saying the potential is there, you just have to unlock it. You saw a little bit of a glimpse of that last night.
Yeah, I think that Joe in this topic, this idea, this question is really emblematic of how we all felt about this team as a whole. Like, we really just needed, to see a swish. You know what I mean? Like, we really just kind of needed something good. It had felt like kind of, just running in sand for a while. And relative to Joe specifically, on the subject of running, I don't know that I think that they were trying to force him to be something different, but last night it seemed like he just had a green light. He just had a I'm going to be Joe Milton sort of disposition. And so it was awesome to kind of see that. And I mean, obviously we all hope that Dak Prescott is healthy for each and every single game, but if he has to miss time, I would 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000 rather Joe Milton be that guy than try to be something he isn't and ultimately not be able to capitalize on his specific strengths.
Yeah, Brian Broaddus was echoing your same sentiments at halftime. He said, this is Joe Milton at his best. This is the way you should use Joe Milton. And we were talking, I think it was Keki Kev that was saying he heard Babe Laufenberg mentioned this week on KNC Masterpiece that Joe Milton told Babe that the other 2 preseason games he was just working on things, and in this game you're going to see him do what he does. And that's exactly what happened. And again, I don't trust it. In other words, I still think he's got a lot of development to do. You got 3 years to work with it. So I still think they need to keep 3 quarterbacks. And I don't know if Will Greer's going to be the third one, but I don't just trust Joe Milton alone to save the season if Dak gets hurt.
I think that ultimately, just to interject there, because I did a live show last night as well, and it's like the NFL rules are that you would be silly to not keep 3 quarterbacks. Like you would just be trying to prove a point. because Will Grier, if he is QB3, while he will count against your 53, he doesn't have to count against your game day 46. He can suit up. Like, again, I would be stunned,
Emergency
for any
quarterback,
NFL team. Yeah, so and to that point, I think that Will is safe. If I'm being honest with you guys, the moment that Dak did the good video with Will Grier, that's when I knew Will Grier was safe. So I was like, man, they are tight. Like, there's no way that they're letting Will go. But I mean, in that, if you're that far down the, chain of command, like, oh my gosh, like, we have to go to our emergency third quarterback, you at least want a dude who knows the playbook, knows the system. So that's why I think Will Grier is safe.
RJ Ochoa is with us on 105.3 The Fan, your home for the Dallas Cowboys. Recapping last night's 31-13 win. Hear the excitement in my voice. It's Shoddy's first win as head coach. I know it's preseason and everything else, but it was just good to see the Cowboys in the win column. RJ, let's talk a little defense for a second, because one guy that has been on my radar, I remember when he was drafted by the Lions in 2022, he showed so many signs as a pass rushing defensive end and edge rusher that can impact a game, and that's James Houston. He made some plays last night. Do you think he's made enough plays to make this team and be an impactful player at the edge rusher? Why or why not?
I think that a lot of people bring up Micah when they talk about this, like, oh, well, who knows if he's going to be on the roster, whatever. Like, that to me doesn't factor into this whatsoever. I think he's secured a spot on the 53. I think that's the deepest position on this team, the edge rusher group specifically. Obviously, I think linebacker has kind of, impressed, and you could argue that whole front seven feels really good. And so, yeah, like, this is the type of dude that I don't think you want to let go. Especially in the name of, with all due respect, obviously, to everybody who's fighting for this 53, just some sort of project or somebody who you like, or a draft pick or whatever. Like, you found this diamond in the rough, and the Cowboys have kind of done that at edge rusher. I mean, Dante Fowler's back, but he was that guy. Granted, very different situation, but, people didn't really think much of Dante Fowler until he hooked up with Dallas and Dan Quinn and obviously resuscitated his career. So I'm completely for keeping James Houston. He may not see the field all too much, but we've seen, just last year when Micah got hurt and DeMarcus Lawrence got hurt, like, that can be counted on in a moment's notice. So I will be very upset if he doesn't make it.
John Machota from The Athletic was in studio yesterday with Sean and RJ and Bobby, and he was talking about there's a guy he's thinking that's going to be a surprise keep on the 53, and he said wide receiver Trayshawn Holden has starred in training camp, but they don't play him that much in the preseason. And he's thinking maybe they don't want somebody to steal him if they have to, stash him some kind of way. What do you think about Trayshawn Holden at all, or have you paid attention to that wide receiver group very much?
Yeah, I think that Trayshawn is somebody that, like if you ran a Twitter poll and asked, fans who they'd rather keep, Trayshawn Holden or like Jalen Tolbert, people are just kind of, they've seen Jalen Tolbert, like they want the new thing. Yeah. And so I think that Holden is someone that makes sense to keep. And he's the chalk stereotype, right? Like the undrafted free agent wide receiver he's easy to fall in love with. I think we all think that they're probably going to IR Jonathan Mingo to start this thing, and that's going to save somebody a roster spot. And so it comes down to, is it Holden? Is it Ryan Flournoy? Is it Jalen Brooks? But to your point and to John's point, I mean, well, they played Ryan Flournoy. They played Jalen Brooks. Like, I mean, I don't know that, I think sometimes annually we overthink that this guy's not going to make it through to the practice squad conversation, but I'm all for that. Like, I'm all for new blood, but I would offer that we've had this conversation. Like, remember Dennis Houston? Like, we were like in love. You know what I mean? Like, and so if it doesn't work out, that won't be the straw that breaks the camel's back for me. But I agree with the logic, certainly.
Speaking of logic, they've got a dilemma with the secondary with all these guys banged up. How in the world are they going to decide who to keep and what base to keep? Are they going to be searching other waiver cuts to help just have a body out there? I'm trying to figure out what they do and how it impacts the other position groups.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a volatile set of emotions there. Like, I'm not as panicked as most people. I'm certainly not chill, but we're however long away from Trayvon Diggs and Savon Ravel both being available. I recognize there's some time before that theoretically is the case, but like it will turn very quickly when they're both healthy, presuming it is sooner rather than later. Deron Bland exists. Kaiir Elam, before all this Micah stuff, just like sucked up all the oxygen. Kaiir Elam was like, it was him and Donovan Ezra-Rocker, right? Like they were like the stories of the Cowboys. So I would remember that. Kalen Carson still exists, but I mean, we saw them flip, Kelvin Joseph and Noah Benogany, acquiring him and whatnot. Like and Andrew Booth. Yep. Like I totally believe that they will add there, and maybe Andrew Booth is technically a starter, for the first 2 weeks of the season or something like that. But I think that they probably view it as, let's just survive, the first breath we have to take, because then the cavalry will be on the way.
RJ, I want to pick your brain a little bit about the running back position. We saw Jaden Blue last night, and unfortunately leaves with the lower body injuries, ankle. And curious what you foresee playing out in that running back room. We talked about Deuce Vaughn as well, 42 yards rushing in the first half. Maybe that was to get his film out potentially if he doesn't make this team. But a lot of pieces in the running back room. Now, how do those pieces come together and form that puzzle?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I think we agree that Deuce is probably not going to make the 53, and we're all rooting for him and want him to succeed. And I will be terrified, by the way, if like the Bears pluck him and he gets if Ben Johnson gets his hands on him. I will be devastated and feel like something is really going to happen there. But I find it curious that they feel like Javonte Williams is just like good. We don't need, nobody needs to see anything here. That was interesting to me. Yeah. I also found it interesting. Late last night, Todd Archer, the GOAT, just like fires off the 53-man roster prediction while the dust hasn't even settled on the game. And he did not have Phil Maffa on it. And I would encourage everyone. Yeah, I would encourage everyone to read Todd's 53-man roster prediction. He did say he thought that he would, squeak by, make it to the practice squad. My point in saying that is I really trust Todd's word. And so that I'm very concerned, because I would be totally fine. Pick your veteran. I don't mean that coldly, but pick your veteran, Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, let's rock. It feels. Thank you. I think CA will kind of feel this memory. It feels similar to 2008 when you got Felix Jones, Marion Barber, Tashard Choice. You have the two rookies coming in. Like, that was a lot of fun. And so again, I'm going to be pissed. I'm not going to be like as pissed as I've ever been, but I'm going to be legitimately angry if they keep both veterans and cut Phil Maffa.
Right.
And even if they get Phil back on the practice squad, it will be the principle of the matter, in my opinion.
Right. Because I'm telling you, he's better than one of those two vets. Better than Sanders, I believe.
And he'll be better over the life of his rookie contract.
Right.
Like, you signed these two vets to one-year deals. Like, you're gonna burn Phil Maffa so that you can get 400 yards rushing from Miles Sanders this year and like 3 touchdowns maybe. I mean, what is that really worth?
Yeah, that was kind of my thought as well. Is Miles Sanders the odd man out? I mean, it feels like as you piece this together, it makes, for all the reasons you just outlined, that no disrespect to Miles Sanders, but what does he bring that makes him a selection over any of those other guys?
Yeah, like if he was, like a burner, right? Or he was, like really thick,
something
right?
Like
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and he had something that you could see a specific, even if it wasn't a common situation, but still like, well, that's the Miles Sanders moment. Like, I just don't see any situation where I would rather have him than Phil Maffa, especially as a third or even second option. I mean, if you told me that Javonte Williams is going to run out there with Dak and CeeDee and George, 2 Thursdays from now, cool. But, I mean, I anticipate Jaden Blue to be involved. And when it came down to the third dude, I would 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000 rather it be Phil Maffa than Miles Sanders. Again, all due respect.
Okay, so with all due respect, put your toe in the water on the latest shenanigans on Jerry's talks about the Micah contract situation.
Man, I am tired.
We all are.
I mean, I think sometimes we give everyone too much credit. So, like, there's a lot of, like, galaxy braining, like, oh, this clearly means this, like, but if I have to galaxy brain anything, I certainly believe that it was not a coincidence that the interview with Michael Irvin, of all people, dropped right after the Netflix doc.
Exactly.
Because there are people, I don't count the Tolos among them because they're very educated, because they listen to you guys all the time. But there are some people who will watch the doc or did watch the doc and are like, man, that dude wants to win. And I think he does want to win. I'm not trying to be completely negative, but then, are kind of just riding the high of the doc and then watch, and they're like, well, look, he said it to Michael Irvin. Why would he say it if it wasn't true when, I guess my whole point is a week ago today, he sat down with Kyle and Nikki on the pregame show and interrupted them at the very end and said, look, it's hard and fresh on my mind that we need to win more ball games. Cool, respect. All right, let's ride, dude. And then not even a full week later, he went on Fox. He went on Irvin's pod. Mm-hmm. He went on with Stephen A. Smith to just stir the pot. These are things that no one benefits from. And so I'm tired of saying, I definitely think he's going to sign. I really have reached a place where I think anything is possible right now because we're still here. And dude, the preseason is over. the preseason is complete, and this is still a thing.
For sure. RJ Ochoa with us. Last thing I'll get you out the door on. We had some fun with it, and to clarify, I don't think it's accurately, a description of how Micah Parsons feels, but there was that photo of him yesterday at the game laying on his back on the trainer's table, and people, kind of had a field day with that. Where do you think Micah's headspace is with all this? I don't think it's necessarily back on the table, totally out of it, but at the same time, I think he's exhausted too.
Yeah, I really feel for Micah, and I think, by the way, huge shout out to Mike Leslie for sharing the photos and contextualizing, saying, hey, it wasn't like this the entire game, like everybody relaxed. Mm-hmm. I just try to put myself in positions like this to try to say, how would I feel? And if it were me, I think that I would have decided, before this whole process, okay, I'm going to trust my agent. I'm just going to, I'm going to surrender to this and ride this process out. And, it's going to get bumpy, but he's got a proven track record and whatever. And you just have to do that. Micah's gone 9 rounds. What's one more? What's the 10th? You know what I mean? Whatever that ultimately winds up being. So I feel for him. I'm sure it's awkward. I'm sure it's frustrating. I'm sure it's difficult. It's never fun when you learn how the sausage gets made. And I think even though he saw Dak and CD and a bunch of other dudes, obviously, in recent history, it's not fun to go through. And it's not fun, I'm sure, to hear things about yourself from people who you thought you could trust and vice versa. So, and then on top of it all, Micah to me has always seem like someone who has determined, I am not going to walk out of my career without a ring. I'm just not going to do that. And it must be bothersome to him. All this other fluff aside, it must be bothersome to be man, this is every day it makes doing that this year so much harder. And today it's more hard than it was yesterday. And tomorrow it'll be even harder. And the next day and the next day and the next day. And so I think, no one understands why this has to be the way that it is. It isn't like this anywhere else. And I don't say that in any kind of flexing way. I say that in a way that's super depressing. But at the end of the day, all these dudes are my co-stars in the documentary. So I really
full circle, mic drop. That's why we love you, RJ.
That's why you're the best. RJ Ochoa.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for spending some time with us on a Saturday. You're the man.
Of course. Thanks to my son for the cameo as well. And Jake, keep TikTok and keep Instagram real, and everybody follow him because Jake's doing a fantastic job.
I appreciate that. We got to play some golf sometime soon as well. We got a lot of good things on the horizon. There he goes, RJ Ochoa.
Thanks, RJ.
Appreciate that. He's awesome, man. He's always got a mic drop at the end. I love it. Hey, we got CA Stories Confidential coming up next. Where are we going?
Okay, let's talk about that Cowboys charter. I flew on that Cowboys charter for 20-something years. How about the situation with Skip Bayless and Troy Aikman? The showdown, the back of the plane, next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has
your hassle-free way to sell your home. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We'll get you out to Globe Life Field and crosstalk with Fred and Blake. That's coming up in just a little bit. I'm Jake Rietma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And time right now for one of the highlights of the program. We peel back the curtain. I always learn something. It's a CA story. It's confidential.
Appreciate you, Jake. Thanks, Kev. Thanks to all Tellers for allowing me to share some of these stories about all these sports and entertaining things since 1980, covering it down here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And in honor of the documentary that Netflix dropped on Tuesday, America's Team The Gambler and His Cowboys, the Jerry Jones documentary. It is excellent. I mentioned this earlier. It's like right up there with The Last Dance. So I covered all that stuff. And one of the things that kind of stuck out to me in the first, I think it was the first episode, was when they showed Jimmy Johnson on the Cowboys charter and saying, I'm not going to let them eat. They lost this game. They played so bad. He told the flight attendants, do not serve them any food. And it just started conjuring up some of these memories of stuff that happened on the Cowboys charter. I'm not going to go into a bunch of that stuff, but I've been fortunate enough I flew on that charter over 20 years, from 1983 to 2010. And back in the early 80s when Tex Schramm said, Chris, we're going to let you fly on the team charter, I was in shock, because the only people that flew on that charter that were not players, coaches, trainers, and staff were Brad Sham and Vern Lundquist, who did the broadcast, and then Dale Hansen. That was the radio. That was it. For newspaper print, no. None of them. They didn't have a Cowboys.com back then because they didn't have the internet. So they didn't have a Cowboys.com. They did have a Cowboys Weekly, and they had one reporter from that thing. And for Tex to say, Chris, I want you to fly on the charter with us, I was in shock. Now, they also let Channel 4, Channel 5, Channel 11 wasn't big time back then. They had Channel 4, Channel 5, and Channel 8 photographers on the plane. And I don't even think they had a reporter on the plane, just the photographers. So I was like blown away that I had to fly on this charter. And back then when they were losing with Tom Landry, and I told you the story about me and Tom Landry talking about the JFK assassination on the plane. It was crazy. On a Monday night, after a Monday Night Football game. I was on the plane one time when Tex Schramm, he was so mad at the team. He used to drink scotch all the time, and he just stood there right outside the curtain, first class, and he just stared down the plane. So when Jimmy got to the team, Jimmy and Jerry started opening up. He started letting a couple more radio stations on. The Ticket, he let WBAP on, a couple other ones. And then he let the reporters with the news state or the radio with the TV stations on, and no real print reporters. And a lot of these guys, they wanted that separation because they wanted to be more objective. They said, if I flew on the plane with a charter, I won't be objective.
Right, no bias.
Let alone I can't use my advantage miles. They wanted to make sure they got all those, the Delta miles. That's and right. Advantage miles and all this. So they didn't want to be on the charter. Well, by the time Jimmy got there, and Jerry, when they would lose a game sometimes, Jimmy was so mad. Jimmy would walk down the aisle slowly. And those guys saw Jimmy getting ready to come down the aisle. They would pretend like they were asleep. Just put their head down. Just pretend like they were asleep. Here comes Jimmy. Because they did not want to feel that. Because Jimmy would just walk down the aisle. What's funny?
Yeah, right. You're like, don't make eye contact.
Don't make eye contact. Yeah. The charter was a lot of fun during Landry's days and Jimmy and Jerry's days. All the way, by the time we got into 21st century, it wasn't the same. And the reason why is this. Back then, you didn't have the internet. You didn't have laptops. You didn't have people just putting their headphones on and watching movies. So what did the guys do in the back of the plane? And by the way, this is the way the plane was set up. Coaches and stuff in the front. Jerry and some of his family, maybe Steven, whatever, in the front. And then all the coaches right up there. Then you would have, when Jerry got the team, some of his friends or people big time people he might want to sell a suite to. He's trying to get
he's always wheeling and dealing.
Yes, so you'd have a couple of rows for those guys. And then he'd have the media halfway in the middle, and then he'd have all the players. They'd have all the players in the back. And some of the trainers and stuff too, doctors and trainers. Well, and the players always had an empty seat in between. Because some of these guys, 300 pounds, 150 pounds, 250 pounds, whatever. Media 3 in a row on each side. Well, if they won, it was like a party back there. And they always had the best meals. It was better than regular airplane food. It was just really, really good food. And they'd have the best, they'd have beers and stuff back there. Mm-hmm. And it was like a party because the guys weren't watching movies. And by the way, by the time you got to the late 90s, they were showing movies on flat screens in the airplane, but it wasn't like people were watching it. They were playing cards. They were cutting up and having fun. Well, in those 90s, at some point after a win or whatever, even a loss, I go to the very back of the plane and I'd stand and hang out there back there. Troy Aikman would be back there. Cowboys punter Mike Saxon would be back there. All the offensive linemen would be back there. Nate Newton, Kevin Gogan, Mark Tuinei, all the big guys. And they were back there, and Troy would have a dip in his lip, and he's sipping a beer, and they're telling jokes, and people just gravitate in the back of the plane if you weren't playing cards and just talking trash. And that's what we do after every game. Well, at some point, I'm trying to remember which one. I think it was the last year of Jimmy's last year with the team, the last Super Bowl with Jimmy, not the Barry Switzer year. Skip was going to write a book. Skip Bayless was going to write a book. Now, I've been knowing Skip forever. In fact, I gave him a first broadcasting job on K104 to do like a sports minute, like at Jim Rome doing a sports minute. Skip was a newspaper columnist, and he was doing a sports minute for us, and then he started doing his own talk show on KLIF before he was on the ticket for a couple of years. And he's writing this book. He said, I'm going to write this book about the season with the Cowboys. So Jerry said, you can have total access. And this is in the documentary. Skip said, they even let me on the charter. And he was. And by the way, the only other people that were on the charter, lots of times they were in the media that weren't like that. It was Pat Summerall and John Madden. No, Terry Bradshaw. And it was Pat Summerall and John Madden. No, John Madden rode a bus. It was Pat Summerall and sometimes Terry Bradshaw, because Bradshaw actually lived in South Lake, and so did Pat Summerall. People didn't know this, so if they were doing a Cowboys game, they would wind up jumping on the plane with the Cowboys. Well, Skip's on the plane, and he's a quiet little mouse on the plane, and because he's a quiet guy, and he's like taking notes of stuff, or had to pull out his typewriter, and he's typing up stuff of what he's gonna do, writing notes in his book. Well, at one point on this one flight, Cowboys won the game or whatever. I'm back at the plane, me and Aikman and Tuinei and Saxon and Gogan. And Troy said, is that Skip Bayless up there? I said, yeah, Skip. Well, Troy cannot stand Skip Bayless to this
Not
day.
a fan.
They hate each other. Well, Troy doesn't hate Skip. Troy is like, I mean, Skip doesn't hate Troy. Skip's like a reporter. Troy could not stand Skip because he's always coming up with stuff. This is before he got on ESPN, where he was really coming up with stuff. Just outlandish stuff, trying to make headlines, clickbait. Troy could see it back then. And he said, what is he on our plane? I said, I think he's writing a book this year. He said, he just started looking at him and said, Chris, you know him. Tell him come back. I want to talk to him. He's always writing bad stuff about me. I said, okay. So I go halfway up the plane. And by the way, the offensive line, yeah, he's always dogging out Troy. I'm halfway up the plane. I get up to the row where Skip's on. I said, Skip, Troy wants to talk to you. What? I said, he wants to talk to you. You want to come back? I don't want to go back there. I said, Skip, he's just talking. Nothing's going to happen on this plane. Are you kidding me?
Right. He felt nervous then, like threatened.
Yes, but come on, Skip's a little guy. Come on. It's like Skip never talks to people. He just writes about them. He was always doing that back then. I said, Skip, just go back there. Right then, on the PA, we hear Mark Tuinei. Skip, you wanted in the back of the plane. And all the players, whole plane, whoa! So now Skip's been called out on the PA, and so he gets up. And by the way, at this point, Tuinei comes down the aisle to escort Skip down the plane. And he's pushing him down the aisle on his back. And the whole plane goes, whoa,
Yeah, right. Ooh,
so Troy's standing there.
Getting called to the principal's office.
I'm back there. Troy's back there. Gogan's back there. Saxon's back there. I think Daryl Johnson's standing up back there too. And Troy's got the beer. And Skip's looking at him like, you want to see me?
You
and Troy just stares at him. Just stares at him with the dip in his lip, and he's spitting in this one cup, and he's got the beer in the other cup in the can. And then he says, Why are you writing and talking crap about me all the time? And then Skip said, Because I just want you to be better. I'm just trying to inspire you to be a better player. I was like, oh my God. And then Troy just looks at him again. He goes, sit down. And he turned his head, and all of a sudden, yeah, go back, sit down.
Put him in his place.
I'm not making this up. I was like, that is just so then I'm thinking that's it. How come that was on like a Sunday afternoon or a Sunday night? The next night, Skip's show on KLF, it's like an hour show at 6 in the evening. He's on the radio saying, and then Troy Aikman called me to back up. I was so nervous. I was like, oh my God.
He's still going on and on about it.
And then that was the end of that. But it was like, that was like how it even got started to get bigger and bigger, the Troy. And right now, Troy has, of course, absolutely nothing to do with the guy. The whole 9 yards. This is crazy. And again, Skip used to be an awesome writer. And then he went to, as we say, the dark side. And it's just started coming up with the craziest stuff. And, on television and First Take and go down the list. And he is who he is.
Yeah, and you saw it from the beginning because you were on the flight, or you were chartered on the team plane. That's cool.
That's just one of the many things. That's your CA Stories Confidential for today.
I love it. Always learning something on the CA Stories Confidential. Let's cross-talk with those fellas from the Fan after dark in the afternoon from Globe Life Field. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from
They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cowboys won last night. Rangers won last night. A little walk-off winner. And now we go live out to Globe Life Field where the Fan After Dark is holding it down in an afternoon on the weekend. Good afternoon, Fred and Blake. How we doing, fellas?
Hey.
Doing phenomenal. I accidentally got here a little too early. I was a little bit ahead of time.
You were killing
I got here at like 11:10. 11:15. Nobody was trying to let me in.
This guy shoots me a text. Where are you? I'm like, I'm at my house. where are you at?
This has got to be a first, though. Blake was early. I'm impressed.
I'm trying to change the narrative. Preseason's finished.
You know what? I appreciate that.
So I'd rather be an hour early than an hour late. So I did get in. I took a nap up here in Comerica backyard, and unfortunately,
storm before the calm.
The one time I take a nap up here, there's a tour going on. I look like a homeless guy.
And to your left, the Fan Phenom.
That's it.
I was going to ask Blake, since you were there so early, did you go by the Beltray statue?
No, I didn't. It's outside, and I wanted to be inside, CA. That sounds like a very smart thing that I could have done with my time.
More valuable.
No, I didn't. I did not go
For those who don't know, Adrian Beltray got his statue yesterday, and they unveiled it, and he's swinging the bat.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
Outside.
Do a lap around Globe Life Field.
It's probably over somewhere near Pudge's statue.
Somewhere outside. I want to say it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's by where the media entrance is.
Yeah, I think by Pudge's statue.
Don't give me the line. I wish I was more cardinal directional.
That would be like the south.
Dare I say the north side?
No, that's the south side.
Okay. South side.
Did we just say like what base it's by, like first base, home plate? What is
the
north and south?
It's the media entrance.
Nobody listening right
it's
now.
It's the opposite of. It's the backside of Texas Live. It's kind of the back end of it.
Yeah,
See, we need markers like that. Texas Live, north side and south side. I think I don't think that helps.
No, I mean there's a handful of Tolos right now that know exactly.
It's right here, isn't it, Ruben? I thought it was here.
Okay,
Based
so what's
on the
that?
Pictures,
So what's the
for the people listening? They can't see where I'm pointing. The Comerica backyard entrance is, I think, where the Beltray statue is.
So what statue's out there?
That is the north side. Then that's by the Texas Live side.
Pudge.
Yeah, Pudge is on the other side.
Pudge is on the media entrance side.
That's the one.
I could have just peeked my head outside. I'm right here.
You still have time.
No, but to your point, Blake, I can't think and picture anything directionally north, east, southwest. I need land markers.
Does that just mean we're young?
Land mines?
Yeah,
I don't know that land mines would be the best way to mark something.
That's when you know where to avoid.
Be here much longer. So.
Fred,
land markers are what you're looking
for.
Fred,
you and I are a little older. We have a military background. Let's see if these two guys, talking about Jake and Blake, know what the term FUBAR means.
Ooh.
FUBAR.
FUBAR.
Not FUBU. FUBAR.
FOOBAR.
FUPA?
No,
not
FUPA.
FOO.
FUBAR.
FUBAR.
Whoa. Fred, F-U? What did I do?
Jake,
that's what it is. FUBAR. It's an acronym.
Yes.
Jake, let's think. First thing that comes to my mind, he said military background, FUBAR. I'm thinking of a gun.
All veterans and all guys who've been in the service, they know what FUBAR means. 877-881-1053.
It's an acronym.
It is an acronym, yes.
Is there any explicit?
Yes.
Okay.
The F.
Okay, so blank up, be around. Okay. Blank
close.
up, back. Back,
No.
is that the B?
No.
Behind.
No.
Bless.
Beyond.
What is what's the one guy from Toy Story? He says to infinity and
beyond.
Beyond.
Okay.
Oh.
So blank
yeah.
up, beyond.
All.
Wait.
There's a U
Repair.
right there,
All
no?
repair.
No,
yeah.
not repair. Not repair.
No.
Under Armour.
No.
What do we all when someone praises you or admires you for something, you're getting your what?
Ego pumped up.
No, it's
Yes.
on R.
So which is what? Starts with an R.
Respect.
No.
No.
Close. What if they see you for the first time and they suddenly?
Beyond.
Sometimes you might get a.
Their recognition.
Beyond all recognition.
We got the total of section and then they got it. Yes. So yeah,
we would not
a
be good on the
military term.
$25,000 pyramid, man.
Yeah, that's kind of like this segment. It is
FUBAR.
See, Jake, we could give them 20 acronyms they wouldn't know, so it's okay. We don't have enough time for that.
I feel like I'm right in the middle. I'm not old enough to know any, have
You're
any
in a tweener
wisdom
stage.
or any
You're in a tweener
experience,
stage
and I
for sure,
certainly
with your
don't
age.
know the latest on TikTok and the acronyms and everything else.
Because you're not an old head yet, Jake, but you're also definitely not young. So you're kind of
right.
in
That's
between.
that's my point.
Definitely not young.
So looking at the Tolos text, I got a quick shout out from the 909 Can I get a shout out from my son Landon? London turned 7 years old yesterday, celebrating today. Happy birthday!
Happy
to
birthday, London! Happy
take-
birthday!
But back to the Fred and Blake show.
Yes. What do you guys got coming up?
We got a super
Great
fun
question.
show. This is our
Great
last
question.
Saturday show before Cowboys football is real and official. So we're going to do our roster
Well,
projection.
actually, no, we'll be on next Saturday, won't we?
I think
guess you're right.
I think that's Fan University's next Saturday.
That's Fan University. That's what's happening.
But
But
we're on
second
that.
to
But you're
last show.
following
Yeah,
them.
tell us what it's like to do a remote on a Saturday. Just wondering.
We're doing a remote on a
We
Saturday.
are, but it's, anyway.
It's okay.
I think
We'll be doing our roster projections, the guys that we think will and won't be making the team. That's been super fun to keep up with. At 2:20, we should be having Chill Clarence coming on.
Nice.
on all
2:20.
things Cowboys. At
Broadus at
3:40.
3:20.
I think 3:40 for Broadus.
No, he's at 3:20.
3:20.
Yeah.
I texted him and he said 3:40.
Sure.
Well, it was late last night.
We'll,
so.
we'll get him for both. Brian brought us in the
Either
3
way.
o'clock hour.
Either way.
And then obviously
catch
the
it.
interviews that me and Fred were able to collect in the locker room last night from your Dallas Cowboys. We'll be replaying that.
Nobody
audio for
does
you guys.
one-on-ones. Pause. Quite like Fan After Dark.
You don't have to say pause, Fred.
I did see the
I would
promo
do that
on somebody's Instagram. Was that Blake's Instagram?
Yeah,
and
yes.
Fred reshared
the
it.
promo for the
Yes.
interview.
That's right. That's
I
right.
thought it was natural. It was good.
That's it.
And by the
That's
way-
it. we were just look, every time Blake and I G-Bag Nation, we're all G-Baggers at heart. So they were busting our chops a couple weeks ago before the first preseason game. And, because last year, let's call it what it was. It was a rough year last year, okay? And
Wasn't much to cover.
So Blake and I probably did more eating than we did anything else last year.
In the press
okay?
box.
You already know where we're going with that.
CA's right next to us.
CA knows the vibe.
I sit right next to him.
Yeah, right. And so I told the G-Bag Nation, before that, how much food are you guys going to eat? And I said, look, irrelevant this year.
Irrelevant.
All right. Fan After Dark is locked in. People know our show now.
Correct.
It's not just, hey, who are you two jamokes? It's like, no. We're there on a mission this year. And I think if you listen to the first 2 preseason games, that's been demonstrated. So.
We got notes. We were taking notes.
Dude, we got notes.
computers.
We got one-on-ones. I mean, look, I got Deuce Vaughn. Me and him are making side bets, all right, as far as K-State football is
Nice.
concerned.
K-State's
My boy,
playing right now.
Yeah, they are playing right now. Jalen Brooks and I had a great one-on-one last night. Joe Milton and I are boys. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're doing things at a different level in 2025.
I wouldn't expect anything less from the Fan After Dark. I never
That's
doubted you
exactly
I never doubted you guys for a second. But
I appreciate that.
Fred, Kansas 13.5 later tonight against Fresno State. Can they cover that? I think don't sleep on the Bulldogs.
Dude, look, I'm with you on that. I honestly have no idea what to expect. Tomorrow, you will hear an interview with Phil Steele. I was going to do it for today's show, but I just ran out of time. So tomorrow, when CA and I are on, you will hear an interview I did with Phil Steele. Phil Steele has forgotten more about college football than any of us will ever know. Okay,
Can't wait.
Real quick, because I know we're up against it. Well, actually, we're not.
Just
making sure.
Take as much time as you need.
Look, Phil Steele, and I'm going to rehash all this again tomorrow. Phil Steele, first of all, I gave him no precursor on what I was going to talk about. All right, all I said was, "Hey, would love to have you on the show." Now he doesn't do anything after 2:00, right? So we had to pre-record it.
Is there an airplane?
I asked him about UT, A&M, SMU, Texas Tech, and Kansas, and this dude rattled off information off the cuff, no hesitation. And I'm talking not just information, guys. I'm talking this dude's rattling off stats. Okay, my man's breaking down information. This dude speaks to every coach in college football for an hour. everything you see written up team preview-wise is done by Phil Steele. This guy is a throwback. Chris, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
This guy is a throwback to when old-school journalists just churned out legit information, and Phil Steele tomorrow, just a little tease for tomorrow's show. Unbelievable.
I love that. I mean, he's got the Phil Steele college football previews.
Yes.
That's the best of the best.
Jake, can I ask you a question?
$10
You
shipping
just
fee if you
did.
buy it from his website, by the way.
That's a good point. Your standout player from yesterday's
Is your
preseason
mic on?
game. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Put that mic up a little bit.
Your
There you
standout,
go.
is that better, Fred? Your standout player
First
from
time
yesterday's
being
game, Mr. Reitma.
I'm going to give you one that will be pretty on brand and predictable, but because the Lions drafted him in 2022, and I was pretty
James
upset
Houston.
that they got rid of him, James Houston. I think that's the guy you keep on the roster.
Agreed.
He can wreck a game. He can have 4 sacks in a game, or you might not hear from him for 3 weeks. But that 4-sack game is going to look great.
CA?
Mm-hmm. I did not see that game. I was at the Dallas Wings
CA
game.
was doing the Dallas Wings thing yesterday.
Standout player from the Dallas Wings.
Oh, yeah.
Raise your hand if you Tolo
Paige
and heard
Becker.
what CA was doing this morning versus if you didn't and asked that kind of question.
Yeah.
Skylar
You still have a
Diggins
standout
returned.
player.
He wasn't. CA. You think CA's rewatching a Dallas Cowboys preseason
I can
game?
tell you what the clips I saw online, but
What'd
that's
you
about
see,
it.
CA? What'd you see, CA?
I saw that Jaden Blue shouldn't have been out there getting his ankle sprained.
That we all in the press
We
box
were
when that
tripping.
happened, we were
We
like,
were
"What
tripping.
is he doing in the game?"
Yeah, we were.
Yeah. Because he
Are-
already got a touchdown. Come on, get him out of there.
Well, and why? And then the other question is, and I think you guys have talked about it a little bit, is why was not necessarily Deuce Vaughn. I understand why he was out there, and there will be no more Deuce Vaughn slander coming from me. Just letting that be known today.
Yeah,
why did we not see more Phil Maffa yesterday?
Thank you.
We did ask, and of course, yeah, you know this. We're in the press box. We're talking to picking Brian Broaddus and Wolchuk's brain. You wonder if it was because they want to stash him on the practice squad.
Yep.
You don't want to show too much.
You don't want to show too much.
You already know what he's doing.
His film's out
exactly
there.
what's
Somebody's
going on.
snatching him.
I just don't think he should be on the practice squad. I think he should be in the rotation. I
Bro,
think
there's
that,
no reason to have Miles Sanders
Thank
out there.
you.
God bless Miles Sanders. He was up there yesterday, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, what could I ask him? Oh, nothing. Okay, carry on. So we didn't.
Good stuff, fellas. Can't wait to be tuned in all
We've been
afternoon. Unlike, even though Blake didn't listen to our show, that's
wow.
okay.
Yeah, he didn't.
I was working out.
Yeah, we will be tuned in. Well, we're great fuel while you're working out, get you motivated. So, Fan After Dark from Globe Life Field on a Saturday
You
afternoon.
guys make me too relaxed.
That's next. It's 105.3. He's 3-time Hall of Famer. I'm Jake Reno, 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Is that a little too sing-songy for you? Oh, glad to have you guys on board on this absolutely beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Arlington, Texas. Is there a better place to be right now in the state of Texas? Maybe just the entire, San Diego would probably be nice to be in right now.
San Diego would be pretty nice.
But here in the Lone Star State, the wonderful state of Texas, is there a better place to be anywhere than right here in Arlington, Texas?
I'd probably say right here with 1, my bed number 2.
That's awful.
And then tropical smoothie probably in the 3rd spot.
I mean, what are we doing right now? That gentleman is the only phenom that I will acknowledge, the one, the only, Mr. Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Ruben Portillo out here keeping us nice and crispy. As Blake would say, we've got Dylan back at the headquarters over there at 4131 Fitzhugh, which, by the way, days are numbered.
I was about to say,
days are numbered
so
over there,
times.
okay? I don't know what the new place is going to look like. I'd imagine it's going to be nice. Either way, that's neither here nor there today. It is the proverbial storm before the calm. Give Blake Live a follow if you know what I mean. If you know, you know. But we are out here, and it's like we never left, Blake. It's like we never left.
We were here not too long ago, weren't we?
Less than, well, no, it was over 12 hours ago, because I don't know about you, but I wasn't here at midnight last night. But could you go ahead and plug my deal in, because it's actually not it's not charging right now.
It's plugged in.
It's about to die. It's not working right now, so you may want to hit a button over there. I don't know what's going on.
Do I look like a plumber or an electrician?
No, you don't. No, that you don't look.
You don't think I could be an electrician in another life?
No, I think you would electrocute yourself.
Who do you think on this Cowboys roster is going to be an electrician pretty soon, because they don't make the 53?
You know what? It's not going to be Deuce Vaughn. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Deuce is going to make the practice squad.
Yeah.
Deuce is going to make the practice squad.
Who do you think cut themselves last night? Whether it's practice squad or getting traded or being not on the team? I think he still has a chance. I don't think he cut himself. I'm saying guys that for sure. I'm not saying bubble guys. You think there's no way he makes the roster? Zero chance.
I don't.
I would say there's higher than 0 chance. I'd say Mozzie's 50-50 right now. He is strictly on the bubble. Like, if he makes it, I wouldn't be overly surprised. And if he were to be cut, I wouldn't be overly surprised.
The only play Mozzie made last night was because
he made two.
He
made two. He hit a decent run.
We're grasping at straws at this point.
We are.
But that's the fact. The fact that we're sitting here,
our first round pick,
and we're like, I mean, first of all, he played deep into the second half of the 3rd preseason game.
Yeah,
okay.
And he didn't even have second stringers out there.
You didn't have. I mean,
Andrew Booth didn't even play.
You took the word. Hakeem Adeniji didn't play last night. Okay, I mean that's in rock chalk to my boy Hakeem, but like, yes, that is where we're at.
No,
right
it's
now.
definitely very troubling the fact that he was out there so long. It was probably his best game out of the 3 preseason games, which isn't saying a lot.
I mean,
probably
Easton Stick's best game last night too. I mean, what's that mean?
If he's your 4th defensive tackle, are you mad? Like, rather than cutting him?
If they keep him, it's clearly for depth. I mean, he's not starting.
No,
he's clearly a depth piece at this point. And maybe
that works for him.
Maybe, just maybe, by keeping him on this team, he finds a way to kind of. You and I, so
we got 2 texts in. Mozzie's dead cap number is $7 million. He'll be on the team, Fred.
No, okay. Don't start giving me cap reasons as to why he's going to be on the football team.
And then a great text: isn't everyone technically 50-50? It's yes or no.
No, not everybody's 50-50.
But there's different probability chances, if you will. I would put Mozzie, for me personally, I think it is 50-50. I think it's split from maybe even people within the building. We believe in this guy. He's a first-round pick. We're gonna get him on the depth. We got Aaron White.
Well, Will McClay's banging on the table for him.
And then maybe you got some personnel people going, hey, he's taking up a spot that other people have earned. I think we'll just talk about this.
Well, that's what he's got going for him. Is the fact that it's not like anybody else has really. I don't feel like anybody on the D line I mean, maybe Perrion Winfrey.
I was going to say no one has strongholded that position where it's super obvious. Where Mozzie is like the
no one's been a James Austin on the defensive or James Houston.
Yeah,
fellow another Texas City, but no one. There's been no James Houston on the defense at the defensive tackle position, right? There hasn't been, and look, I think Shamar James got better from week 1, although I don't think he even played. Did he play in preseason game 1? But where he was at to start,
he's played sparingly.
Didn't hear much about him in training camp. Last night he has an interception. Last night he was all over the field, right? I mean, he's a guy who, obviously he's going to be on special teams, but you feel like, okay, and he's quick as a hiccup.
I don't know if
there
was a question if he would make it, but he definitely solidified that spot where it's like you want him out there special teams.
Well, absolutely. It's a fifth-round draft pick. There's no guarantees.
And linebacker is one of that positions for the Cowboys where we've seen them go light, and all of a sudden all your linebackers are hurt, and Overshown's already hurt. You're one Kenneth Murray injury away from Damone Clark and
even though Damone Clark had a good
and Shamar James playing
week.
a bunch.
I mean, hell, he didn't play last night.
The linebackers, Blake has zero concern about as far as in comparison.
And isn't that funny? Real quick, because you got me thinking. Real quick, off the cuff, right now, you were a 6.3.
Correct.
1 through 10. When we did a just
for the whole
random,
team. I think for the whole team.
1 through 10. What are your thoughts on this football team? You said 6.3.
Then I said a 4 something for the defense.
With the defense,
yeah, maybe even lower with it. I think
it was a 4. I think it was a 4. Yeah, because you were because you had concerns about the secondary, which.
My defensive concerns have not changed. They're still at a 4-2. I think this defense is going to be awful.
I don't think the defense is going to be awful.
That has not changed.
No, your linebacking group is still going to. Your linebacking group is a lot better than you think.
I agree. I think
than we think.
I think the linebacking group, in comparison to the rest of the NFL, probably a B-.
Yeah, I mean it's
maybe being a little
above
generous.
average. I mean Sanborn is going to be good. Keith Murray's going to be okay.
I think we just B-, C+. I think
you got 17 defensive ends for God's sake.
Context is everything. So like the linebacking group looks good in comparison to the Cowboys secondary, which is awful, which might be right now one of
it's a problem
the bottom secondaries in the league. So yes, the linebacking group looks good, but then you go play against the Ravens, you go play against the Eagles, and you go, that's our line. They're getting thrown around, and it's not. I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be above average, but that's not saying much. I think the only other position group that you can say you feel good about, for all the Tolos listening, is your DNs.
Your DNs.
You're deep right there. You got James Houston, who might be the 5th best DN on your team, who looked like a star in the preseason.
No, he looked good
all couple games. So
your D tackle group. Now again, we didn't see Osa.
Correct.
We didn't see Solomon Thomas. Here's the problem. I think your D tackle group is better than what you're giving it credit for. But to your point, is your depth a concern? 1,000%.
And we know the defensive line's the position in the NFL that you rotate the most.
But look, I think Solomon Thomas, you need two downs out of him, right? You need 2 downs out of Osa.
They've got to make a trade or go get somebody.
I'm with you 110%, and I get it. I know listening to the post-game show last night with Broadus and Zach Wilczuk, and of course, if you guys don't listen to the post-game show, shame on you. Wilczuk and Broadus do an absolutely incredible job each and every time. But one of the guys called in last night. It was hilarious because I felt like it was us sitting in the press box with Broadus. This dude calls in. I want to say this guy from New Mexico calls in, and he asked like 5 questions. Okay? I mean, it was very Fred-esque. I appreciated it, actually. And Broadus says, let me stop you. Can you ask one question? Because you asked me 5. So go ahead and ask me one question. And I have no idea what the question was, but my point is this. He said and it might have been this. He said this might have been the response or the question, but they asked if does Broadus see them trading anybody prior to the week 1? He said no. And look, I hope he's wrong because you need to trade. You don't need I'm sorry, but I don't know, and I know this isn't an unpopular opinion, or this is kind of, this isn't a chic or profound thought, but if you can trade Jalen Tolbert
to shore up
for a
position,
D tackle and or a cornerback spot, which I really think you can do.
Jalen Tolbert has some value.
Jalen Tolbert has some value.
Those touchdowns on the Cowboys last year.
Right. I don't and look, you and I have talked about this time and time again, and for everybody listen, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. While Jalen Tolbert is probably a little more polished than, say, a Flournoy or a Jalen Brooks, do we think over the course of 17 games does he and polished in the sense
salary
of
difference?
route running is what I mean. Because physically and speed-wise, he's not any faster or bigger or more fleet of foot than either Flournoy or a Jalen Brooks. Plus, both of those guys do play special teams as well.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering. I don't see any reason why, if you can go out and fill a position of need, which is cornerback, which is defensive tackle, and you know you're probably not going to re-sign Jalen Tolbert. We all know he's a free agent at the end of the season. I would have no issue making that move, and then you go into the season. Now, obviously, it stinks because you're going to have no Jonathan Mingo probably for a month. He's probably going to be out, 4 or 5 weeks with the PCL injury. But at the very least, I think...
You want to know what Tolbert's, if you just cut him?
Well, you're definitely not going to cut him, but what's he, like $3 million? $3 million?
He's a $3 million cap hit. If his dead money is $228,000.
Well, you're definitely not going to cut him.
I think
you can trade him before
I think you trade him. I'm just saying, people talking about Mozzie and getting rid of him. Mozzie is a guy that probably doesn't have much trade value. Would you agree?
You might be. I could see somebody giving up a 7th-round pick.
Isn't that crazy? First rounder.
I mean, think about it. What did the Cowboys give up for Elam? Okay, I mean, Elam was considered one of the worst cornerbacks in the NFL, and the Cowboys gave up, a 6th-round pick for him?
I think they swapped a 6 and a 7.
The fact, here's the reality of it, okay? And again, you and I sat there last night, and for anybody that's ever watched Cowboys.com or whatever, and you see in the bowels of the stadium, you get to see the players walk in the tunnel as they go to their locker room, right? And you got media standing there, yada, yada, and so that's where we were at last night. And you made a great point. We sat there and we watched Mozzie walk by himself with just a look of...
I think just stop right there. Walking by himself.
Yeah.
If for all of you, just kind of giving you a look behind the scenes, a lot of these players are giggling. Whether they win or loss, honestly.
Well, if they lose, they're not quite. Guys aren't quite as upbeat. But last night, last game of the preseason,
guys they're bumping music, they're jumping up and down, jumping each other's shoulder pads, talking.
CD was on his phone.
CD was on his phone. The guys who didn't play, like CD and George, were just get me to the locker room. But they were out. They were out before you could even turn left. But that's fine. They didn't play.
Eating nachos.
Eating nachos. We did see Micah Parsons, trotting around. Shout out to our boy Mike Leslie trying to get a quote.
He did say that he thought it was wild the way the media was trying to spin things. Like, bro, you were literally laying on a table with your
It's not as if it was photoshopped.
I mean, that was a real thing. Like, this is where I'm starting to have, and we're going to get into this because we're going to talk a little bit about the documentary as well, because I did finish it, although I did fall asleep in the final episode.
But finishing that point on
Finishing
Mozzie.
the point, yes.
Mozzie was walking alone.
Walking by himself, looking quite forlorn.
Head down. Didn't look up. And I feel for Mozzie. I interviewed him last week. I wanted to interview him again this week, but I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. A couple different media members wanted to talk to him, and he didn't say no.
Did he leave in his uniform last night?
He didn't say no to anybody to my knowledge, but I think all the media members just kind of got the thought process of man,
what are you going to say?
This guy looks down. What are you going to ask him?
He looked like a beaten man as he was walking back to the locker room.
Because a lot of the players, they're at their locker, they're getting dressed, whatever, and you wait for them to get dressed and you chat with them. He did the back to the media, which is fine as you're getting dressed. And
his spot's right there where the middle is where the players are talking. So, yeah, he's right there by where the guys go into the shower. So you can't miss Mozzie Smith. Yeah. He doesn't have like a Wanye Thomas or an Izzy McQuamu spot where, you got to kind of go around a couple spots to see him.
And that would be beneficial for us because, I don't want to interview the guy and ask him, you think you're going to make the 53 as all of his teammates are walking by?
Well, look, it's no harder than asking Joe Milton after last week's game.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah.
Man, outside the interception.
That safety doesn't roll down.
That safety doesn't roll over. I'm good. Okay.
Again, the safety.
Again, Joe Milton.
Dog.
He is a dog.
What a game for him.
Joe, I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear anybody else at this radio station, and I love everybody. I'm saying this is like the angry foster brother right now in the group home. I don't want to hear anybody say, well, if you only have one game, go ahead and play Will Grier.
That was the narrative.
I don't want. I could care less. Okay, Will Grier is the emergency quarterback for a reason. And oh, by the way, Will Grier's been on 5 different teams in the National Football League in 5 years.
I think we can all agree Joe Milton did a great job of progressing from week 2 to week 3 of the preseason. We're not saying him to take Dak's job. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh, no. Let's not mistake that. And I'll tell you right now, you better. And I'll tell you what, we better put some love. And we're up against it, we better put some love on Connor Riley.
Shout out Connor Riley.
Okay?
Shout out to
Connor Riley, Clayton Adams. Okay, the job, because I'll tell you right now, and you and I talked about this a little bit last night. Now, I'm going to be real curious to see if Austin Richards makes this roster.
Well, let's chat about it. Me and Fred will give you our final.
We'll lay the show out. Lay it out.
We'll give you our final roster projections on the other side. At 2:20, we'll have Clarence Hill, Chill, coming on, talk all things Micah Parsons, all things Dallas Cowboys as we lead into Philadelphia for Game 1 at
Super Bowl winning scout. He's coming on.
In the 3 o'clock hour. 3:20.
In the 3, we're efforting. It could be 3:20. It could be 3:40. It was late last night.
Maybe the whole show. We'll get Brian Broaddus on to tell us what he was seeing on the field. Of course,
did he give you that pan, by the way?
He didn't give me that. We'll tease him.
We'll bust his chops.
Of course, we'll get you guys caught up on the Rangers as well. Some fair foul.
What a game.
And we'll also be playing the audio that we were able to capture from the Dallas Cowboys locker room last night. We'll play that as well for you guys. You're listening to The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
remembered CA, then I remembered Fan Afternoons, and I just
you panicked and
short circuited
just hung up. You just hung up the phone.
It kind of scared me there. Didn't want to jump you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He I was trying to help him out. I wasn't sure what this tease was kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. He was he gives me a hard time about my teases because I'll tease with the best of them. All right, this tease may take 2 minutes. Who knows? Our boy Blake just stops, just abruptly shuts it off. I mean, it's a different kind of tease. It's like, did something happen to him? It almost makes it, he's so abrupt in his teases that you stick around because you want to make sure he's okay on the other side.
They don't even know we're going to break.
Yeah, and then the producer's like, okay, is he done? Is he done talking? Do I need to get with Ruben? Did something happen? Did a lightning bolt hit them while we were out there? Nonetheless, we are out here at Globe Life Field. No better place to be. Game 2. Real quick, before we get to this Cowboys, let's just a quick one-hitter. Shout out to a must-win game last night. Just when you thought the Texas Rangers season was over.
That was probably one of the games with the least amount of eyeballs on it last night. You got a Cowboys preseason game going on.
You did.
You got Evan Carter done for the season. You got Simeon, looks like he's probably done for the season. Adolis, we're trying to figure out about him. I know, it's the same. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. Yeah. You got Jake Berger and Jack Peterson being the heroes. Also Corey Seager mixed in there as well as Wyatt Langford. But just when you think this team could have easily given up last night, Nathan Eovaldi gives you 7 good innings.
No, he did. Well, and Nathan Eovaldi, but that's not necessarely a surprise. Like Nathan Eovaldi,
he's him.
Nathan Eovaldi was a 1.74 ERA.
Lowest ERA now. Now he has the innings qualified.
He's been an absolute monster, and there's no question of that. But you know what? I'll tell you what. You guys know I've been very critical of Chris Young. Tip of the cap to Chris Young. You know why? Because the two guys he brought in, Jake Berger and Jock Peterson. Sure, it took game 135 before they both finally did something in the same game, okay? Would we have liked it for have been 120 games ago? We would have. But 135, better late than never, and maybe, just maybe, boys and girls, this is the impetus.
Speaking of impetus, let's talk about your Dallas Cowboys. They played their final preseason game yesterday. They were able to get the dub over the Atlanta Falcons.
Speaking of words that have no idea what he just said, how about that Cowboys game last night, huh?
I hate you. Do the Cowboys carry Will Grier? Yes or no?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
No, because and RJ Ochoa, who was on with Jake and CA and had a nice little cameo in the Gambler documentary last night. Like I said, I finished watching most of it. I thought he made a great point. It makes no sense not to have him on the roster.
Well, it's just one less guy that you can have on.
Right. Well, if you weren't concerned about Dak's health, then I would say don't worry about it. Okay. Now, could you theoretically put him on the practice squad?
And just bump him up for you to get hurt?
If God forbid something happens?
That's what I would do. We're pulling for nails right now, and getting guys like James Houston on the roster, that might be the difference in Will.
See, I would be okay with that. If now to that point, because here's the other thing. I guess the only thing you're worried about in a Will Grier situation is if you cut him, do you worry about somebody else snatching him up?
You don't. You don't worry about somebody else snatching him. I mean, all love to Will Grier and his family, but you're not losing any sleep if somebody values him that high and picks him up. Go ahead. We're going to get Taylor Heineke or Ryan Tannehill to play a game. If it's that bad, where Dak's hurt and Joe Milton sucks, then at that point.
Joe Milton, I think, after last night, solidified his position as the backup on this football
team. Will Grier's roster spot had nothing to do with him last night. It had to do with how good his roster probability was on Joe Milton. Joe Milton looked terrible. I'm sure there'd be a lot more people in the Cowboys front office than us saying Will Grier needs to be on this team. Joe Milton looked pretty good last night, which made Will Grier very expendable.
Well, he made it to where, and I'm with you now as far as do you keep 3 quarterbacks? Yes, you'll keep him on the practice squad. Let's stop acting like Will Grier has had bouts of success in the NFL.
No, he's not Cooper Rush even. Cooper Rush is
he's not Mike White.
No.
All right, I'll tell you what, Will Grier's not Trey Lance.
Ooh, you're right.
I mean, let's be real for a second. I mean, Will Grier has bounced around, has been on 5.
He's fun.
Different,
he's cool.
He's a good locker room guy. Is he? What is
great
he?
set of hair too.
He's got great tattoos.
Great tattoos. Him and Dax
wonderful.
Be buddies.
Shout out to our boy Will Grier. But this idea that if something were to happen, you'd play him for a game. I wouldn't.
I agree.
I'm still taking Joe Milton over Will Grier.
I did have that thought process, but after last night, Joe Milton did a good job of putting that thought out of people's heads and goes, hey, I can be a competent quarterback. I can be on time. Let's spend a second talking about Joe. I thought Joe, his footwork was a lot more calm in the pocket.
It was a little gooey. It was a little chaotic, to borrow a phrase from Broadus. He does his footwork is still a little
but
wonky.
Just more calm than it has been.
Dude.
Not saying it's good. But just game 1 and 2, I mean, especially that first couple of drives, you could see how nervous he was. And that first drive uses his legs, which you've been asking him to do forever. I would say
he did echo something you said, though.
What happened?
Okay, so I asked him that. I asked him that yesterday. I said, "Are you surprised you didn't run more this preseason?" And he said, "Not really. I was just trying to throw the ball more."
Yeah.
So you just wonder, all right, if push came to shove and he did have to play in a real game. Oh, he's running.
Yeah.
Joe's going to run. But to your point, he did exactly what you had suggested, and you've suggested this throughout the course of the preseason. He knows he can do it.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get better at throwing the football.
He is, and I think he showed it last night. He was on time. Slant routes, tight windows, the touchdown,
really did.
Up the sideline. He had a nice couple out routes that he hit on time.
He did.
I said this to you in the press box, and we'll continue breaking down the roster of who's going to make it and not going to make it. Usually the first 2 Joe Milton games, we were like, man, there's 6, 7, 8, maybe even all of his throws. We were like, what was he thinking? Where they're in the front of mind where you're thinking about what was he thinking. Last night, I could maybe think of one play where I was like, what are you thinking right here? That's a terrible throw. I thought Joe Milton was on time a bunch last night. He did not have as many errant throws as we're used to Joe Milton having where he airmails it. We had the week 2 game where he throws it 50 yards over the head of I think it was Mingo running where the safety rolls over and it doesn't see the guy. Didn't have one of those this game.
No, he had that one kind of errant throw in the end zone, but who cares? I mean, it was kind of
overthrowing on top.
That's it.
I'm not mad at it. He had 2 or 3 where it was incomplete, but it was only where his receiver catch it or it's going to be out of bounds. And as
that one throw was it to Brooks that he threw? Or
I think he had one to Holden, too, down the sideline where he was trying to escape, and he threw it towards the sideline.
40-yard bomb off
But
the
I don't
back
mind
foot.
that. I don't mind. If you're going to throw it where either Holden, whatever receiver, is going to catch it, or it's going to go out of bounds, and that's your 1 or 2 bad throws for the quarter, we'll take that versus throwing into triple coverage in the middle of the field. So I think Joe Milton definitely still has to work on his awareness. That's probably his worst trait right now is his awareness.
100%.
There's still times where rushers are coming, he doesn't see it, where he's trying to stretch over for the first down marker and doesn't put his arm out. I know Brian Broaddus was frustrated about that in the booth. So his awareness needs to get better. But the talent's obviously there. The wrist motion, the easy flick. I liked what I saw from Joe Milton. Let's talk about the running backs now.
One thing real quick to just close out on the Joe Milton point. You see why. Two things real quick about Joe Milton. It's easy to fall in love with the physical traits, right? I mean, the dude's
on the touchdown pass, he flicked it. I mean, didn't even step into it.
Okay. And then when you see him, he's a big dude, okay?
Like 6'5", like 220?
6'5", 230, 240. Like, he looks like a tight end. I mean, Joe Milton is just a big human being, and he's just big by quarterback standards, right? Yeah. So from that standpoint, you see why, okay, this is why scouts fall in love with this dude. But secondly, and this is from being able to kind of talk to him now 2 weeks in a row, that dude, there's just something about the way he carries himself, okay? Like, and I made this joke last week, and I was being serious at the same time. Like, I said it kind of tongue-in-cheek, where it's like, look, because after last week, he said, well, outside of the interception, and, if I roll my eyes a little bit better, maybe this, that, but I still played well. And we're thinking, okay, this week.
Doesn't give himself a letter grade.
Doesn't give himself a letter grade, which, I know that was a corny question anyway, but when I asked him about, what's it like going into backup mode now and, about the running, and then as far as and I asked him point blank, what was different for you this week? And he said, I just got into a rhythm and I knew what I was getting myself into. But my point in all that is that, and you'll hear him talk about this later on the show, he doesn't fluctuate in his belief in what doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. All right, and from a football and from a professional sports standpoint, and Blake, you've been around enough of these professional athletes to know, look, on one hand, you got a guy like a Mozzie Smith, who right now is a mental
it's not great
case.
It's not great.
Okay, then you've got a guy like a Joe Milton, who has been getting dogged in the media for the last couple of weeks. Doesn't bother him one.
Well, let's continue talking about guys getting dogged in the media. Let's go to the running back position. Javonte, we won't spend much time on. Hasn't played in the preseason. Seems to be your RB1.
That's a lot.
Jaden Blue. Can I give a round of applause? We see him in his first game. 5th-round pick from
Nerve-wracking.
Texas.
Nerve-wracking.
Longhorns. I thought he looked phenomenal. Great burst. Gets skinny between the tackles. Has that acceleration. And probably my favorite play was the touchdown play, not because he scored a touchdown, but he's met behind the line of scrimmage or kind of right at the line of scrimmage in the B gap, sheds the tackle, and is able to get in the end zone, showing a little bit of that power as well. Did pretty good in pass pro as well. I asked him about that, and he said he was good to show that other side that he's not just an elusive back. So I thought Jaden Blue was fantastic in his limited carries. And then for some reason he's in the fourth quarter and gets hurt, and we all in the press box are like, what is going on?
We were tripping like Scottie Pippen last night because at that point we're saying to ourselves, number one, why is Maffa not in?
Yes.
Why is Deuce Vaughn not in? Like the game's over. It's 31-13. What are we doing?
God forbid someone gets hurt, but if Maffa gets hurt out there trying to fight for a roster spot, it makes sense. He's trying his hardest. He's trying to make the roster.
Well, he trucked a couple dudes last night,
and he did.
Too.
Jaden Blue, who's already got a spot locked in and looked great in the first half. Why am I playing him again when we're up by 10?
We saw all we needed to see out of him by the fourth quarter. There was absolutely zero reason. And you talk about in football, well, you don't want to play your guys because you don't want them to get hurt. But it's always something. And that was that was a situation where what was it? Was it Awesome Richards who rolled up on him?
Yeah.
And that's what the issue was, right? And so
missing a block.
I mean, that
Awesome Richards was
right. Rough night for.
I wrote
awesome.
this in my notes.
Rough
guys.
night for Awesome.
I wrote Awesome Richards.
Not so awesome for Awesome.
Horrific.
Wow.
Horrific and horrid.
Should we change Awesome's first name to Not So?
Not So Awesome.
Yeah.
It was a rough night for him, but I want to stay on the running back position. Javonte safe, Jaden Blue safe, Hunter Lipke safe. I don't know outside of that. There is a lot of bubble questions whether this guy's going to make the team.
There's no reason to
get
keep Miles
cut.
Sanders.
You've got Miles Sanders, who's the most accomplished guy in your backfield, but hasn't been that guy obviously in the last 12 months. Is hurt currently. Didn't play in the preseason last game because of his shoulders. Only played in one preseason game, week 2, where he had like 8 carries for 15 yards. And then you've got Phil Maffa, who is the media favorite. We love him up in the press box. Clemson guy, undrafted.
Plays special teams,
Plays
too.
special teams, plays hard runner, runs through tackles.
2 dudes over last
Then
night.
you got Deuce Vaughn, who everybody forgets about. And I'll mention this, and I'll let you, because I know you're a big Deuce guy. Deuce Vaughn has been getting the first team reps the whole preseason. I don't know if people have noticed that. Like, he's the first guy out there. Other than I think Miles Sanders, the one game he played was like
game 2,
right in front of him. But other than that, before Phil Maffa, before Jaden Blue,
in the Rams game and last night, he got.
It's been Deuce Vaughn. So
the
I don't know if the coaching staff is just doing him a favor, or if they truly do believe that he might make this roster.
Deuce last night, 10 carries, 42 yards last night. He had a long of 12. I want to say he had at least one throw thrown to him, but nothing didn't turn into anything. But no, to your point though, as far as he is concerned, and look, it could be as simple as also one of two things: A, putting he can put film out there for somebody else to pick him up. Or at the very least, you already know what you have, and you wonder. And see, this is where there's gamesmanship going on, right? With why you wouldn't have played Phil Maffa more. Now, could that be that you didn't want him to get hurt? Is that because you plan on cutting him and you're going to try to put him on your practice squad? And then I thought Brian made a great point last night in the post game when they asked him when Zach and them were talking about not playing Miles Sanders. Well, if Sanders gets hurt, then you owe him the money that you signed him to, right? Whereas now you go ahead and cut him, whatever guaranteed money or whatever signing bonus you get, that's it. Boom, he's done.
Well, when it comes to all these players and whether they're going to make it, what me and Fred think about them as well as hearing from them, we're going to retouch this topic at noon for you guys.
I realize it's already 1:40.
At 2 o'clock.
Rough day. I'll tell you what.
I'm just early. I'm early. I'm thinking it shows at 10. At 2 o'clock, but on the other side, we're going to recap your Texas Rangers who won in a walk-off. Who was it? Who was the star? We'll let you know all of that next on the Fan After Dark.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basically.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
good value. Did not allow a hit in his lone inning and gets the W for your Rangers. Nathan Eovaldi, the star of the show, though. He goes 7 innings, allows 4 hits, only 1 run with 9 strikeouts. And now, Fred, if you want to do the honors, who is the MLB leader in ERA now that he has the qualifying pitches?
Alvin, Texas' own Nathan Eovaldi with a 1.74 ERA. That's earned run average for those of you kids scoring at home. But, yeah, big win last night.
Second? Paul Skeens, I think, with over a 2 ERA. So no one's even in the stratosphere.
That sounds right.
For my boy, Nathan Eovaldi. They need to put respect on his name. Best pitcher in baseball. Sorry.
Oh, that's a bold statement right there.
Best pitcher in baseball.
That's a bold
you heard
statement
me.
Right there from Blake Gammons.
Who's better?
Over here.
Who's better?
I'm not
talking about careers.
You probably got to. I mean, I would give maybe a slight edge to Terrence Skubal.
Don't care.
Maybe.
Don't care.
Maybe a slight edge to Paul Skeens.
Give me Nasty Nate.
But, I mean, look, right now, I think that you make a great point. If you had one game to win.
Nasty Nate.
You're going with Skubal, you're going with Nate Eovaldi this year, and you're going with Paul Skeens.
Yep.
Right? Like, those are the 3 guys. You probably wouldn't go with Jack Leiter. However, Jack Leiter is on the bump tonight for your Texas Rangers. They're now 64-66 on the season. The difference in this team at home versus on the road is incredible. Just the difference in how they go about handling their business. A big ninth inning win, come from behind last night, and again, you already alluded to the fact that you had, Evan Carter's done for the year with the broken bone in his wrist. Yeah. All right. No Marcus Semien. The fact that Marcus Semien's, the fact that he can't walk, he's in a boot.
He's probably done.
He's an Iron Man, right? Like Marcus Semien, say what you want. That dude is a gamer. He comes in, day out, no matter if he's hitting or not. He's been so up and down all season as far as on the plate. Now, he's also had some very timely hits, has had some timely home runs, so you've appreciated that about Marcus Semien. But having him out, and like you said, he's probably, look, if he can barely walk on that foot, there's a good chance he's probably out for at least the rest of this homestand.
Yeah.
Right? You would think. But that's where you're lucky that you've got a guy like a Josh Smith who can come in, who can play that second base. You don't necessarily, look, is Semien a better second baseman? Yes, but it's not like you have some ginormous drop-off.
And at second, you were able to deploy Ezekiel Duran there last night, having Josh in the outfield for you out there and right. Even though Adolis Garcia was activated, wasn't in last night's lineup, your outfield, for those who weren't able to catch the game, consisted of Josh Smith, Wyatt Langford, and then, of course, Alejandro Osuna out there for you. You're getting a good mixture of guys filling in for the Texas Rangers team, with guys being injured, guys not playing well. But shout out to Jock Peterson and Rowdy Tellez for some big hits late in that game.
Girthquake,
man.
Girthquake.
And then Wyatt Langford starting to kind of heat up again. We see this late season resurgence from Wyatt. This is back-to-back years where he looks really good in the back half of the season. So I think you feel good about him. You're talking about the road record for the Rangers. What do you think they are this season on the road? In 66 games.
Let's just go with...
This guy's cheating. Just guess.
Let's go with, what?
Are you
28-40?
It's 26-40. You got the answers in front of you, and you still can't get it. So
I didn't have the answer. I just had their record, their home record. So I was just trying to do my math quickly.
The Rangers are 37-26 at home. So they're a +11 at home.
Damn.
A -14 on the road.
My boy Osuna. Remember the other day when that texter texted in and was making fun of us for our preparation and the fact that Osuna's not a real baseball player?
Mm-hmm.
He was batting 154 on Thursday.
Okay.
After last night's 0 for 3, he's now 148.
148.
It's not about how you start, it's where you finish. Okay? And that's Marty Schottenheimer, the father of the Cowboys head coach that said that to Ted Johnson once upon a time. So, Osuna, I am not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet. All right? Alejandro, I'll tell you what. You know what we need? We need a Joe Milton, Alejandro Osuna intervention.
Do we?
100%. We need Joe to sit down with Alejandro and say, "Look, man,
is he the guy? Who's the guy on the Ranger staff that's under 30 that you need to progress the most for this team to continue to be in contender?" Obviously, it can't just be one guy. But if you had to pinpoint, you go Wyatt. But I think Wyatt's already kind of. You think he has to be at that Bobby Witt?
I need him to get to that Corey Seager level is what I need
for this franchise to have that turnover. Because Corey and Semien and all those guys are as a back half of their career.
Look, Semien's next year might be it.
Yeah. So for these young guys, you think it's on
honestly,
Wyatt.
If you could trade him this offseason, I would do it.
You'd put it on Wyatt. Like if he takes the next step, this team can continue to be a new evolution.
He has to take the next step.
Okay. Being like a perennial.
Absolutely.
All-star.
Like who's going to be your Corey Seager moving forward?
Yeah.
You mentioned Bobby Witt, all right? Like who and
Bobby took over quick.
Bobby hasn't slowed down one bit. Had a good not great rookie season, but he's been an MVP candidate for the last 2 years, okay?
Pretty good.
That's what you need out of Wyatt Langford.
Yeah.
Okay? Because Evan Carter doesn't look like he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
All right?
And Evan, it might even be I think a little bit of it is talent, but it's mainly just he can't stay healthy.
No, he can't stay healthy, all right? If you can't stay healthy, then...
So I think that projection of him being one of your best hitters and just always in the lineup and all-star every year.
Now, in fairness, he took a ball... he got hit by a pitch,
He got hit by a pitch, yep.
I'm not going to lose as much sleep...
Right on the wrist.
...over if you told me, hey, his back flared up again or something along those lines, then I would be a little bit more pessimistic about an Evan Carter. A baseball player taking it's no different than what happened to Jaden Blue last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can live. You don't like it, but I'm not going to say that a running back is injury prone because a 300-pound dude rolls up on the back of his leg.
Correct.
Okay. I don't care who you are, unless you're a T1000. That's going to screw your ankle up.
It also goes into how you attack rehab, how well you get back, how you look when you get back.
Getting hit by a 100-mile-per-hour pitch is probably going to break most people's wrists.
So you're going Wyatt Langford. Who's next on that list for you? I'd probably go Jack Leiter right after that.
That's a great one. You know what? I would say probably Kamar Rocker.
Okay.
I would say Kamar Rocker because Jack Leiter right now, I just had his numbers up. Jack Leiter's 7-7 on the season.
Yeah,
okay,
he's solid.
He's been good.
Yeah.
All right, he's been
which is you're not mad at because where Leiter has been. If he could just be good, you're fine with that right now.
Established himself. The thing about Jack Leiter that you feel good about this year is he's established himself as he can be a big league pitcher.
Yeah, he's not going out there and everyone's like, oh, we lost this game. Well,
now is that not to say that look, do we think he get better? Absolutely, I'm with you 1,000% on that. And yes, would you like to see him kind of take over that Evo role in the next year or two? Absolutely. But Kamar Rocker to me,
don't tell Jared Sandler that
what's that?
Taking over that Eva role. He's made it very clear that he doesn't think he's a 1, that he's a 3. And he's never going to be an ace.
Who, Jack Leiter?
Yeah. Jared said that. That was what him and Dawson got into.
Maybe he won't, but
if he can just be a strong 2, like a powerful 3, he's your guy in your 3.
If he can develop an out pitch,
yeah.
Because look,
he loves getting 2 strikes. He's very good at that.
That's what I'm saying. Like if Jack Leiter can develop an out pitch and
put him away.
Put people away. How many dudes do you know that are still throwing 100 miles per hour in the 6th and 7th inning? Yeah. That's the thing. Jack Leiter has electric stuff. Jack Leiter just needs to take that second kind of and oh, by the way, that's kind of what Evo's deal was early on, right? Is that Evo was a dude that threw gas, 6th, 7th, 8th inning on, right? So you just feel like Jack Leiter, who's only 25 years old, I feel confident that I do think I think it's way too early to say that a guy can't become an ace. By the way, a guy like Justin Verlander. I heard Justin Verlander say one time he did not start throwing in the 90s until he was 18 years old. Okay, think about that for a second. Justin Verlander, who's going to go down as one of the greatest pitchers of our generation. Now, it's time for him to retire, all right? He's having a just historically bad year by his standards. But to think that one of the best pitchers of our generation didn't start throwing in the 90s until he was 18 years old lets me know that, all right, the thing about pitching is, and oh, by the way, it's not like Jack Leiter's dad, Al, wasn't a pretty dadgum good pitcher in his own right back in the day. I feel confident that you're seeing enough maturation from him. Is he ready to take that next step? But to your point, the guy that I'd like to see is Kamar.
I think we both agree with Wyatt. I'll go Leiter. Fred goes Kamar, and then I'll just throw in Josh Young if he's still on this team, stepping up to be right now he's just been an average third baseman, if that. Last year,
I was going to say, if that. Look, for a guy that was 8th overall pick and he looked like he was the future of your franchise or one of the cornerstones of your franchise. Obviously he battled injuries last year. Hasn't been great this year. Had to go down to Round Rock. Came back. Looked like he was going to kind of get his swerve back, and really, and he's shown moments. But much like everybody else on this baseball team this year, with maybe the exception of a Corey Seager, and really I think that would be the only exclusion. And honestly, it's not like he's been consistently good all throughout the year. You just haven't had that guy, and Josh Young certainly hasn't been it.
Alejandro Osuna.
That's my guy. That's my guy. You know what? I'm standing on it, okay?
Yeah. If he can take a dose of spot, he plays right field.
I'm telling you right now, I am on the Osuna train, okay? I know there's not a lot of people on it. Maybe me, his madre padre, and a couple of his sisters, and that's about it. And Roberto.
Well, speaking of trains that not a lot of people are on, the Deuce Vaughn train, Fred had a chance to talk to him one-on-one, also with our boy Jalen Brooks. I got a chance to talk to Brandon Aubrey, and then we'll hear Jaden Blue, Joe Milton, Shamar James. From all the guys from the locker room, what do me and Fred have to say about it? What do you guys think of it? We'll give you that audio next on the Fan After Dark.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back into 105.3 The Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott joined by Fred Davis. We got our boy Dylon back on the ones and twos back at home studio site, making us sound nice and crispy. We got our boy Ruben right here next to us, making sure nobody tramples us. Got the parameters around us. We got our security guard with us. We're going to give you guys some Dallas Cowboys audio from the locker room last night. What were the guys saying after their first preseason win? We're going to hear from some of the bubble guys. We're going to hear from some of your new guys as well, some new voices here in the locker room. I think it'll be really interesting. Just reading some of your guys' text. You guys are we got some people not loving up Joe Milton. Milton's inconsistent, no touch. I would say they didn't watch the game last night because that touchdown pass to Jalen Brooks, that was literally touch. That was a touch pass.
There was a lot of touch passes last night. That was one of the things that we talked about.
People saying he completed 55% of his passes. Well, that's why we don't box score watch when we watch the football game. Because
no one's going to get. He's not Dak Prescott. Okay, yeah. let's not get it twisted. He's not Dak Prescott, and he's going to continue to get reps. He's going to have to continue to get the mental reps. We talked to him about it. You're going to hear from the man himself later on in the program. I think we need to look. Everybody's complained that the Cowboys have not done enough to, develop a quarterback. All right, and that they've gone with the whole "let's hope for lightning in a bottle" type thing. All right. Well, guess what? Brian Schottenheimer and this offense decided, guess what? We are going to play Joe Milton all 3 games. And that's exactly what they did. We complained last year about how why aren't you giving Trey Lance more starts? Why is he not getting more time? But yet this year you're complaining, well, he looks too erratic. Let's start Will Grier. Will Grier is what he is. So if you want the Cowboys to develop a quarterback, guess what? You're not developing Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is what he is at this stage of his career. I don't think I'm telling you guys anything you don't already know. What you saw the last 3 games, good, bad, and ugly, was the maturation process of one Joe Milton.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. This was him talking with the media scrum postgame, and you might hear a familiar voice asking the first question.
Seemed a little less hyped up today than you had the previous 2 weeks. Just finally getting into a rhythm?
Yeah, just starting to get more comfortable with the offense. Just playing exactly how Shotty wanted me to run those plays and doing what the team needs.
You've been giving yourself a letter grade all through the preseason. I got to imagine tonight's letter grade's a good bit better than the first 2.
Yeah, man, I just was happy that we came out there. We got a dub as a team. That was pretty much my main goal, my main focus. It wasn't about the letter grade tonight, but it was just all about just going out there and being all on one accord.
You're not going to give yourself a B minus or a B plus?
Nah, I ain't going to give myself.
Right, Joe? A lot better than a D.
It's good. Just happy we won, man.
Yeah. Any feeling of relief or just what's the immediate feeling after this?
I wouldn't say relief, because if you say relief, then that's just basically being complacent. I'm not a complacent person, so just trying to build from this one. There are some things that I can clean up during this game, so just try to keep working at those things, and just the things I did well, just keep trying to get those throws after practice and during practice. So just keep chipping away.
Can you speak to a couple of the young receivers who were really, like Jalen Brooks, I think of North, a really good game with the sophomore?
Absolutely. Those guys have been showing up since off-season. Jalen, Crop, Trayshawn, Kelly, Josh Kelly, they've been showing up since the offseason. Anytime I text those guys to show up, even watch film at my house, or whether it be just to go to the field and they spot catch, like they was always there. And I feel like that as a quarterback, that touches your heart because you know that you have guys that you can depend on and that knows and actually that wants to work. So
I've got some thoughts. First thought, did not mention my boy Ryan Flournoy when he talked about the young receivers. Only one he left out. I don't know why I did that. Second thought, love that he's watching film at the house with the guys. Talk about a bonding moment. Talk about your backup quarterback, bringing those guys over. So shout out to that. And then thirdly, and I'll hand the baton off to Fred, who's Joe Milton's bestie. Love the composure. I think our boy Mike Leslie was trying to throw him a little softball with the letter grade, knowing he played better. He said, no, I'm not going to take that. Obviously, he played better than the D that he gave himself last week when he played very poorly. Could have easily given himself a B+, A, whatever, and kind of talked to how great he looked in comparison to weeks 1 and 2 for him. But instead, went back to the team, went back to just glad I'm getting better as a team and that we're developing. So great maturity from Joe Milton. Hopefully he continues to progress and can be a good backup quarterback for your Dallas Cowboys. So nothing but good things for me.
I'll second everything you just said. And again, the fact that his demeanor didn't change this week from last week. What did I tell you? You were standing right next to me last week when we got done talking to Joe last week. We caught him again for a quick question before he went to the podium last week, and I was able to get a quick question into him. And he was no different last week than he was this week. And to me, that speaks volumes to how this guy goes about carrying himself. There's more to that interview.
He's got it.
Because I want to hear the second part of this interview, and we got Dylon working on it. But
he's got it.
We'll do it later. He does have it?
He's got it.
All right, play the second part because this couple things. One, who's our and Blake knows this. Who's the one cat we've had him on the show before. The other dude with the blue suit on last night from one of the TV stations.
Mike Leslie?
No, not Mike Leslie. The other guy. We've had him on the show before.
Joe Hoyt?
No, Joe does newspaper. He's another TV guy. You've had him on before. He's one of your contacts.
I got a lot.
Got a beard? Shut up.
Got a beard.
He's got a beard.
Did we run into
little
him?
Italian-looking dude.
Italian?
Anyway, whatever. He asked him if he thought he won the job, the backup job, and then I asked him, more importantly, you've been playing the last 3 weeks. You've been the starter. Now you've got to go into backup mode. What is that like, and is there any kind of mindset change going from being the guy to being the backup? But let's pick up the second part of the Joe Milton interview.
The touchdown to Jalen. How good did that throw feel? How big was that play?
Wow, man, I had my footwork wrong. I wasn't supposed to play action on that one, but it's cool. It scored. It felt great. Just because I threw him a pass like that in practice. So just like I told them guys, every time we got in the huddle, was just treat it just like practice. You know what I mean? Like these guys bleed just like us. Go out there and just have fun. Do your 111, execute the play as is.
You tucked it and ran early on in the first quarter and picked up a first down. We really hadn't seen you do that. We know that's a part of your game. Mm-hmm. Was that something that you wanted to establish and kind of, maybe get that rhythm going a little bit to kind of ease things up?
Yeah, just kind of get myself going too as well. I don't want a hit to be on me and not me looking. Right. I'd rather it be me running the ball or whatever it be, just let me deliver the blow first.
Are you surprised you didn't run more this preseason?
I wouldn't say surprised. Just trying to understand the offense and put myself in better situations.
Joe, you mentioned the receivers, but what'd you make of the running backs today, especially also the guys up front?
They was running. Yeah, they was running today. Shout out to all the running backs that played today for sure. And then the O-line, man, they
dump that.
All week, just how they approach to the huddle all week. Brock told me, like, man, just be you, and we're gonna do our job. Just be you, do what you got to do, dot them up, and we're gonna do our job. So I have 1,000% faith in Brock and belief in him and what he do with the O-line. So just shout out to all those guys, TJ Bass, awesome, like all of them, man. They did a great job.
Joe, Scotty said, earlier this week, haven't decided who the backup quarterback is. Obviously, that's a coaching decision.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've done enough to earn the backup job?
I just try to get better day by day, man. Whenever my name is called, I'll be ready. That's all I know.
How do you feel about your footwork today? You said on the touchdown pass, you slightly off.
Yeah.
You said it earlier in the week you wanted to really emphasize
For sure.
that.
I think that was the only one I messed up on today. So I feel like my footwork I did great with my footwork. It put my eyes in the right place, like we talked about in the previous interviews. It put my eyes in the right place so I could play free and smart.
How do you work on footwork during the week? How do you emphasize that? How did you do that this past week?
Shimmy, my quarterback coach, Shimmy, does a great job with just calling out plays and just all the quarterbacks just trying to mirror our footwork together. And then we throw at this net at the field on practice, and we try to make sure our footwork is right so we can just make sure that timing is correct so we can make sure we dot it in the hole too as well.
What's a 64-yard field goal coming off the foot of Brandon Aubrey?
Man.
Field level.
Shout out to Brandon, man. I ain't know. So this is the thing. When I first got here, they was like, oh, man, any type of situation, he don't kick it. You know, he can kick it from far. He be warming up, kicking 60. So I'm like, man, that ain't true. But tonight he set it off. He set it off tonight, you know, just to end it off the correct way, but he set it off tonight. I couldn't believe it happened, but, man, I think if you had the field goal probably 10 more yards back, that thing still would have been traveling, for sure.
How do you go now with the preseason over? How do you go into backup mode as far as supporting the team? You've been playing these last 3 weeks. Kind of what's your mindset now, and kind of how do you keep, how do you keep in your physical rhythm from here on out?
Yeah, great question. To be honest, man, it's just taking those reps behind. Doing the same thing I did at the Patriots, just taking those mental reps. Because as soon as your number is called, you got to be able to see the same picture Dak did, and you got to be able to operate just how he did, or, you know what I mean, just a little bit different. So just being ready when my name is called, being ready when an opportunity presents itself, but most importantly, just taking those mental reps and asking questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank y'all. God bless.
Good luck, big man. All right, so there's our boy Joe Milton, ready to go into the season as the backup. I thought Joe Kolb asked a great question as far as, did you think you've established yourself? Do you think,
What'd you call
Cobb, right?
Jeff Kolb.
Cobb? I mean,
Kolb.
Okay, well, Kevin Cobb, the former quarterback, pronounced it Cobb. So is it Cobb or Kolb?
Kolb. Jeff Kolb. I'm gonna cut this audio, and then when I see him at the next game, I'm gonna say this is Fred trying to describe you. The little Italian guy. He's like, hey, hi.
Hey, look.
We're gonna send that to
Jeff. Is
Jeff.
anything wrong with being called a little Italian guy? Look what it did for Mario and Luigi. Okay, look what it did for Mario and Luigi.
Are you calling him a plumber? That's what Mario and Luigi were. Talk about plumbing.
Look, whatever he just said. Bottom line, Joe Milton took a step forward. I think you feel much better about him today. You feel better about him today than you did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you do. I don't think we got. We don't have enough time for the Jaden Blue cut, do we? Dylan, it's pretty long.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Pretty long. Okay, so we're gonna save it for 2:40.
Well, I was gonna say we had the 4 o'clock. I mean, we're here till 5:30.
Are we?
Yeah, because we got fair foul still. We've got top 5 in the 4 o'clock hour. We got Brian Broaddus coming up in 3 o'clock. I need to text him and find out what time he's coming on in the 3 o'clock hour. Still plenty to get to. Last thing.
Please.
Tyler Guyton, they're saying he could play week 1. I doubt he will. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in uniform for week 1, but I don't think there's any way that you're going to play him week 1. I think it's too much to ask for a kid that, again, still had to we talked about it because we were on the day that the report came out that he tore his ACL. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Dealing with the bone bruise, but talking to Broaddus last night, and folks are speculating out there that he could be ready potentially week 1. I don't think you put him out there week 1, right? I mean, especially considering that he didn't have a full training camp. So you're going to get Nate Thomas, who, oh, by the way, he did not play last night. But that being said, we're both in agreement. We don't think Awesome Richards. I think he will probably make this team because
I don't think he will.
Because you're going to need another tackle.
I don't think he will. Give me Lael Collins, Adenijai, and Cornelius.
You think so?
Yep.
I don't.
Awesome Richards looked like the worst O lineman out there.
I think it's going to come down to. I think it's going to come down to either Collins or Richards.
Give me Leo
right?
Collins.
And then maybe if you cut – well, look, let's put it this way. Either way, one of them is going to end up on the practice squad.
I don't think Austin Richards showed you anything in the preseason to vouch for him being on this 53, other than him playing last year. There was nothing I saw in the preseason and go, wow, he's blocking third stringers and looks dominant, or even looks average.
He didn't.
He was out there in that game last night when the Falcons were playing their third and fourth stringers, and he was getting bullied.
And almost hurt Jaden Blue.
That's got to be -5.
Hurt Jaden Blue. Yeah, no, you know what? You've convinced me. I mean, he's here's the thing, though. So you think Collins is going to be your
Sure.
Because Adenijai is going to be your right tackle.
Well, think about it. When Guyton comes back, you've got Nate Thomas and Adenijai as backups, and Leo Collins is throwing there, a veteran that, if you throw him in there, you're not like, the world's not
as your
falling.
Third swing tackle. You can live with it. You do a lot worse in the National Football League with Leo Collins as your third swing tackle. All right, coming up next.
Let's talk to the man, Clarence Hill.
Is coming up next, talking all things. He was at the game last night. His thoughts, does he see any surprises coming up as far as cuts go? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. We are out here at Globe Life Field. Come on by, say hello to us. The Beltre statue is out there. People are excited about it. It is Beltre statue, replica statue day today, all right? So come out, get you one. And you know what? Ice cream Sundays tomorrow. So many good things happening. Clarence Hill coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Spread?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Spread?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Some guys, and they're ready to get this started. I mean, I don't know how you enjoy the preseason.
Who was a guy do you think earned his spot? Who earned his spot last night, or even throughout the preseason that maybe we weren't talking about? Who do you think has now solidified themselves and gave them a good chance to make this 53?
Well, I mean, number 53. I mean, the defensive end. I mean, he's a guy that he earned a spot. I mean, there are people going to earn spots because of necessity. Okay, but James Houston went and took a job.
Yeah, he did.
To me, throughout the preseason, throughout training camp. Here's a guy that, from Jackson State, came from, signed with the Cowboys, a free agent, and you look at they're deep at defensive end. They drafted Ezra Rocco, they got Micah, they got, Sam Williams, they drafted Needham from last year, they got Dante Fowler.
Yep.
But James Houston has said, put me on a team, put me on somebody's team.
No, look, I couldn't agree with you more, Clarence. And, I mean, let's be real. Now, granted, look, he's 2 years removed from having an 8-sack season in the National Football League. So, the old adage that, if you've been there before, you can do it again. By far the best-looking DN that the Cowboys had this preseason. We joked a little bit about Joe Milton. Again, his confidence is at an all-time high, and that's one thing about this guy is he's not afraid to show it. He's not over the top about it, but he's just a very confident young man. What did you see out of him last night? Does it put you at ease at all that, God forbid, if something does happen to Dak, that you might be able to win a game or two with Joe Milton at quarterback?
No, and that's why I highlighted James Houston, because Joe Milton is going to be on the team by default. They have no one else. They traded for him. He was going to be on the team, okay?
Right.
And they targeted him for the number 2 job. They gave him all the reps to try to show something. And some of the guys at cornerback just have to be on the team because of what you have with Revel and Diggs, and you have to, they're going to think, some undrafted guys come from nowhere who are going to make the team, or some guys that were on practice squad last year because, they have no one else. It's not like they've just jumped off the page with their play. And just getting back to Milton, there's nothing, he hasn't proven that he can win games without Dak. I mean, we've seen him throughout training camp. We've seen him in the first 2 preseason games. He showed some improvement yesterday, a little more settled, but, there's nothing that you're going to show in the 3rd preseason game against mainly guys who are not going to make the team, backups who are just out there so the starters don't get it. I know Atlanta played nobody important, because they're not playing anybody because they're getting ready for the regular season. There's really nothing you can do to say that guy can win with. He can do like Cooper Rush and win games with Dak here. No. But you do understand that he's in his 2nd year. He was a 7th-round pick or 6th-round pick that got it for say he's a developmental prospect that hope he can keep him on a couple of years and he can really develop into a guy that can be a good backup. But as far as if they need to put him in the game to win now, neither he nor Will Grier showed that they can do that.
Clarence Hill, All City Sports. Let's get to the defensive side of things. Mazi Smith has been one of the more polarizing factors that's been talked about in the media, for better or for worse, and more of the latter. What did you think of his preseason performance, and did he do enough, Clarence, to still be on this team come September?
Well, the fact that he was on the field with guys looking to make the roster, right. And he's a former 1st-round pick, speaks volumes.
Yep.
And I think that there's a good chance that fans who hate on Mazi are going to get their pound of flesh. That he had to show something. Maybe he was showing for another team, maybe to showcase for another team in a trade. I don't know. But, no, he hasn't shown much improvement. But again, if you get your pound of flesh and everybody's going to be happy that they finally got rid of Mazi, the disappointing 1st-round pick, have they still solved the equation? They still solved the puzzle of finding someone at nose tackle who helps stop the run. I don't think they've done that.
Do you like any of the guys? I was going to say, do you like any of the guys on the roster?
No. Not that there's going to make a market improvement In run defense, no. No. I mean, we watched Jay Toy, those guys that are, he's a rookie and he's going to make the team most likely. But none of them have shown that they're going to make a huge difference in the Cowboys' ability to stop the run.
Clarence Hill joining us, talking all things Dallas Cowboys as they put a bow tie on the preseason for 2025. We're a couple weeks away from this thing kicking off for real on September 4th. And I guess my only concern is, Clarence, and look, you've been covering this team a lot longer than we have, so you got a much better insight on this. The Chiefs go out last night, and Pat Mahomes plays almost into the late into the second quarter. Right? We haven't seen Dak at all. We haven't seen any of the offensive starters at all outside of Tyler Booker for a couple quarters. I just wonder, and look, I get the scrimmages and what have you, but look, that Philly team's not coming in playing on September 4th at home, Super Bowl banner dropping, rings being given out. I just worry about the speed and what this offense is going to look like, and I got a feeling this thing could get real ugly real quick on that Thursday night.
Well, if it gets ugly real quick, it won't be because of the offense, it'll be because of the defense, so everything we talked about. Okay, that's where you got to worry about stopping Saquon Barkley. Defending A.J. Brown, that's where it has to get a chance to get ugly. The Cowboys are going to score points.
So you ain't worried about this offense and the fact that we haven't seen them in game speed yet?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, I think Dak and CD and Pickens, they're going to put up points. I mean, Dak has not played in the preseason since 2019. I don't know if you remember coming out, in 2021 after missing 2020 and lighting up Tampa Bay in week 1 without having any preseason snaps. Dak is a veteran quarterback. I have no problem. Now, the question about the running game, there's still a question about the offensive line, not about Dak and the receivers making plays. I think there's no question about that. My only issue is that this is a new coaching staff.
Right.
Who's done nothing, right? They don't get the benefit of the doubt of saying, my offense is good. We haven't seen your offense. And you're not a noted scheme guy like Ben Johnson or, McVay, and that's proven to say, yeah, we know Shotty got it all figured out. We don't know that.
Right.
We really don't know that. We don't know that. So you don't necessarily get the benefit of the doubt that says, I don't have to show y'all nothing because, I got this all worked out because my history says that. Well, he has no history as a head coach, and his history as offensive coordinator has not been a guy that out-schemes you and has this great system that we know is going to put up points.
You talk about the defense being the thing that you're looking at to step up for this team being competitive, not worried about the offense. The biggest factor in that will be none other than number 11, Micah Parsons. And NBC Sports Pro Football Talk comes out with the headline yesterday about Jerry Jones. By negotiating directly with players who have agents, Jerry Jones continues to violate the CBA, and the NFL and the NFL Players Association continue to let him do it. I saw you interacting with this, Clarence. What is your thoughts on how Jerry Jones has gone about everything as far as the media tour, the tactics, and now the stuff that's just kind of being said out loud?
Well, it's the media tour. You can't beat Jerry in the media game, because he has the loudest microphone. And he's going to be, and people are going to want to talk to him, listen to him. He's going to get the last word in, and so you go back to his Netflix special and documentary, and he talks about that. He likes to stir it up. He likes to have this interest in the Cowboys outside of the game. This is all making them money. It's all everybody's doing is talking about the Cowboys, talking about how he's doing business, and this is right up his alley. And you wonder if this was all a game because. And Michael, they get a deal done next week, and Michael's on the field against the Eagles. We all gonna have egg on our face. They're gonna be, they both laughing at us, behind closed doors, because for Micah, who's upset and don't want to be on the team, he's here, whether he looks enthusiastic or less enthusiastic. Not here. His mama's here. His family's here. They were at training camp. They're at games. That doesn't look like a guy that wants a divorce.
His mom was sitting there smiling. We saw his mom hanging out in the Bud Light Lounge last night. After the game, was that or something? The Miller Lite, as I was. After the game was over,
and she took a picture with Jared. I saw her trying to talk to Jared. Yeah. So, this does not look like a family that's disgruntled and ready. Michael's and let's be honest about it. Michael's behavior countenance is not a good look. But it's more about Micah wants to be on the field. He's frustrated with the process.
Yeah.
This is a guy that wants to play football. It's killing him that he's not out there with his teammates. He doesn't know what to do with himself.
Well, Clarence,
that's so true.
I want to dig further into this. What do you think about the fact that apparently Jerry is violating the CBA? I'm not going to act like I'm a CBA expert in the rules of how things going, but the whole stuff that there's no room for a third person talking about the agent. Is all of this allowed? Is there a problem with this? Is Jerry just kind of doing his own things? What are your thoughts on just the business side of it?
Well, I mean, I think that there's some. I think that Florio is going a little too far with that. Okay, he can talk to his players all he wants to. You know. Now, are they cutting out the agent and doing a deal and signing the contract? They've not done that. But he can talk to his player about it. Player can talk to somebody about their business.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a violation. Talking about your business and talking to his owner about his business. You know, it's one thing if you're cutting out the agent and just doing and behind the agent's back and not and ultimately signing a deal without the agent. Mm-hmm. But talking is not an issue. Because as Micah said, yeah, we talking. Now get my agent involved. Now let's put pen to paper and get down to negotiations. I mean, and Des talked about it, you know, how Jerry tried to do that to him, you know, and he said, you know, this is your domain. Now, my domain is the football field. You can't cover me on the football field. I can't really negotiate with you on contract. That's not my area of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and, you know, if Michael's at fault, he shouldn't have been talking at all. I mean, Dak talked to Jerry, but he never talked money. They talked about future and wanting to be together. But they never talked contract. They never talked details of the deal. And Jerry, he made sure that Jerry only discussed details, financial details, or anything like that with his agent. And this is my real take and why Jerry's so frustrated. Because all this divorce stuff, Adam Shepard's BS.
Yeah.
These two people, Jerry really is fond of Micah.
Yeah.
Jerry wants Micah to be his Michael Irvin of this era. And you see the relationship he has with Michael Irvin. You talked about that. He wants to be able to talk to Michael like it would probably why he keeps calling him Michael, but he wants him to be his Michael Irvin and have that type of relationship. You know, but to me the climate is different. They were both growing in the league together. I mean, Michael here was in '88. Jerry came. I mean, they both grew up in the league together. They both had their travails together. You know, and they won titles together. I think the foundation of that relationship with Michael and why they're so tight and so close with the good and the bad, you can't recreate that.
Right.
And he wants to recreate that with Micah. I'm doing the same thing. And that's why he keeps comparing it. You know, what we did, Michael? You know, he wants to do that with me. He wants Micah to be his Michael. And that's why he's hurt, because he felt he had a deal with Micah or Michael, my boy, my dude for life. We looked at each other and we had a deal, and you told me it was good. And now you're backing out and you're bringing somebody else into our business. That's what he's upset about.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Money. It's not about the money, because they already decided they're paying the money. So to hear him talking about pie and how it all fits, they've already figured out how it fits.
They have.
He's already, in his mind, figured out how it fits. You go back to last year when he was doing the CD and Mike and Dak deal, he said, yeah, we got to figure in Micah. They've been trying to figure in a Micah deal for years. They've been trying to figure out how it fits for years. So they've already figured out how it fits. This is personal because he wants him to be his Michael.
Clarence, did you have any problem with Micah sleeping on the sideline or laying down?
Laying on the massage table last night?
Yeah. It's a bad look. We all know that. Everybody knows that. That's not what you want. You know, and again, that's the problem, is because we take a snapshot and say he doesn't care. Right. I mean, I disagree that it means he doesn't care.
100%.
To me, it shows that his frustration, his uncomfortable being in this position of not being able to play and not really being part with his teammates because he's in this no man's land. That's where he is. That's why he looks like he looks, and he just don't know what to do with himself. He goes back to training camp when he is over there. You know, he just don't know what to do with himself. And everybody wants him to be out there in the huddle with his teammates. It's tough.
Let me and Clarence, first of all, I couldn't agree more with everything you've just said, especially after I just wrapped up the Cowboys documentary last night, and I mean, hell, he gave Michael an entire episode, for crying out loud. That said, and you know, and I'm sure you got kids. I mean, you can't compare your kids, right? I mean, each one of your kids. I mean, you just can't do it. You know, I remember asking Ghostface which album was his favorite, and he said that's like asking me to compare my kids. That said. And I know it's easy to jump on Jerry Jones and you know, given his recent transgressions when it comes to negotiations, how much blame do we lay at David Mulugeta for dragging this thing out as well?
I just don't see what the idea that we're painting him as some greedy agent.
Well, I don't think we're painting him as a greedy agent, but I mean, isn't his job to get this thing done?
That's what Jerry has said. He wants his percentage. He's doing this. He's done nothing but say, let's negotiate.
Right.
Really, that's what Jerry said. He said, we got a deal. He said, no, negotiate with me. That's all he said. He didn't say stick it up his ass,
right,
which we know was hyperbole, but everybody made the headline anyway because Jerry said it. Okay? But that paints the agent in the eyes of fans that this dude has told Jerry to stick it up his ass. He never said that. You know,
well, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
But negotiate with me, and he's not demanded anything. That's the issue. You know, we act like he's sitting up here and demanded things. He's not demanding. They haven't even talked. How is that his fault? And they've reached out. And the Cowboys and Jerry's so mad that he only wants to stick to the deal he had with Micah. He don't even want to talk to the guy. So how is he the bad guy in this situation? Other than we want to.
Well, I'm not saying he's the bad. No, I don't want to say he's the bad guy. I'm just saying, is there any blame to be laid?
That's how Jerry's painted in the face of fans. I've seen fans talk about this agent is this and he's doing this. Well, he's done nothing really.
Jerry's controlled this thing from jump. Fair enough. Clarence, where can the folks that for the folks that aren't following you on social, shame on them. Where can they find you at?
First of all, find me at Clarence Hill Jr. on Twitter. Certainly, Chill NFL on IG and Clarence E. Hill Jr. on Facebook for you older people that still have Facebook.
Well, I know that's
and
right.
Of course, I'm at DLLS Cowboys.
Clarence, great stuff from you as always, my friend. Enjoy your Saturday afternoon. Enjoy your Sunday, and let's do this again when the season starts for real.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you, my big man. There you have it, the one, the only, Clarence Hill.
Great stuff.
From him, as always. There's a reason why he's a legend in this business, and you heard it right there. All right, coming up next, let's do a little fair or foul. We got Brian Broaddus coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We have some more stuff with the Cowboys in the 4 o'clock hour, plus your text messages and more. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark, live from Globe Life Field.
I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical. One had an Orchard sign and sold for way more. Why? Orchard's local agents know how to attract serious buyers, and they handle everything for you. And with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can move into your new home before your old home even hits the market. Don't settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to sell your home. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become stronger than ever with the experts on men's health. Men's T Clinic's dedicated optimization tools are designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key areas of men's wellness, like hormones, weight, muscle mass, movement, and sexual wellness. It's individualized and comprehensive total wellness through Men's T Clinic's method, and it's yours for the taking today. 5 DFW locations, flexible hours, and affordable plans. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Why do some AC companies pay their service techs on commission? ABC News did a sting on AC companies. They rigged a house with a simple broken wire, and 6 different companies tried to sell a woman hundreds of dollars of phony repairs. Why does this...
The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The Fan After Dark on 105.3. The Fan, Blake, Elliott, Fred, Davis, Dylon with us in the ones and twos. And we got our boy Ruben right here next to us. The duality of having a guest on like our boy Clarence Hill, polarizing figure, one of the best to do it, been in the Dallas media. Back-to-back texts we get. We get, amen, this man is speaking the truth as much as Jerry annoys all of us. He's right. Love what Clarence had to say. And then the next test, worst guest ever.
Love it.
Which I disagree with, but it just shows you how people think differently.
I mean, that's couldn't be more accurate.
Somebody
as far
saying
as the way people feel about it.
Best guest, getting so much insightful information in one person.
But that's somebody, whoever said worst guest ever.
That's all they put.
Number one, thanks for thanks for texting in, and thanks for being a Tolo and listening to the show. But that's somebody who just doesn't like Clarence Hill.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do. Worst guest ever. That's just somebody who doesn't like, or it's Jerry Jones. Or that's somebody in the Jones family who just tuned in and was like, worst guest ever. I think he's dead on. I'll tell you what. Look, I'll tell you what. We'll do fair or foul later. We'll go because I want to kind of take a little bit about what he was saying.
Clarence was spitting some hot fire if you missed it. I'll make sure.
He just said, well, we got to make sure.
I'll post the link on Twitter.
And you know, when he just broke his take down as far as like, look, here's what it is, and I 100,000% agree that it has little to do. This is not a money issue. Yeah. This is not a value issue, okay?
Oh, Micah wants 42 and the Cowboys only want to give him 41. That's not the problem.
Clarence hit the nail on the head, and I'll tell you what, watching the documentary last night, and I finally finished it. Well, I keep saying I finally finished. I fell asleep in the 8th episode, which there's a reason for that. Okay, and my reason for that is that it's the excitement of the documentary falls off dramatically, because let's call it what it is. The 90s Cowboys were a lot of fun to watch, whether you were a Cowboys fan or not, or whether you're just a fan of sport. That was a lot of fun to relive and go back through and see everything that was going on during that time. Because it's one of them things where it's like, okay, I remember that time, but I was in Kansas, all right? So it was one of them deals where, you know, I watched the Cowboys from afar. Now being here and being immersed in the Cowboy culture, if you will, and going back and seeing how it, I mean, I had completely forgotten, or maybe didn't even realize about the murder for hire with Michael Irvin, all right, where, you know, they're sitting in the courthouse, and then he said the FBI, and the judge is talking about how the FBI rushes in and says, hey, we got to evacuate the place because somebody's wants to kill Michael Irvin, all right? And the fact that homeboy only got off with a probation and a $10,000 fine, I mean, hey, well done, Michael Irvin, okay?
If that even gets heard about on Twitter, or somebody doing that to a current Dallas Cowboy, you're facing jail time.
I mean, ideally, yeah. You know, or I shouldn't say ideally, but theoretically.
Yeah.
You know, but it just goes to show.
Who do you think's got the most security on the Cowboys?
Oh, Dak.
You think? Probably Dak.
But there's nobody.
That makes sense.
Dude, look, there's nobody wiling out to the level of what Michael Irvin was. He was smoking crack, for God's sakes, man. He had a crack rock the size of a golf ball. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, the fact that Michael Irvin,
Fred's in his demonstrative right now,
was doing crack and cocaine and then going out on, because don't tell me he was stopping it he wasn't doing it during the regular season, okay? I have, as somebody who is very familiar with crack and cocaine, okay? Pause. All right, now just leave it at that. The fact, I have a hard time believing that he just flipped the switch and was like, okay, I'm not doing it during the regular season.
Dare, kids, drugs are really expensive. Don't do them.
Well, they're bad and they're expensive. I mean, that's the least of the worries, but they're expensive.
Stands for?
Huh?
Isn't that what the DARE program stood for?
What, drugs are expensive, so don't do them?
Drugs are really expensive? Isn't that DRAE?
No.
What does it stand for?
What was it? Drug Awareness Resistance Education.
That's way dumber. They should have gone with drugs are really expensive. That's what I always say.
Who cares if they're because that would stop people from buying them?
Well, if you're young.
No, nobody cared. Nobody cared.
So you think that acronym's better?
I don't think anybody. I mean, I don't even remember. I don't even know how I remembered it, to be honest with you. I literally
you think you were
pulled that out
right?
of my ass.
Do you think that was right? What did you say again?
Drug Awareness Resistance Education.
That's so dumb. I like drugs are really expensive. 877-881-1053. What do you think should be the new program?
Do they even still do the DARE program?
They should. Anybody that's got kids in school, let us know what the new not doing drug program is. Yeah. You know, kids can't have cell phones anymore.
Good.
In class, they've taken them.
Good.
Okay,
I hear
you.
We can all stand for.
I hear you on that on good, but the one caveat, I will say it's a caveat,
or something like that.
When there's some disastrous thing and now no one has a phone.
Okay, but I hate to play devil's advocate here with this, but I will.
Way to be.
But I will. When has a child calling their parent ever stopped a school shooting?
I don't know.
Never.
I don't really have the inside information on them.
I mean, I don't either, but I'm just saying, like,
phone calls made.
is and that's a whole separate issue. I mean, I think we all agree.
Of course.
But if you told me, and look, dare I say, and I'm making a huge leap here, dare I say that kids actually being connected into school and learning.
Okay, where do you think maybe the phone isn't taken away and it's at the front of the room? Because from what I've heard, I've got some school teacher friends. It's not at the school. Like, you're not supposed to bring it to school, and if you do, it's like it's off.
It's like in a locked box or something like that.
It's not like sitting at the front of the classroom. I think front of the classroom is fine. If you want to have it in the hall, cool. Call your mom, call your friend.
I would say keep it in your locker.
Yeah,
I
locker
guess, would probably be.
I don't like
best.
the not having your phone and just like 9 hours, especially when you're in high school, not having it. Junior high, whatever.
I mean, I guess I would just push back and say, well, I mean, what are you missing out on?
Well, one, what do they want to listen to music? That's kind of a big part of going to school, high school. We'll listen to music in between classes. Two, at least when I had a phone, I'm texting my friends, hey, do you want to go get lunch?
Yeah.
You want to do this after? These kids have cars. It's not like they're all 14.
I mean, during free, pass, what do they call it? Passing time or whatever. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
All right.
These schools aren't allowing even that. I'm like,
I mean, that's wild. But at the same time, I mean, I think it's one of them dang. I saw a tweet, and I retweeted it out a couple weeks ago, where a teacher was doing he did a video, and he said that his kids were taking notes, more responsive in class, paid more attention, and when they finished doing their assignments, which they were now doing in class, he said they were doing more. Their completion rate was better than he'd ever seen it. He's been a teacher for 8 years, and he said here was the real kicker: after kids would finish their work, they would talk to each other when it was over.
Yeah.
Like that was, I mean, and again, I'm dating myself here. I mean, I'm 44, but I remember
I still had
that was part of the fun of let's hurry up and finish, because then you'd get the 5 minutes at the end of class to visit and shoot the bleep with your friends.
I still had a
or
little
holler at homegirl, hey, circle yes or no if you're feeling your boy or something.
If you
like
want to go to homecoming. Yeah. I still had a little bit of that because phones weren't uber popular.
Yeah.
For me, like I had an Android.
Yeah.
It's a moment of silence for that.
I know you were getting made fun of. That explains a lot.
Until sophomore year of high school. You want to know why I got the Android? Little tidbit about Blake's life. This is so random. I'm
Make
sure
it quick. We're up against it.
I wanted to have the animated wallpaper. That was the only reason. All of my friends had iPhones.
He wanted to have
and you know how the wallpapers could move?
Animated.
Like
I don't even know what that
iPhone
means,
didn't
but
like your screen where you'd hold down and like fishes would start swimming.
Oh wow!
And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I said, Mom said you can pick any phone you want now. You've been good. You got good grades.
So you could have picked out an iPhone, but the the motion of the background was enough for you to say, you know what?
I got a Samsung.
Let me get
Galaxy.
that
Samsung Galaxy.
And then you got to school and just ridiculed.
Try to flirt with a girl. My messages are green. And she said, no, sir.
Wow.
Next day, I said, Mom, I don't care if I can get a present for the rest of the year. I need to get an iPhone.
This green's killing my game. The green is killing my game. All right, that's 2 hours in the books, ladies and
Drugs
gentlemen.
are really expensive. Don't do them.
877-881-1005, and they are expensive. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Let us know what you think DARE means and what your first phone was. Coming up next, let's take a trip around the National Football League and the Super Bowl winning scout, the G-Bagger of the Year, as well as post-game and pre-game. Brian Broaddus joins us at 3:20 as well. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. We're out here at Globe Life Field. So should you.
It's a must-listen on your lunch.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Are basically elite.
He says when y'all go out to California Oxnard, he's looking for you to give food recommendations. You hooked him up with the food truck spots. That you're kind of the guy when it comes to finding all the niche spots around town.
Push that button if you would. Okay, there you go. I don't know if you're familiar with this, how this works.
No, I forgot. But nah, pretty much I just go on TikTok or just see what's in the area because I don't want to eat at McDonald's. Like I can eat that here,
That's
you
fair.
know.
Of course,
That's
you got
fair.
it. You got to eat stuff that's what's it called? There's a word for stuff. It's not local when it's only in that area. Whether it's an animal,
Regional?
Or food. I think there's a more scientific word, but regional, yes. But I think there's a more scientific
Are we
word.
sure?
Domain, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think that has more to do with computers than anything else.
There's a word for it.
Yeah, regional, I think is the word.
No, regional is correct. Native is correct, but I think there's an even more scientific word of like when you eat something, it's like it's only from this place, or that plant only grows from this.
Native, I want to say, is the word I'm thinking of. But 877-881-1053.
There's another word.
Drugs are really expensive, people. Drugs
Don't do it.
are really expensive.
Can I give you this to start us off with around the NFL?
Yeah.
Andrew Berry, Browns GM,
yes,
said this when asked about the idea of keeping 4 QBs on the roster.
He's not serious.
This was his response. Honestly, it's not much of a decision for us. We have a room that we like all the guys in there. We don't really see that as a problem. We more see it as an opportunity. Your thoughts on 4 quarterbacks?
I mean, that's just his way of saying, look, one of these guys is going to get traded.
Who's it going to be?
It's got to be Kenny Pickett. It's got to be Kenny Pickett. You're not trading Shador unless somebody said, hey, I'll give you a first-round pick for him. And I doubt you're trading Dylan Gabriel. And was it Colin Cowherd who just came out and said that he thought Dylan Gabriel was better than Shador Sanders?
I don't know. Did he?
I can't remember. Some pundit just came out recently and said, yeah, he would. Or no, maybe it was Orlovsky. I think it was Dan Orlovsky. I'll tell you what, that dude will say some of the most off-the-wall, absurd things, and you're like, this guy played in the National Football League. Now, I will say this. Sometimes he does say some off-the-wall stuff that I do agree with, but then he'll say stuff like, well, if you look at the ball placement that Dylan Gabriel had, it's like, did you not watch Shedeur? Like, look, you could say a lot of things about Shedeur as far as, I mean, maybe he holds on to the ball too long, but ball placement is one of the least of your concerns when it comes to Shedeur Sanders. But no, Andrew Berry, I don't blame him for what he's saying. He's trying to, look, and look, I'm not a poker player, but my 96-year-old grandfather is. And I want to say that the whole point of the game is, not to let the other team or person know what your hand looks like, right? Hence the term poker face. I think that is a poker face like statement. Let's keep people. You're not keeping 4 freaking quarterbacks on your roster, okay? Let's just call it what it is.
In other news, the 49ers and the Commanders engage in a trade that happened the other day. We weren't able to break it down because we weren't on the air. Brian Robinson Jr. joins the San Francisco 49ers and their depleted team that's already being injury-riddled in the preseason, in the offseason. What do you think about the 49ers adding Brian Robinson Jr. to the fold? Did you want him on the Cowboys? There's a couple people saying they wanted him on the Cowboys.
There were people that were talking about that, and you probably would. I feel like anytime you try to make like an interdivisional trade, you're going to pay more, right? Like you're not going to get the same value when you make a trade if the Cowboys offer that deal or offer their picks or whatever it was versus what the 49ers.
Right now, the 49ers obviously got CMC starting you off. Brian Robinson Jr. is listed second on the depth chart already.
Of course he is.
Isaac Guerrero, who's been kind of battling some injuries, and then they got other guys that have been in and out of the lineup with injuries. So I think that's a pretty good running back core right there. Isaac Guerrero, we saw get some snaps last year.
Yeah.
Look good. Can I ask you this on a side tangent?
Sure.
49ers, do they live up to and we might do a full segment on this, living up to their ceiling or their floor, kind of seeing what these teams have a large variances. Which one do we think is more likely? For the 49ers, I think there's a world where they win 12 games. Brock Purdy looks good. This team is resurgent. The young guys ball out. But there's a very likely version of this 49ers team that's already injured that's asking Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings to be wide receiver ones, and say CMC is banged up and the defense is older and they don't play well. Which outcome do you see? And maybe they get 7-8 wins. Which outcome to you is more likely?
I mean, I think it's the 7-8 win. I mean, they're already banged up. I mean, you traded for Sky Moore at wide receiver, and you still have questions. I mean, Jawan
Sky
Jennings
Moore is already second on the depth chart.
Yeah, dude. And think about this. For a Kansas City Chiefs team that has been devoid of wide receiver talent for the last 4 or 5 years, the Chiefs had zero issue with shipping him off and said, here, take Sky Moore and a 7th-round pick, and we'll take back your 6th-round pick and be more than happy to deal with it.
I think I'm just looking at the 49ers depth chart right now. I think people would be a little surprised if I read some of these names off. The 49ers depth chart has been one of those that we've loved for the last 5-10 years. It's been one of the best defenses, loaded with talent. We've known most of the guys on there. Outside of Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, I don't know if there's a lot of name guys. I think Lenore, the nickel, is or outside corner for them nickel. I think he's one of the more marquee guys, but you're looking at guys
and then one of their safeties,
Upton Stout and Malik Mustafa.
I remember him because Mahomes trucked him in the end zone last year.
Jair Brown's their other safety.
Okay.
Renardo Green is their other corner. Luke Gifford, D. Winters are the other linebackers with Fred Warner. And then on the defensive line, you got Jordan Elliott, Kevin Gibbons, and Micah Williams. Now,
here's the thing, though, too. I mean, we say 7 or 8 wins. I could see it being 8 or 9 or maybe even 10. 12's too crazy. 12's crazy. For one, that's just a tough division.
Who wins that division?
Ooh, I mean, I'm going to stick with the Rams.
That's a tough division.
That's a tough division. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think Seattle's going to be a lot better than people think. Right? I mean, they won 10 games last year.
There's 3 different teams you could predict the outcome, and I don't think you'd sound crazy saying it. 49ers, Rams, or the Seahawks.
I think the only team that would win that I would be
Cardinals.
Would be a slight eye raiser, would be the Cardinals.
Yeah,
but look,
all these teams usually are like within 2 wins of each other.
You could, right now, if you look at that football team, if you took quarterback, tight end, and wide receiver, all right, you could make an argument that the Cardinals have the best quarterback. You can make an argument. I'm not saying this is the case.
I'm not saying it's a good one.
I'm not saying it's but if Kyler Murray, who, by the way, is a number one pick, like we forget was a number one pick, all right?
Lost in high school.
Like Kyler Murray, we're still waiting for that next shoe to drop.
And unfortunately, this is probably the last year of people still believing in he can be, not, I don't want to say a franchise quarterback, but being an elite quarterback. Like he's been on the outside looking in for a while now, and people have given him the grace, new head coach, new OC, not a good defense. At some point, you got to put it together. We're getting to that point with Justin Herbert. Like him and Kyler have got to figure it out before you start just trickling.
If we're going to lambast Dak Prescott,
who's not a first overall pick,
not even close to a first overall pick, all right? If we're going to continue to ridicule Dak Prescott and call him Kirk Cousins or call Kirk Cousins Dak Prescott or vice versa, what's Kyler Murray's comp?
Yeah.
Like, why have we not why do we not give Kyler Murray the same vitriol that we give Sam Darnold, for instance?
He's short.
Okay. Is that our? I mean, look, regardless of whether he was short or not or didn't go first, I mean, he was going to be a top 10 draft pick that year. If Arizona doesn't pick him number 1, he's going to be a top 10. And by the way, this year, Trey McBride, who you're high on, tight end wise, okay.
He's good.
Which I'm not mad at you for.
Is he the best tight end in the division?
He's probably 1B behind George Kittle.
Probably the best fantasy tight end, but probably not the best tight end. George Kittle's probably still better.
George Kittle's still the best because he's got pelts on the wall.
And he blocks really well.
Hands down one of the best blockers, if not the best blocking tight end in football, right? So, and then you've got Marvin Harrison Jr.
Where does he rank between the receivers in that division? You got Puka, who's number 1, in my opinion.
Puka's 1.
JSN's probably 2.
I'd probably give Devontae a slight edge.
Devontae, JSN, those are your top 3.
Right.
And then nobody on the
Niners. But here's the thing. From a physicality and just overall, like, upside standpoint, Marvin Harrison Jr. could be the best wide receiver in that whole division, and it's not close.
Oh, no, don't hit it with it. It's not close.
Oh,
JSN's a dog. JSN is
I'm not saying
dog.
He's not, but Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like he was created in a lab.
I think there's a better chance that I think JSN has the same ceiling that Marvin Harrison has.
No,
that's what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm telling you right now, like if you told me that Marvin Harrison Jr. could have his dad's career in his body,
duh.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, that's what I'm saying.
His dad's career, of course. Marvin Harrison Sr., shout out to the Colts, first team I ever liked, one of the best receivers that I've seen.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, that's who his dad is, man. Like, this guy should –
I'm just really high on JSN.
And I'm not saying you shouldn't be. But you're asking me, like, do I think if he lives up to the hype? And that, again, that's a lot of hype to live up to.
See,
is all I'm saying.
I wasn't buying into that hype. Shout out Brian Brodesson. We'll have on next segment. Me and him were on the Malik Neighbors hype. We said that's the best receiver in the draft. Him and Jaden Daniels,
LSU
LSU
stay healthy,
boys,
by the way, who's hurt again,
and it will still have a better season than Marvin Harrison. He could
I
sit
guess
out 3
we'll
games.
see.
You want to put a bet on it? He could sit out 3 games to have a better season.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll bet on it. 100.
With Daniel, I was about to say Daniel Jones. With Russell Wilson and
Jackson
Dark.
Look, I don't mind. I'm not saying Malik Neighbors isn't going to be good. I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Malik Neighbors will be a top 5 receiver, stats wise and eye test.
As long as he doesn't stay hurt.
I think
dinged up already.
I think he'll get that 5 spot. I know we love to do these rankings, myself included. I think he'll be in that 5 spot this year. Him and Nico. With CD and the boys.
Nico Collins too.
I think Amon-Ra starts to trickle out. Don't got his boy Ben Johnson there scheming him open. He's got a good. I've said this for years.
He's just got so many people around him. Like
I've said this for years. To me, Amon-Ra is
him.
a little overrated. I think he is in a pass-friendly offense and runs all the underneath routes and is a slot only receiver. Some people will be talking about CD in a slot. Let me know when Amon-Ra lines up outside and actually runs somebody down the field. He's all about the slants and crossers.
Who cares? What difference does it make?
Well, I'm just saying as far as
yards. I mean,
I'm talking about for a
more yards for running inside or outside.
No. I'm talking about a complete receiver. When I'm talking about my top 5, I'm not looking at the stats. I'm not saying who had the most yards this season. Anybody can do that. I'm watching the game. Who's route running, helping out his teammates, forcing a double team. And Amon-Ra is not the guy. And I don't mean to make this an Amon-Ra hate train, but I will if I have to.
Sounds like.
I will if I have to.
You're on the Amon-Ra hate
I will
train.
if I have to. Amon-Ra.
You are the conductor.
He's overrated. Give me yours then. Who's your overrated player? That's the guy I would stand on that I think is overrated, and everyone just looks at his stats, never watches a Detroit game, and goes, "Yeah, he's good in fantasy, so he's good for me."
My overrated.
Anybody in the NFL doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, Mike McDaniel. I mean, I'm going the coaching route. I'm going to be an unk. Mike McDaniel.
Maybe a future Cowboys OC.
Look. We saw that yesterday. Was that you that showed me that yesterday? I would take that. Mike McDaniel, dare I say, is he the Norv Turner of his generation? Which, hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
I want to give you this before we get out. Kyler Murray, has he played in a playoff game, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and what were his stats in 2021 in that playoff game? One game. What do you think he won? He threw the ball 34 times. And then we'll talk to Brian Broaddus.
I think did he do okay? I thought he played okay in that game, didn't he? Or was he a complete dumpster fire?
19 of 34.
Not great.
55 completion percentage. 137 yards.
Oh, that's awful.
40.
Was he just dumping? Was he just checking down the entire game?
He had a 40 quarterback rating. No touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Who'd they get beat by?
Now that question I don't know. I'd have to look at that.
Well, can you give me some context here? I mean, who did they lose to?
Let's see. We'll do this.
How do you just randomly have his one playoff game stats, but you can't tell me who they played against?
Who do you think they played against? I'm gonna go against the Bills.
What year was this?
2021.
2021. 49ers.
Are you 100%?
Green Bay. No, give me Green Bay.
The Rams.
Okay.
I said the Bills. I was thinking of the wrong conference.
They leapfrogged the playoffs and immediately went to the Super Bowl.
That's how bad the Cardinals are. I don't even remember what the conference
I was purely spitballing when you said that they've been to a playoff game. Completely forgettable.
Okay.
A completely forgettable
Let's talk
franchise.
to the guy that spitballs like the best of them.
Nobody
Let's talk
spitballs
to
better.
Super Bowl winning scout. We're gonna steal him for 2 segments. He doesn't know yet. Let's talk to Brian Broaddus on the other side.
Our goal is to be you.
Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to
Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
This next segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I see how it is, Kevin Gray. I see how it is. I hear everything, homie. You damn right I'm wearing my KU football shirt today, okay? You damn right I'm wearing my Kansas football shirt today. Let me tell you something. I stand on business, son, all right? Anybody, and this is directed to Kevin Gray and to all you MIZ losers out there, all right? Anybody can be a Kansas basketball fan. Anybody, okay?
It's easy.
Anybody can be part of the winningest program in college basketball history.
Shout out Andrew Wiggins.
Because I'm pretty sure Mizzou, well, I don't know what list they're on. Anyway, take a little something extra to be a Kansas football fan and to represent my team today. So, anyway, I digress. Let's welcome to the program on the D&M Leasing Hotline, the one, the only Super Bowl winning scout. Nobody does it better than the DOC and this gentleman here, the one, the only Super Bowl winning scout, Mr. Brian Broaddus. Brian, what the hell are you doing on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon?
Well, boys, I want to know, is Blake wearing like a girl's shirt that he met that says Texas Women's University on it or something like that?
I'm on the fan cam. I have on, what would you say, this olive? I have on an olive blank.
That does look olive, yes.
Olive blank and just
like a
shorts.
Tommy John shirt.
Tommy John.
Okay. Yeah. I just was curious because, Fred, you were bragging on the fact that you were, wearing your KU stuff.
No, because your boy Kevin Gray was coming at me crazy.
Blake was probably wearing something. Is some girl that he met, and he's got her shirt on, that he wore to work today.
I think he's wearing her panties.
Now I'm just a sleuth.
You guys are at the ballpark today? You guys ballparking it today?
Yeah, we're ballparking.
We are. You know we are.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm at my Crown Global Media Studios.
Nice.
I am watching them hang TV lights right now.
Okay.
But I've also got the game film. I'm going through the game film right now. So just doing that. So yeah, it's been a busy morning, busy afternoon. But good to be on with you boys.
It's always a pleasure being on with you, Brian Broaddus. I'm guessing you're also wearing an LSU shirt. I would expect nothing less. Now that you've watched,
I've got my hood. Yeah, it is in this building. I currently have it at roughly about 58 degrees.
Ooh,
so, yeah,
okay.
I've got the hoodie. I've got the LSU hoodie that I'm wearing right now. Yes,
that's what I'm talking about. All right, real quick. So you said you're watching film from last night. What's one thing that you missed? What's one thing that you missed last night that as you rewatch the film today, you say, that looks better than what I thought?
The problem is, Freddie, I'm like through the first quarter of this game. So, yeah.
So we're brand new. We're brand new into it. Okay.
Yeah, we're brand new into it right now. I've been working all morning on the studio stuff. But, yeah, I'm just got to the point now where I could start on it. I've just got to the point where Deuce Vaughn, they've kind of figured out how to run a little crack toss and how to combo block and get somebody up on a linebacker. So Deuce Vaughn's had a couple of good runs here and early in the first. But, yeah, I've still got to pour through some things and try and kind of figure those things out, and that's what I plan on doing. So, but yeah, I'm really, really fresh, but I could talk off the top of my head if you got some questions that way.
Brian Broaddus, you're the GM for this segment, and you're looking at the running back situation. Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think this might be the hardest question because I think everybody in the media is in the same spot that you are. You've got Miles Sanders, who has the most accomplished career, but hasn't done much in the last 12 months and has been banged up all through the offseason.
Yeah.
You've got Phil Maffa, who we all love in the press box, an undrafted guy from Clemson that runs hard and has a little bit of burst. Then you got Deuce Vaughn, who's been getting all the first-team reps, looked good last night in his limited opportunities. And then, obviously, you've got Miles Sanders. So with those three guys, what would be the Cowboys' reasoning to keep each, if you will, if you're playing advocate for each of those guys?
This is the one position I really don't know, and it's kind of funny because I got home about 1:00 last night, and then I got a text like at 8 a.m. like, man, Deuce Vaughn is going to make this team, and I went, oh. And then I got in my car and drove to the studio here, my studio, and I talked to Todd Archer on the way. And Todd was telling me, I go, hey, I saw you had your 53. I go, do you have Deuce Vaughn on? He goes, no, I don't. And I go, oh, got Phil Moff on it? No, I don't. And so I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know anybody, and I'm including the people that work over there at the Star.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, and I went on a rant last night about this too. The thing that always worries me is when you get down to these roster reductions, is who's involved in the help of the roster reductions.
Right.
And so now you're in a situation where you're going, wait a minute, and this is what's unique about the Cowboys. That the fact that the general manager does solicit opinions from the coaching staff, the scouts, and then he formulates his own opinions as well. And so all of a sudden, if you have a coach that walks in there and is going to fight for a Deuce Vaughn over a Phil Maffa, over a, and there was some wild talk last night in the press box as I was walking around, bumping into people. It's like, boy, Jadon Blue needs to have a good game. I mean, not he's in danger of not making the team, but will he be active every week, or will he be a guy that and so I mean, I have not this whole summer, this running back room talk has not gone the way I thought it was going to go. It's not been as clean as I thought it was going to be. And I think there's going to be some questions even up until Tuesday of do they go – this might be a position they go long at, and I mean long by having an extra guy that they probably shouldn't have because they're afraid that they're not going to make the right decision. That's where I kind of stand right now. So to answer your question, Blake, I really didn't answer your question, but I think there's a lot of talk that still needs to be had about what's going on here right now.
I thought you made a great point last night, though, Broadus, when you talked about the reason why Miles Sanders didn't play was for the simple fact that, if he gets hurt, then you owe him money, right? Or whatever, however that injury settlement type stuff works out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't, a veteran. Yeah, you don't want to get a veteran out there and get him hurt. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I just feel like you are flirting with disaster by getting rid of Phil Maffa. I just feel like that's a guy who's going to get plucked by somebody else. With what he brings to the table. Does it? Now that you've had a night to sleep on it, because me, you, Blake, and Wooly Bully were talking about this last night. We couldn't wrap our brain around the fact that why is he not getting touches until late in the fourth quarter? Now that you've had a night to sleep on it, does it make any more sense as to why they didn't play him until the fourth quarter last night? Well,
this is what's funny is we see physicality and the running style and all that. And then we kind of wonder, and myself and Voch Lombardi talk about this on our podcast quite, he always says, is it a redundant position? Is there redundancies in the position? Is Phil Maffa the same as this back? Or is he the same as this back? Or is he, and so all of a sudden, you're like, well, if you have a team full of, you might have, you kind of want to maybe break it up. We have, okay, this is our explosive guy. This is our blocker catcher guy. This is our, you want to kind of have a little bit of a wide variety of the type of style of backs you want to play with. And, I like to say Phil Moff, I think has shown capability, but I've also had coaches tell me, and this is not, I'm just going to say something that coaches will say, we could find another Phil Maffa. He's a dime a dozen. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I use Phil Maffa's name. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying I've had coaches turn to me and say, this world is filled with Phil Maffas.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm like, okay, I got you, Coach. And so that's the thing that I worry about is, he's shown that he has capability of catching the football, but last night they, had a drop. Something
he did. That was a big third down.
I'll let Fred tackle the defensive side of things, talking to Super Bowl when he's got Brian Broaddus. I want to look at the receivers and the tight ends. I want to first ask you, how many do you think they will carry, and then who's getting those last spots at those position groups?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that. Like say, Archer and I were talking about that probably there could very well be five. He went 4 tight ends. He went 4 tight ends, 5 wide receivers is what he did
with Mingo on the pup.
Yeah, Mingo on injured reserve. You're allowed to. There's 2 players that you're allowed to put on injured reserve, and then you can get them back. They don't have to be on the roster.
Okay.
But you're allowed 2 of those players. So Mingo could very well fall into the go ahead and put him on injured. You could designate him to come back is what you can do. So he might fall into that category. But talking to Archer, he seemed to have he went 5-4 is what he did.
Flournoy getting that last spot.
Yeah, that's where he was. That's where he was leaning. He didn't have Brooks on the team, I believe. So yeah, so that's tough because Brooks has done a pretty solid job for you. When he's practiced, he's done well. When he's had opportunities in games, he's done pretty well. There's a bunch of people that are talking about, well, maybe you could trade Tolbert. That's kind of and that's not coming from the Cowboys. That's just media people talking. That's, I haven't heard anybody from the Cowboys say, but, and Archer, I think Archer had Tolbert on his 53-man roster.
On that tight end who's getting the last spot for you, you got Fant, you got Fairweather.
What's up with Spanford, by the way?
Spanford, Stevens. What's kind of happening behind Schoon and Fergie?
They're thinking Spanford might not be ready for the first game. So that's kind of where that's at. So they might have to go a little long at that position. And then also, Luke Schoonmaker's dealing with a concussion as well. And so that's kind of they have to kind of figure that out as, the protocols and all that stuff.
Did our boy Rivaldo Fairweather do enough for you last night to,
I tell you what, man, I mean, he's shown up in the early part of this game as far as some of the blocking stuff. I mean, he's not a trained killer by any means, but the guy does a pretty good job of getting in the way and kind of steering and, turning. And, he does a lot better at that than we kind of gave him, initially thought him coming out of Auburn. But guy catches the football really, really, really well. So, that's something you have to surely consider.
I mean, we were talking about this last night, and then, just watching him, I would say he's probably your most athletic tight end from what it looks like.
No, I think Archer, matter of fact, I think Archer had Fant as the 4th tight end what he had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that how you would go?
I personally, Fant's shown up early in this game. I mean, it depends on, like I said, Fant is very much like, and here's the redundancy part of it again.
Yeah.
Fant is very much like Hunter Lipke to me. So, can you afford to have 2 Hunter Lipkes on the team?
No, no, you can't. You can't. Yeah. I don't. To your point, Broadus, I feel like Fairweather gives you a different element that the other 3 guys don't give you.
We're passing right here, and our tight end's a big target.
Absolutely, like Fair. Yeah. You know what? And maybe I'm dating myself a little bit here, but Fairweather gives me kind of old school Delaney Walker vibes, a little bit.
That's pretty accurate. Long, rangy, kind of an okay blocker, but knows how to get up the field, plays well in the red zone, sure.
And he's a 6'4", 250-pound dude. I mean, you know what? I'll take that in the red zone. All right, can you stick around with us for another segment so we talk a little defense?
You got it, boys. You got it.
The Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, live from Crown Global Studios. All right, he's joining us here. We got one more segment. We're talking a little defense and wrap this thing up. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard.
Pepper lady. Eovaldi. Not magnolias? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun club?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it out a little bit.
Today, Iowa State versus K-State in
Armageddon.
Dublin,
Ireland. So top five, that's going down at 420. Top five worst countries to start the college football season in. I thought about maybe having you do the top five best countries to start the college football season.
Okay, I can do that.
So I'll do because new guy Jake's already sent me his 5 worst. I've got my top 5. I've got my top 4. I got to come up with my number 1.
And then you want me to do the opposite?
And so you do the opposite because you're just such a sunny guy that I don't think it's only right.
It'd be really hard for me to.
Yeah, I was going to say you're not even a negative guy. Real quick, because we've got the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, who just keeps it real 24/7, 365. What's the worst country in your mind, Brian, to start the college football season in?
Like any war-torn country, would that be kind of an answer?
It's absolutely a great answer. Anywhere. Syria pops to mind as not a place I'd want to start the college football season.
Yeah, the government tells us there's countries we shouldn't visit. I think that would be a good start, right?
That's a great start.
Wouldn't that be
let's have
whatever countries they're telling us we don't need to go to? I think that would be a good start. Yeah.
Texas, Ohio State, and North Korea.
Yeah, that would be rough.
Yeah.
That would be a rough one to get to.
The ratings, though.
Think about this, and you talked about this with your son, Baby Broaddus. He fires off the cannon. Every time a touchdown scored in North Korea, they fire off a nuke.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that would be bad.
Something to think about, people. Something to think about.
Not trying to score. Brian, one more volatile question to ask you since we got you here. Right before we had you on, I went on a rant about Amon-Ra St. Brown being overrated, and I'm sure there's parts of his game that I'm not seeing, but I think he's overrated. Who is a player that you think is overrated in the NFL? Anybody?
And can you go ahead and comment on his Amon-Ra St. Brown?
I'm sure Brian has seen the tape, and he's a good blocker. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's as good as people say he is, Brian. I'll stand on that. I don't think he's a top 5 receiver.
Yeah, man, I tell you, that's a tough one for me because I
love Brian. He said that's a tough one.
No, that's a tough one. No.
No for me, dog.
Because I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's a really good player.
I think he's good.
He's really good.
But you didn't say great, though, Brian. You didn't say great, though, Brian. You said good.
No, I think we all use the word great too much is what we do. I think we use the word great way, way, way too much.
Is he a top 5 receiver? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't know. He's not a top 5 receiver.
Okay,
no, he's not. But,
thank you.
But the way that they use him.
Ben Johnson used him, who's no longer there, Brian. That's my point. I think he's going to fall off this year. Sorry, getting a sidetrack.
I'll tell you what, Blake, you're sounding very much like Clarence Hill, and Clarence Hill does this. Clarence Hill's got this really interesting game he'll play with you, where he'll say, "Man, what's your opinion? Give me your opinion." And so you give him your opinion, and then he fights you on your opinion.
Yes.
So,
hey, Brian, that's what we do.
He did that with me today.
He did it with Fred today.
I go, Chill, why'd you ask me? Why did you ask me then?
We love you, Brian.
You're the football scout. You're the football. I'm like, but you asked me my opinion, and you want to fight me on it. So, no, but I do. I think that Amon-Ra St. Brown is really, really good. I'll tell you a guy I think is overrated is that quarterback in Jacksonville, myself.
Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that's not a hot take, though. That's you're not wrong for that.
I think that. Well, what about would you say what about your guy out there with the Chargers? That's another
Justin
one
Herbert.
Everybody.
See, I would. I'm going to tell you right now. I would lean towards Justin Herbert being more overrated than Trevor Lawrence. And I'm going to say this about Trevor Lawrence.
It's probably properly rated.
Trevor
now.
Lawrence, to me, is going to be Alex Smith 2.0 because, and you'll remember this. I'm not even going to throw this in Blake's direction.
I remember Alex Smith being
idea.
on the Chiefs.
Okay, but that's why I'm not going to throw this to you because you remember this. Remember, for the first 7 years, Alex Smith was a bust except for that 1 year when he had Norv Turner as his offensive coordinator and balled that year, and then boom, he goes to Kansas City. Well, then he has Jim Harbaugh for a couple of years and then goes to Kansas City. But for the first 4 or 5 years of Alex Smith's career, nobody thought, and he wasn't because he wasn't good because that 49ers team was an absolute disgrace. So I think Trevor Lawrence is going to go the route of Alex Smith, where I feel like Liam Cohen. If Liam Cohen can be to Trevor Lawrence what David Canales has been to Bryce Young, I think that could resuscitate Trevor Lawrence's career, and you could see him be the guy. Real quick, since we're on this path, Blake and I have been talking about this. When do we qualify Kyler Murray as a bust, and who's his comp?
See, this is the. I knew you were going to go this route because you're talking about overrated players.
You're welcome.
But I just kind of feel like, to me, there are times when Kyler Murray, when you watch him play, he scares the F out of defensive coordinators.
I can see that.
He's just capable. It's the broken play. It's the play where you've got him defensed, and then all of a sudden he figures out a way out of it.
He's Mahomes-ish in that sense, right?
One. He's a tough one. No, Kyler Murray should be higher up on quarterbacks lists that we have, but it's that kind of like nobody really knows. Well, we know what kind of player he is, but it's he lost another game, and I don't know if it's always his fault, but his ability to make something out of nothing. Lamar. These guys that have it. I fear the teams, and I always say this. I fear the teams that run the college offense. Like Arizona, Washington now, the Ravens. These teams that kind of have these quarterbacks that are kind of slippery, elusive. Those guys are tough, man, because you can have the absolute perfect defense to get off the field on third down, and then these son of a guns will run for 26 yards when your back's turned because you're in coverage. So I hate playing guys like Kyler Murray and people like that. The guy with Washington is going to be the same way. He's going to be a guy that everybody hates to play against, yeah.
Well, we teased it, so I want to make sure we pay it off. Switching gears, talking about the Dallas Cowboys defense. We all felt pretty good. Micah, Fowler, Osa, Solomon Thomas, Ezeraku, and Nealon. Outside of that, I don't think anyone's guaranteed a roster spot on that defensive line. Who are some names of guys that have to be on this roster, think did enough, or just some guys Brian Broaddus likes outside of the guys I just named?
Are you talking about just edge rushers there, Blake?
No, the whole D-line. 1 techs, 3 techs, edge rushers, whatever way you want to go at it.
Yeah, did you mention Winfrey?
I did not.
Winfrey?
I did not.
See, and then the reason why I mentioned him is I don't think this defense is going to play toe-to-toe with you. I don't think, other than Jay Toia, I don't think they have size. They just don't. And I was watching some of the tape in the first quarter here, and they're playing a lot of slant front, a lot of slant fill. They're not interested in playing toe to toe with you. So you're going to need. This is why guys like Solomon Thomas, Perion Winfrey, these guys, they're going to get, Oso Digizua, Solomon Thomas. These are the guys that are going to be. They fit more probably what Eberflus wants to do, because they're going to try and be disruptive, and they're going to try and get up the field and attack gaps. They're not going to sit there and hold up blocks. It's going to be attack a gap and then fill, cover behind that. Cover. It's like if they slant the front to the strength of the formation, and then the linebackers, handle the backside gaps and stuff like that. I think that's what they're going to do more than. So to me, when you start to talk about big, oversized defensive line, they just don't have it. So they're going to have to work around that. They're going to play with guys with more quickness and stuff like that. So I think that's why you need a guy like Perion Winfrey on this team.
So Perion Winfrey, who are you putting alongside of him? Are you keeping Mozzie Smith?
Well, he's a backup guy. We could see a front. We could see a front where where JT starts, and then maybe they get to second down, third down, whatever. Of course, on third down, but you could see JT be that guy where he could be the starter, or you could see Winfrey, and heck, you might see Osa and then Solomon play as starters at certain times and stuff like that. They're going to try and be disruptive. It is not going to be a big front. It's going to be about
I have to ask, who's not making this? It sounds like you've got a lot of guys staying on this D line. Who's the odd man out for you?
Well, just read them. It's probably guys like Mozzie Smith. It would be, but I don't know if they'll do that. I just don't. I think Jerry wants to keep Mozzie around. I think people are interested in moving on from Mozzie Smith, but I think that maybe Jerry wants to keep him around. We'll see. But you're probably looking at, depending on what happens with Micah Parsons, that's a whole other thing, too, that you might have to keep some guys. But, it's like Nealon, Smith. I'm just looking at the guys that are supposed to be the starters. Nealon, Smith, Oso-Digizua, and Parsons. That's 4. Yep. I don't think Tyrus Wheat makes his team. He had a really good camp, though.
Shout out James Houston took that spot.
Somebody's going to watch his film, and they're going to claim this guy. If you need an edge rusher, backup edge rusher that can play the run, this guy didn't do a bad job. We talked about JT. We talked about Solomon Thomas, Fowler involved. I don't think Peyton Turner was particularly great, but Peyton Turner's got some size and he can kind of play the run. I don't know if that'll be enough for him, but he wasn't as good. Like in the first week of training camp, he was good, and now he's just kind of been very, very average. I mentioned
he
Winfrey.
got banged up easily too, because isn't that kind of been his MO as well?
Oh no, absolutely. He's been a guy that's struggled with injury, but the big one is James Houston. What are you going to do with James Houston?
You got to put him on the roster, don't you? After what he did last night.
Well, that's the question. They will say, okay, well, depending on what happens with Micah Parsons, if Parsons in fact starts to play, you should be okay there. But if he doesn't, they're going to need another edge. And James, you're going to have to find a way to kind of cobble together some guys with some pass rush ability to get 2-3 sacks and then make up for Parsons if he's not playing.
And I know people, you talked about it in the last segment. I know Jalen Tolbert's been a popular, potential hypothetical trade option. I know people have thrown Sam Williams out there, but, what kind of, Sam Williams hasn't played in over a year and a half. Like, what kind of trade value would he even have? What are you getting, a 7th-round pick and a bag of donuts?
That's the thing. Somebody like me personally, if you do watch the tape, if James Houston's out there, he's been better than Sam Williams. Yep. If you want to be real honest, Tyrus Wheat has played better than Sam Williams.
Yep. Yeah, I thought so too.
If you really, really want to be honest, about that, I think that, those are the two guys that have kind of shown up more. Matter of fact, I think that Houston and Wheat have actually played better than Donovan Ezeraku, if you want to be honest about that.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
I keep saying be honest about it, but that's kind of the way the film. I think Ezeraku, of course, you're not going to get rid of him or anything like that. But what he did in training camp during the, and it wasn't against just completely backup tackles. He was going up against, some of the starters, and Ezeraku was having success. But these, the first 2 games, he didn't have nearly the success that he had in practice, and that's a little bit concerning to me.
And Wheat flashed. That's the thing about Wheat that's totally. He was the best D lineman you had.
Run. Wheat's got run stops and he's got pass rush pressures and stuff.
Absolutely.
And so is James Houston. And that's what you got to worry about is like, wow, are we going to let one of these guys go that's actually a pretty productive player?
Brian Broaddus, I'll tell you what, we could do this all day long with you, my man. Great stuff from you as always, my friend. Enjoy your college football Saturday, what's left of it. Thank you for coming on. Yeah. And, of course, don't forget, 2 to 7, G-Bag Nation on Monday with the boys.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Take care.
Same to you, my man. The one, the only Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Brown. We didn't even get to the secondary with him, but we got so knee-deep in the pass rusher stuff that we just didn't have time. All right, we're here until 5:30. We are here at Globe Life Field. Come by, say hello to us. Comerica Backyard, center field, second-level suite level. All right, so come by, say hello to Blake, say hello to myself. Hell, give our boy Ruben Portillo dap. Hell, you can even Venmo him a couple dollars if you want to as well. All right, coming up next, 4 o'clock hour, we've got Top 5. We'll reset the show. So much to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark on a Saturday.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard.
that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Inning. I mean, this is what dreams are made of, ladies and gentlemen. But sure, Texas Rangers snatched victory from the jaws of defeat last night. 3 straight pitches. That's all it took for your Texas Rangers to come back, get the dub, and let's call it what it is. It was an absolutely must-have win. And you know, that's the thing about sports is the proverbial must-win game. Every game here from here on out is a must-win game.
Correct.
Now, look, we know you're not going to win every single game, but we're at the point now where, you know, you got a Guardians team that's a couple games ahead of you right now in the wild card standings. All right, the AL West, let's go ahead and cancel Christmas on that. You ain't winning the AL West. All right, let's just go ahead and refute
5 games back of just the Mariners in second.
Now.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
But what's not too late, Blake Elliott.
Talk to me.
You may know him as Dave in certain circles.
Or Chris.
Or Chris. Or just B. Or just B.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. You can still get that wild card spot.
Yeah, you
can still get that wild card spot, and you need to take care of business against this Cleveland Guardian team. And who better to do it than tonight? Jack Leiter on the bump.
Cha-ching!
And Adrian Beltre statue replica giveaway night. Look, my man's got 3 of them right there. My man's got 3 Adrian Beltre replicas right there.
Didn't you have to give some shout-outs? I feel like you promised
I
to
sure do.
shout-outs.
I'm glad you said
this
that.
This is a good time.
I'm glad you said. Number one, Justin, who delivered not 1 but 2 cups of coffee from the Lexus Lounge. All right, he's part of Tailgate USA. If you know, you know. If you need a tailgate, go holler at my boy Justin. He'll get you taken care of. And again, just clutch as all get out. I was about to get into a fist fight. Tolo, you know what time it is. I was not.
But are they a
fist fight with him? I was going to get into a fist fight with Blake Elliott today.
With Blake Elliott. Okay, let's hear this.
I was ready to go sprint down to the Lowe's, not Lowe's, the home improvement store,
Spell it
but
out.
the Lowe's Hotel that has a Starbucks in it. And I was going to run over there and get a Starbucks. And Blake
and Ruben
and Ruben too. I was going to fist fight both of them, okay? Denying my athletic ability, saying that I couldn't even get to the corner of the intersection in 5 minutes or less, which is complete blasphemy.
I think it's
All
true.
right.
The fact that you think you can get to the hotel across the street, order a coffee, and get back.
No, I was going to order it on the app. I was going to order it on my Starbucks app and then go get it and then come back. And, if I missed a minute or two of the show, I felt confident that you could handle it.
No, I can't.
Okay?
It would just be me and Ruben saying the fan.
Look, I have. Do I question your teases? I absolutely do. Okay. Do I question your? And you're listening to the fan. Are we done? I'm going to go turn this mic off. But do I have the utmost faith that you can bring us back in? Absolutely. If you and Dylon got to, talk amongst yourselves for a minute or two while your boy Freddie D gets a cup of coffee, he can absolutely do that.
That has been
Justin from Tailgate USA, who also does a little bit of everything else here at the Globe Life Field, big time Tolo, came through today. Uber clutch. Now, that's here today. A couple of the shout-outs we got to give.
I was going to make a joke, but I can't. It's
go ahead
too far past.
No, go ahead and shake. What's the joke?
It was too far gone now at this point.
What are you going to say?
Well, you said you have no problem with me bringing us back in.
Yeah.
I was going to make a joke. But
what is it?
It's okay.
No, say it.
No, it's fine.
I want to laugh.
It's past.
No, I want to laugh.
There's
go
families
ahead.
walking by.
Okay, here, I'll go ahead and I'll pretend like I'm saying it again.
No.
You've got no problem bringing us back. And?
Yeah, I don't.
So what's the joke?
There's no point. There's families walking by. I reviewed the joke in my head.
Stinks. Your joke game
I know
stinks.
Gavin's listening.
Oh, that kind of joke? That kind of joke? All right. So last night, after we got just stellar audio, Tolo, after we got stellar audio,
we did.
We're walking back, and of course, I'm such a Tolo. I'm listening. I've got the Odyssey app on my phone. Blake and I are talking while listening to the postgame show, heading back to Lot 4.
Oh, we do need to give a shout out.
We were talking about the Jesus guy that's always just, my man's on one. Okay, and he was spitting hot fire yesterday. Okay.
If you've been to a Cowboys game, you know.
you
know exactly what we're talking about.
What we're talking about. My man was spitting hot fire yesterday. Okay, I'm not even going to repeat what he said. Okay. That said, we were talking about it, and Teresa, in her Cowboys gear,
jumps in the convo. In a good way.
In a good way. Not absolutely in a good way. Then we asked her to read, because she was clearly a 10, and she had, and she proved it to us. She had she is a Tolo, had 105.3 The Fan in programmed in her vehicle. Okay, because after we told her, hey, we're going to give you a shout out tomorrow. What do you think the Cowboys are going to do this year? Then I'm guessing it was her daughter Claire who said it's our year.
Okay, can I say this? Side note.
Go ahead and talk a little louder because I can barely hear you. So go ahead.
Just turn me up. I'm talking pretty loud.
Are you? Because I haven't changed anything.
Ruben,
yet.
do I sound loud to you? I sound good.
Okay,
Ruben gave me the
go
thumbs
ahead.
up.
Maybe it's the backward.
Side note: I was trying to. I cared less about y'all.
Were you trying to holler at Claire?
I didn't care. I didn't care about y'all's football conversation. I was trying to figure out if our new best friend Nick from Australia, if that was her man.
What was the situation there?
I was trying to figure that out.
I
thought
don't
Claire was
think
cute.
because she clearly wasn't walking with him.
No, she wasn't. But then he's like, I'm going to join the conversation. I didn't know if that was
in fairness, though, Teresa brought him into the conversation.
We're saying this. We loved all these people.
We loved all of them. We loved all of them. Cool. Okay, but I don't think Claire and Nick were an item, is what we're
then that bodes well for me. But
that does bode well for you.
I didn't want to be
definitely in your wheelhouse.
Claire, she looked nice.
That's definitely your attraction template, so I could see that. But, for somebody who likes to talk about his game...
Okay, is that the right time to spit while I got the media badge on
no
and
better
we're
time
with
than
their family?
No better time than the present.
Might as well throw me your number.
I mean, they didn't have any time. Don't you guys do Instagram? Don't you guys do it? You could have easily have gotten her Instagram.
But we wanted, one, she wasn't participating that much in the conversation. She
made clear to look at me and say, it's our year.
She did say that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't have any problem conversing with her.
Okay,
So,
do you want her?
Look,
You want her, friend?
I don't, but I'm just saying, like, I'm hearing a lot of excuses from somebody.
You got to know when to jump and when not to.
Oh, listen.
When I got I got two elder statesmen with me.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the best time while we're trying to see if they're listeners.
You know what? Look, I'm just saying, bro.
Oh, this is my husband. You just offended me. Now I don't want to listen to the show. Versus
offend you. Hey, follow us on Instagram.
Okay, follow us. What are we? Some boys band? Follow us on Instagram.
Why not? Follow.
No.
I mean, I
follow me
I
on
already
Instagram.
told them the show.
Well, I wanted to follow me on Instagram.
If you got to let me in to help your game, I'm here for it.
No,
I'll wingman it.
Just follow me, because you know what I post on my story. Some of the stuff's for the ladies. Some of it's for you Tolos. I'm sure you can figure out which is which.
I feel like had you wanted to holler at Claire, you easily could have done it.
Well, shout out to Claire and Nick.
Teresa, what did Teresa say? We were drinking and dancing.
They did say that.
I mean, again, context clues,
but
my friend.
Also context clues.
And Nick was pretty well lit.
Miss Claire wasn't exactly, other than her, it's our year. That was kind of the only comment she made. She was kind of ignoring us.
She was kind of observing it, though, too. But I also turned away from her to talk to Nick. And she did jump back into the conversation again when she was behind the driver's seat. So, again, look, we could do this all day. Okay? Again, if you really wanted to,
everyone's
I feel
saying
like you could have done it. If you wanted to, you could have done it. Anyway, shout out to Claire from Texas. Nick from Australia.
Great
First
accent.
time ever being at a football game.
Correct.
Okay? Says they're going to win the Super Bowl. All right. Ballsy claim by him. Now, again, he's never been to a football game before, so let's just give him the benefit of the doubt there. I said, who do they play in the Super Bowl? He said the Eagles. I said, you can't do that. And so then I said, how about the Chiefs? He said, okay. So, again, first time doing it.
But he said, Cowboys, it's our year.
He said, Cowboys, it's our year. Claire said it's our year. Teresa was jacked. So, nonetheless, good time to be had by all last night. Fred and Blake handed out shout-outs, handed out high fives, handed out, just all-around good vibes after the game last night.
I agree. I think it was all good vibes. Like I said, I'm in year 3, you're in year 2 with the Cowboys. When we walk in the press box, shout out to all of our fellow media members. People know us now.
They do.
What's up, Fred? Hey, what's up, Blake?
They do.
How are you guys doing? Get people on the show, do a little networking, talk to your favorite reporters, and just chat it up. It's not who are you guys? It's, would you like to get macaroni with me now?
Well, and here's the other thing, too, and again, we kind of talked about this in the early part of the show, is all business.
Yeah.
All business.
Talking about up in the press box?
All business in the press box.
Is there anybody you've met this year that you didn't know? Or did you already know everybody that we've run into?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been the most outwardly going social person. I lock in. It's funny you asked me this because I
pregame's a good time for it.
Pregame is a good time for it, and I do need to be more social in that sense. I take a very old school approach, and it's funny you bring this up because I was talking to my cousin about this earlier. And by the way, say no to drugs. We already talked about the dare. My cousin died yesterday.
Wow.
Okay, she's 35, 36, somewhere in there. God bless my cousin Sarah. Died
in the middle of the segment. Just wow.
Look, just bringing it all full circle. She died yesterday, and just to be serious for a second, though. But if you've got a loved one that's dealing with a drug addiction or something like that, like give them a call, give them a hug, tell them you love them, something like that. Like I said, she was dealing with drugs for a long time. Passed away yesterday at the young age of 35 years old. So thoughts and prayers to anybody who's got family members dealing with drug addiction right now. That said, me and my other cousin, his sister, were talking today. And in college, I had an old school professor, journalism professor, who was like, look, I'm not here to fraternize and or be friends with other members of the press. Because it's like I'm there to do the story, get the information, boom, go do my job. And I was a young man when I heard that, and I was like, you know what? I subscribe to that notion. So, yes, I take that literally in the press box when I'm in the locker room, like, boom, I lock in. I don't really talk to anybody. I probably should be a little more social in that sense. But at the same time, too, I do like going all Heisman on everybody because, you know what, when I'm there doing my interviews and what have you. Now, I will say shout out to Nick Harris. He's a real one.
Nick's a real one.
Okay,
always.
I got number love for Nick Harris. He's a real one. He goes in there, does a job, and not to take anything away from anybody else in there, but I have gotten to know Nick just a smidge. Plus, we've talked to him on the air a couple times as well. So Nick Harris would probably be the one guy that I would say I probably do know the best, which isn't saying a whole lot. And then I did push Calvin Watkins into a wall last night in the bathroom. Okay, pause.
Yeah, we're going to get some more context.
It was whoa. What the hell are you guys talking about?
I want to give a little more background.
It was all love. We walked into the bathroom because I kicked the door in like it was a heist. He was standing behind it. I grabbed him, threw him up against the wall, laughed at it, and then went to the urinal. So
totally normal.
Normal.
You saw Chill.
We talked to Chill as well yesterday.
Have you met Machota?
I mean, I think I met him last year, but like this year,
his suit game is impeccable.
But he's locked in, man. I mean, he goes and does his thing, which I appreciate. And like I said, I don't want to just, hey, Fred Davis fan, boom, and then go about my business.
You're a fan?
That's it. Fred Davis, the fan. That's it.
That's the tease.
Hey, look. You want to know more about me? 7 to 11, Monday through Friday.
Who do you text in 877-881-1053? Who do you want the fan after dark to have on the show? Your Dallas Cowboys media members. We'll have them on. What are we going to do next because at 4:40 we'll give you guys all the audio.
We will.
All of the audio you've been waiting for 4:40. What are we doing next?
Top 5. We're on till just real quick. Okay, so 2 things. One, we're on till 5:30. All right, that's when we hand the broadcast baton off to the Rangers Radio and Television Network. So stay tuned for that. That's going to go down at 5:30. But 4:20, it's top 5 time. All right, so shout out to our boy New Guy Jake. If you know, you know. One of the rising stars at 105.3 The Fan. Big fan of our boy New Guy Jake. So New Guy Jake sends me a text earlier and he goes, hey, is Jalen Daniels going to throw for over 165 yards? Because he's also our resident degenerate gambler. I said, haven't been paying attention? Yes. So then I asked him, and he put a little something on it, part of his parlay. I said, give me a top 5, Jake. Give me a top 5. And in New Guy Jake fashion, within seconds, texts back and says, top 5 worst countries to start the college football season in. Beautiful. So that said, top 5, but we're going to put a twist on it. I'm going to give you the top 5 worst countries, as is Jake, to start a college football season in. Blake, being the ray of sunshine that he is, top 5 best countries to start the college football season in. What say you? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Top 5 list, Fan After Dark, here at Globe Life Field. Don't go anywhere.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team alert. Many weather forecasters now say the heat wave will continue into the fall. If your air conditioner is not working properly, get relief today. Call the on-time expert.
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute hat. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit.
lady.
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Green club?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or zeroasdallas.com.
This next segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to 105.3 The Fan. Fan After Dark with you. Blake Elliott, Fred Davis. It's getting loud. We got Ruben to keep us safe here. Security measures have been raised because we got Ruben here making sure we're locked in. We got Dylon back at home studio making sure that we don't mess up or say anything we're not supposed to because we might have to use a dump button in this segment. I have a good feeling this could get a little toxic, a little crazy.
What's that? Top 5 list?
Yeah.
I mean, when doesn't it?
Mine's going to be nice, though.
Okay.
Mine's going to be good.
Yours is going to be good. Who's at it? I'll tell you what, look at the I don't think I've ever seen BP so well attended before here.
I don't think I have either.
I mean, look, it is Adrian Beltre statue night tonight, so everybody and their moms out here loving up the Adrian Beltre stuff.
How do we get one?
You and I have not seen the Adrian Beltre statue yet.
Where's our people at? Where's our PR people at?
Our PR people?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why?
Because we need to get a I actually want that
point.
one. I want that bobblehead.
I would love to have one, too. By the way, don't forget, obviously, today's Adrian Beltre replica statue night. People still pouring in, filing in here. And, of course, if you're on your way out to the ball game, out to the ballpark, make sure you say hi to Blake and I, as well as our boy Ruben Portillo. He is taking Venmo donations for what it's worth. But we are here at the Comerica backyard, suite level. So come on out here, say hello, get an air high five. Blake will give you a hug. Okay, and hold it for unnecessarily a long amount of time, okay, to make it awkward for everybody involved. Ice Cream Sundays, that's going down tomorrow, Sunday, August 24th against the Guardians. That's presented by Bluebell. $1 ice cream for all you cheerins out there, age 13 and under. And then, of course, Texas Rangers hockey jersey. Who doesn't want that? I would rather have that, to be honest with you. That's going down Tuesday night, August 26th against the Angels. That is presented by Globe Life. And, of course, the Adrian Beltre replica statue was brought to you by Globe Life as well. So, all right, let's get right down to the nittiest and the grittiest of the top 5. So, college football week 0 started today. K-State, shout out to my cousin who's a K-State grad. Still dating Miss Brazil. Okay, everything's good to go on that front, but and shout out to my cousin Laura, his sister, both K-State grads, all right, but and our boy Deuce Vaughn and Cooper Beebe. Hold that L for me, folks. Hold that L, all you K-Staters out there, as they lose today to Iowa State 24-21. Now, that game was in Ireland.
Dublin.
Okay. Now, we're going to do some really bad, just downright awful Irish accents over the course of the next 5 to 10 minutes, so stand by for that. But I asked New Guy Jake, I said, give me a top 5, New Guy Jake. And, of course, in typical New Guy Jake fashion, not only did he come up with one, but he came up with a heater, top 5 worst countries to start the college football season in, which I'm all here for.
What are you basing it
I've
off
got
of?
my 5. Well, stick around and find out, Blake, okay? Stick around and find out. But Blake, And, me being the contrarian that I am, okay, not afraid to wade into a little controversy from time to time.
Push the envelope.
Absolutely. I am a habitual line stepper. If you know, you know.
Otherwise known as a PR nightmare.
Blake, on the other hand, is a ray of sunshine. And that's why he and I work so well together, is because I'm not afraid to push the envelope. Blake, on the other hand, just is as to borrow a phrase from our boy Wolchuk, is hugs and hand pounds. All right. Top 5 countries that are the best to start a season in, and a college football season. If the United States is number 1, I will slap you. Okay, number 5, worst country, Afghanistan.
Why so?
Okay, last I checked, the Taliban sucks. Okay, last I checked, the Taliban is awful. They've taken over Afghanistan, and if they're not going to let women do what women should be doing, all right, which is living freely among all of us, then I don't want to start my college football season there. Afghanistan, number 5, worst place to start a college football season.
I will say I saw a TikTok the other day of someone doing a live stream out in Afghanistan, and he was having a very good time, and people were treating him nicely. Now, his tour guide did have an AK-47 on his back. I will not leave that part out.
Let me full disclosure, he was heavily armed.
But, it wasn't the, all we hear about is the war-torn part about this. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of the things on your list. But I'm sure there are good parts of it, and I think Afghanistan's got a bad rap. All right, my number 5.
I'm sure Afghanistan's gotten a bad rap.
My number 5. Do you want the honorable mention, or you want the number 5? Tell me.
Go with the number 5 first.
Greece.
Oh.
In the number 5 spot. Just went there. Not a huge sports culture out there outside of like Giannis and
more Giannis. And Giannis' brother.
But beautiful place, and the people are passionate about everything there.
So maybe not sports. Football?
Why not college football? Beautiful, and I tell you, there's college football players.
Yeah.
Oh, they would love it. So I got after party in Mykonos after the first game. You tell me those guys wouldn't go out to Santorini, the Paros, to Athens? They would love it. Week 0 in Greece. Now, this is the only country that I don't have a game for. I've got a game for every other opener.
Oh, okay. So you took it a step further. Not only did you give us the top 5 best countries to start the college football season, but you also gave us a game that you would have in said country.
Correct. This is the only one I didn't because I couldn't. It was the last second ad. Greece. Okay. What would a Mykonos there for number 5?
But you don't have a game for it.
Don't have a game for that
one. You teased it, but you don't have a game for that one.
I said this one I don't have a game for.
You know what? KU Fresno State.
KU Fresno State.
Cool. KU Fresno State. Take KU in the over all day, every day. Number 5 for new guy Jake, Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Okay.
And in parentheses, he put not safe.
Okay.
Not safe. Okay.
I'm not familiar with them, so I can't comment too much.
They do lead. They are one of the world leaders in kidnapping.
Okay.
Okay, so hate to come out and not only is your bus gone, but your quarterback's being held for ransom. Okay? Not a fun time. All right? The
what
parlay
quarterback's
there
been held for the highest ransom?
wild.
Oh, Quindy. Arch. Can you mention Arch ransom?
Hey, by the way, Dylon, did you do a top 5?
I got some.
Oh, okay. Now, did you do the top 5 countries to go to or top 5 not to?
I did the worst.
Okay,
of course he did.
It's Dylon. All right, whatever country you can slap your mother in is top 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 in the world of Dylon. All right, number 5 for you, Dylon, is
Russia.
Why so? How so, Gavin Dawson?
Well, I mean, it's Russia. I mean, I will say the president's not the greatest. We'll put it at that.
That's it. Not a fan of Putin is what you're saying. Who's a sportsman in his own right, okay? Allegedly a black belt in judo and is known to ride a horse without a shirt on. So just take that for whatever it's worth. Hey, there you go, Tolo. All right, number 4?
Number 4, I have Sudan.
Sudan, also very unsafe.
Very unsafe, and I don't know how they would even build a stadium to play at.
Oh, that's a good question. That probably an open air stadium would be my guess. So there's your number 4. Number 4 for new guy Jake, Dublin, Ireland.
Dublin.
Okay? In parentheses, he put way too wet.
Way too wet.
So weather being a reason why he doesn't like that. My number 4 is Siberia.
I think that would be.
Okay.
I think that's a miss by you. Siberia sounds really fun.
Okay, well, go ahead and hang out in Siberia and report back to me on how freezing cold it was and how miserable you were the entire time.
Have you
were
been?
there. Have I been? I make a yearly trip to Siberia. It sounds miserable. It looks miserable. And I mean, dude, that's where they send the worst of the worst criminals from Russia. You realize, okay, Russia already, as
we're never going to get through this list.
Rough number 5. I mean, Dylan has a number 5. Okay, so we've already got Russia. Okay, which decided, hey, let's go ahead and invade Ukraine for the last 3 years. So you already know what kind of tomfoolery they're on. Imagine it being even worse in Siberia.
I think Siberia gets a bad rap.
Okay, so my number 4, Siberia.
Okay, now let's get to the positive side of this for you guys. Let's
the
get
fun
our
side.
Let's get our suns. Our
Greece number
sunshine.
5.
Greece number 5 at number 4. Take me out to Spain. We're going to go to Madrid, Real Madrid, big soccer place over there. Lots of energetic fans. We got cannons going off. We got fireworks.
Yeah.
We got banners in the crowd.
Where are we going? Madrid?
Madrid.
Okay.
Spain. And here's our first game opening. Let's go history. Let's go some teams that everybody knows around the country. Alabama versus Texas, week 0 in Madrid.
I like
Tell me
it.
that's not selling out. The red and orange too. It's already the colors down there in Spain. I think it just works.
I mean, I feel like and here's the thing though about the Spaniards is they're already sports fans.
Oh, they are diehard. Oh, you think Americans are sports fans?
Yeah.
Go out to Spain and go try to talk about a football game.
Yeah. Well, are we talking about soccer? Or are we talking about football? I mean, it's different. Are we talking about football?
I think they like football more than Americans like American football. Like you can't run
you
into
could
a
argue that. I mean, it is a global game.
Yeah.
I mean, let's call it. The World Cup is kind of a big deal.
Okay.
All right.
Yours.
Number 3.
Yeah.
For our boy Dylan is
number 3. Just because I don't even know if it's possible, it would be Vatican City. I don't know if parking in the whole stadium can actually fit inside the city.
Yeah.
Well, the country.
Well, you got that. Although, see, I'm going to push back on that only because the new Pope, being a guy from Chicago,
makes it happen.
That's
He's
true.
a Bears fan. Okay, so I would expect the pomp and the circumstance.
New stadium tomorrow.
Okay, seriously.
You'd have to wipe out basically the whole country to fit the stadium and parking, but we can make that happen.
We can make it happen for the college football
No,
opener.
they absolutely could. They absolutely could. All right, solid choice by you for number 3, the Vatican. Hell of a pull by you. Let's go out to new guy Jake's number 3, Canada. Why? Because F them. So that's that is peak new guy Jakeness right there. That's what we love
I
about
think
him.
Nova Scotia would be pretty cool for an opener.
What's that?
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia. That's Canada.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. What about it?
I think it'd be pretty good. New Brunswick.
Okay, I mean, look, this is new guy Jake's list. Okay,
I know. I'm just refuting all of y'all's. I'm just giving my commentary.
Okay. My number 3, Saudi Arabia.
You love Saudi Arabia.
Okay, my number 3, Saudi Arabia. First of all right, we saw how they treat journalists. Just saying. So, dare I say, God forbid, I mean, look, we already know what the media's like here in America. Don't let them go over to Saudi Arabia and have a take, because that could be ugly. I want to say they just let women drive, like, a couple weeks ago, and it's hot.
It is
okay?
hot.
It
Warm.
is beastly hot in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy that kind of football environment, okay? So the social rights stuff there, got some question marks about, and overall, just a rough environment overall. So give me Saudi Arabia.
I do want to say
number 3.
The prompt was countries you don't want to have it, and someone has already refuted. One of y'all said Siberia is not a country; it's part of Russia, so it does not count.
We'll just say Russia then.
My number 3, and then we're gonna have to go to break, and we'll give you this on the other side. My number 3 is Japan. Give me out to Japan.
That's a good one.
Here's the game I got for you in Japan. You got that Pacific Rim kind of vibe over there. Opening week, give me Oregon versus Washington in Japan. You like that? Good game.
I'm sticking with Siberia as my number 4, but it's just Russia. It's just the northern part of Russia. So, yes, I'm sticking with Siberia. I could have swore it was a country.
Did you hear my 3?
Japan.
The game.
I love it. I love that choice.
No, the game, Frank.
Oh, what's the game? What's the game?
Oregon versus Washington.
Okay.
That Pacific Rim kind of vibe.
Keep the same temperature, same climate, that type of deal. I like where your head's at right there. Shout out to the texter that said Siberia is not a country as well. I just ChatGPT'd it just to be on the same side as well. Real quick, it's a vast, for those of you wondering, Siberia is not a country, according to ChatGPT and this texter, smartass. It's a vast geographical region in northern Asia that makes up most of Russia's territory. Siberia stretches from the Ural Mountains in the west to the Pacific Ocean in the east, and from the Arctic Ocean in the north down into parts of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China in the south.
We'll finish up this list, read your guys' text messages, and get you ready for Texas Rangers baseball over the next couple segments. Next on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I just want to say thank you.
Weasel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Goldens? No. Said that. It's a Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
What's the saffron for?
Segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that, Dylon. It is the Fan After Dark, live out here at Globe Life Field. Come by, say hello to us. We're having a good time. We got a lot. I mean, it is, I'll tell you what, it is bustling out here. You've got a couple different reasons. Number one, it being Andre Beltre statue bobblehead
Adrian.
night. Okay, so a lot of people are out here for that.
Adrian.
It's a Saturday night. What'd I say? Did I say Andre? I meant Adrian, my bad. It's like a lot going on in here, okay? A lot going on. But Adrian Beltre, replica statue night, going down today. That's presented by Globe Life Field. Everybody that's over walking around, they got their Adrian Beltre.
Except for us.
We don't have ours. But let's let everybody else get theirs first, and if there's any left, we'll grab one of ours for us. Although I'm more intrigued by the Texas Rangers hockey jersey. Is what I'm looking at. So we'll see what happens. But that's going to go down on the 26th. But a lot of Adrian Beltre jerseys on tonight. We got a couple young ladies over there. Homeboy over here's got one. There was one guy was wearing a jersey in the restroom before the urinal started overflowing. So a lot going on here out at Globe Life Field. True story, guys. True story. All right, let's continue with top five.
Is this guy talking about me on the radio?
Top five. He's like, what? Does that mean? Does that mean? Toe-lowing as he's walking through with galoshes on, flip-flopping all throughout the place. Okay. Recap here. Top 5 worst countries to start a college football season in. That's what myself, new guy Jake, and Dylon are doing. All right. Ruben Portillo's thrown in a couple extra honorable mentions. Mr. Ray of Sunshine himself, Blake Elliott, is doing the top 5 best countries to do or to start a college football season in.
Yep.
So to recap yours, number 5 was Greece.
Number 4
was
Madrid, Texas versus Alabama.
Spain. And then number 3?
Japan.
Okay, excellent choices by you. Rock Chalk, is that what he said? I think is that what he said. All right, okay. Meanwhile, new guy Jake, number 5, Democratic Republic of Congo, hashtag not safe. Number 4, Ireland, way too wet.
Ireland.
Number 3, Canada, bleep them.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where our boy, Mr. New Guy Jake is. Dylon, your number 5 was Russia, correct?
Yes, it was Russia, and then I went to Sudan and the Vatican City.
Okay, great choices by you. My number 5, Afghanistan. All right, not a fan of the Taliban. Number 4, Siberia, the Siberian part of Russia. Thank you to ChatGPT and the texter that chimed in earlier. And then my number 3 was Saudi Arabia. Okay, so that's my 3 so far. My number 2, Haiti. Okay, basically gangs are running the country right now.
I think they get a bad rap too, man.
Again, gangs are running the country right now. Okay, their government. Let's not get started about what the United States has done to Haiti as far as ruining its government and interests. Won't name a former president that may or may not have pilfered that country, but Haiti, run by. I mean, hell, their president got killed in his own house a year or two ago. Okay, like literally while he's at home, boom, armed gangsters go in, boom. You've got it's a mess in Haiti. Okay, like Wyclef Jean, where are you? We need your help right now. It's getting serious. Haiti is my number 2.
All right, I'm gonna let the negativity continue. Then I'll go to mine.
Let's let the negativity continue. And this isn't I mean, we're just calling it what it is.
I think they get a bad rap.
Bad rap. Yeah. Okay. Tell you what. Go hang out over there and let us know how that worked out for you. Number 2 for new guy Jake, North Korea. North Korea.
Probably wouldn't be too ideal.
Hashtag self-explanatory, okay, from our boy new guy Jake. Number 2 for you, Dylon is?
Can I say before Dylon goes, while number 2 would be hard, if it happened, it'd probably be highest watched college football game ever.
What, North Korea?
If it's in North Korea, if they were to somehow pull that off, yes, I think it's very 99% improbable. But
Here's
if
the
they
thing.
were, those ratings, tell me everybody on the text line right now wouldn't watch it no matter what game's playing. If this
Here's
game
the
is
thing, though.
from North Korea.
Who says our boy Kim Jong-un isn't? How do we
Spying
know?
on coaches?
We don't know what he's sending out.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sending out different clips of what's actually happening in the game. We saw what happened when Dennis Rodman went over there. We
think that Arch Manning has like 7 picks in the first quarter. That's all that's being posted.
Either that or Kim Jong-un suits up and he throws for 500 yards and like 3 or 4 tutties.
Well, we'd have to have some American reporters out there.
No,
live
that's
streaming.
the whole point. They're not letting them in.
Live streaming.
Yeah,
Me and you.
yeah, because we know how.
What was that movie? The Interview.
Yeah, exactly.
With Rogan and Franco.
We know how stable the internet Wi-Fi is over in North Korea.
We got our hotspot.
Yeah, because that wouldn't be that'd be let in. All right, number 2 for you, Dylon, is
Iraq.
It's just the way he says it.
I mean, what else is there to say?
I'll loop them in with Afghanistan. Think they get a bad rap, war-torn country.
Yeah, they get a bad rap until you get a bomb dropped on you.
Well, I think Iran would probably be a little more touch and go right now, considering we just dropped a couple bombs on them. But again, Afghanistan, I'm going to give a slight edge on worst place to be at versus Iraq, but I like where your head's at. All right, number 2 for you is?
Let's get positive.
All right, back to the positivity. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Let's go out to the bratwurst. Let's go out to the cheese.
Okay.
Let's go out to the beer. Let's have Germany in the 2 spot. NFL's already out there, so I don't got to explain that.
Yeah.
But I think the real fun comes from the game that will be played. Give me Notre Dame versus Penn State as your opener right there.
Okay.
Or I have Michigan, Ohio State. Whatever game you like. Heritage, old school, out in Germany. Maybe it's a little cold and rainy, and you got Penn State versus Notre Dame lining up, 4th and 1. Like, come on. I think that'd be a really good game.
I'm here for it. I would throw Wisconsin in there somewhere.
Wisconsin,
too,
I think, is a
potentially,
good shout.
Like Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's got German vibes big time over there as well. All right, number 1 for new guy Jake is South Sudan. Also self-explanatory, but hands down one of the most dangerous countries in the world right now. So South Sudan making new guy Jake's number 1 on his top 5 worst countries to start the college football season in. Dylon, you've had a phenomenal 5-4-3-2. Your number 1 is?
It's North Korea.
Yeah.
However, I was thinking after I put it down, it could be interesting because, Kim Jong-un has his own, basketball rules. What if you, changed, the football rules and stuff?
I don't disagree with the word. See, the thing about North Korea, because North Korea is also my number 1 as well. This is one of those countries where it could be a disaster, but it could also be, as Blake alluded to, the most watched event in the history of the planet. Okay, if you told me that Kansas and Missouri were flying over to North Korea to play a football game,
everybody's watching.
I mean, heads would explode, literally, and nukes would explode as a result of that too, because God only knows what's going on in North Korea. We don't know. We don't know what we would see. It would be a hell of a game to watch.
Arch
nonetheless.
Manning in Korea.
Arch Manning, North Korea. Throw the records out when North Korea is involved. So we're all on the same page here. North Korea, number 1, worst place to have a college football season kickoff. And then Blake Elliott, the number 1 best country. Mine's already the United States of America, because why not? What say you, in honor of Izzy McQuamu, what say you, Blake Elliott?
We got some great text. Someone said Army-Navy game in Germany would also be good vibes.
Yeah. Well,
Army-Navy game. Okay. For me, number 1, I did not put United States.
Okay.
Just because it's already happened. I was thinking of things that already happened. At the number 1 spot that I think would bring in the most watchers, people at the game, watching on TV, the vibes, it would be viral for years to come. Give me Brazil, Miami versus Florida State.
Interesting.
These guys are rowdy.
Yeah.
You talk about rowdy fans.
Yeah.
We know how they get for the World Cup. We know how they get for soccer.
We know how they are for their soccer team.
Can you imagine they're out there, and you got Miami versus Florida State?
Yeah.
Some honorable mentions I did put on there.
Already a chesty region, if we do say so ourselves.
Some honorable mentions. Just want to give a shout out. I put the Balkans, so Croatia out there. Yeah. You think Slovenia, Luka, Jokic, those guys there. They have a big sports following. Morocco. super loud, and then Turkey, also super loud, impactful crowds. They're not as big sporty, but they're just loud crowds. So I think that'd be obviously a college football environment.
Shout out to the Philippines. Let's talk about the Philippines, okay? Maybe you want to stay away from the nightlife, okay? If you know, you know. But they are big sports fans over in the Philippines as well, so be careful over there. But like I said, definitely you want to do check under the hood is all I'm going to say if you do go out to the Philippines. So anything else from the text line as far as what people are saying about where they would or would not want to go for the college football season?
No, probably nothing that we should read on the air. Someone said Canada and Japan are great choices.
Yeah.
That's probably the nicest thing I can read.
Well, Canada was a choice from new guy Jake on where not to go.
Yeah.
Because he said, why not bleep them?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you have
Let's get positive. It's time to get positive.
Look, what a start, and college football is underway.
Yep.
College football, is there a game going on right now?
There's another game going on
Look,
right
you've
now.
got college football. I mean, this has been, we are in, sports is back, people. Sports is back. My Jayhawks are going to kick off here in about 35 minutes. You've got Idaho State and UNLV. Throw out the records when Idaho State and UNLV. By the way, Idaho State is winning right now, 17-14 at halftime. And then, of course, we already know from earlier in the day, Iowa State 24, K-State 21. So all my Wildcatters out there. Deuce Vaughn and Cooper Beebe feeling some type of way right now because their alma mater took that L over in Ireland earlier today. All right. Obviously, big news from last night. You had your Dallas Cowboys take care of business against the Atlanta Falcons. Clarence Hill already talked about it. I mean, look, it was a bunch of nobodies playing for, I shouldn't say a bunch of nobodies, but you got a bunch of guys that are probably not going to factor into the long-term plans of your Atlanta Falcons. But let's go ahead and put a positive spin on it. Joe Milton looked much better last night. And one thing that you and I have not touched on, and we'll touch on it briefly here right now because we're going to get into some Rangers talk in the next segment, but I thought the offensive line, Awesome Richards notwithstanding, looked pretty good. I mean, he had time to throw. The running backs had
had lanes. Deuce did his thing. Phil Moffitt did his thing. Jaden Blue did his thing. And that's mainly because of the offensive line. It's not like these guys were throwing out 5-6 guys in the backfield and making Superman. There was holes, so shout out to the O-line.
No Nate Thomas last night, so I think that pretty much tells you he's going to be your starting left tackle when the season starts on September 4th. Again, Akeem Adeniji didn't play last night, so I'm kind of curious as to whether that means he's going to be on this roster when when those final cuts are made on Tuesday. So we will be waiting with bated breath to see who is on this final 53. All right, coming up next, final two segments of the show. We're here, Globe Life Field, Comerica Backyard, center field, all right, suite level. Come on out here. Air high fives for everybody. Long hugs from Blake. Can't wait. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Our newest rendition of the Fan Phenom goes down this Thursday at Jake's Burgers in
Frisco
or McKinney. One of the two. We'll get back to it before the show's over. We'll let you know. But is it McKinney or Frisco?
It's Frisco for Fan Phenom, right?
For Fan Phenom on Thursday.
Frisco. Look
Frisco?
at that.
Frisco. Boom. Frisco. This Thursday in Frisco, final tryout for Fan Phenom. All right, so if you haven't had a chance for the first three, make sure you get out there. If you've done one or two, or hell, maybe you've done all three, this Thursday will be your last chance to go out there and put your name and hat in the, or put your name in the hat to be a fan phenom. So make sure you get that done if you are so inclined. We are out here at the Comerica Backyard, center field, suite level here at Globe Life Field, game 2 of the Guardians. You got Jack Leiter on the bump tonight. It is a must-win game for your, what's that, big dog? Rock Chalk, baby. For your, not only is he a Rock Chalk, but he's also a fellow Topeka as well. Shout out to my guy. But you've got to get out here tonight. Again, Adrian Beltre statue, replica night. So they're still giving them out. I mean, I've seen people streaming in here for the last hour, and everybody has an Adrian Beltre statue except for us.
Okay, I got two Cowboys. I got two Rangers. I can give you the starting lineup, batting order, or I can give you a little Jock Peterson, good mojo tweet.
Save that for the end.
Okay, so you want the lineup?
Yeah, give us the lineup.
Okay.
Or you just look at that huge board right there and read it off of that.
All right, I like that even better. Jack Leiter is going to be your pitcher tonight. Out in left field, leading off for your Texas Rangers, are going to have the youngster Wyatt Langford at first base, filling in for Jake, who we know has been in and out. We got Ezekiel Duran in that third spot.
Well, they changed it up on us.
It's okay, I got it on my phone. Don't you worry there, Bassick.
I want to say that was Corey Seager who's going to be in the 3 spot.
In the 3 spot at playing shortstop, once a Gold Glover, Corey Seager. In the 4 spot, he's been up and down. Some nights he's in the 4 spot. Some nights he's in the 9th spot. Some nights he's not even playing, but he's in your hearts. Kyle Higoshiaka is batting fourth for you tonight.
Say that one name one more time.
Higoshiaka?
That's close enough. Higashioka.
In the 5 spot, we got our boy Josh Young with 45 ribbies on the year. Batting 6.
Yeah.
Back from the 10-day IL.
Yes, sir.
In right field, Adolis, El Bombi, Garcia. In a 7th spot, the youngster who's been lighting up the minors, our boy Cody Freeman. He'll be at third base tonight. No Josh Young. And then batting 8th and 9th, we got our boy Jonah Heim behind the plate tonight. Kyle's your DH tonight. And then rounding up the team in center with Evan Carter out for the season, Michael Hellman, a 182 batting average on the year, 4 RBIs and 1 home.
Okay. All right. So it's going to be an interesting night tonight, to say the least. I mean, look, you'd love to see I'd like to see Adolis I mean, it goes without saying you want to see him hit a home run. That would be. I mean,
Dude,
that's
the Rangers have so many players hurt right now. You've got Simeon on the 10-day. You've got Berger on the 10-day. You've got Carter on the 10-day, who's probably out for the year with the wrist.
No, he's done. They've already said, but Bochy's already said he's done for the year.
You got Haggerty on the 10-day, and then you got guys like Chris Martin and Tyler Malley, who we've just been waiting. You got Cole Winn on the 15-day.
And don't forget, this is all brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. All Ranger updates and or Ranger previews brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
You know what? You know why the Rangers aren't in a winning position right now? They didn't call up my guy for enough time. My boy Mark Church should be dominating this bullpen.
He's hurt.
I know. If he was a part of this movement for the Rangers, a lot better team.
I mean,
Mark Church
but he's hurt.
No, I know. Mark Church not being with the team is hurting them. No pun intended.
That's a wild take by you. I'm not really sure what to do with that information and or what you just said.
If Mark Church was healthy, Rangers in the postseason. That's my take. And or Josh Spores. We forget that we were kind of banking on Spores maybe playing at some point this season. He didn't play at all. So all of your high-leverage guys from you winning are gone.
If they lose tonight, is the season over?
The season was over a week ago, but yes, I will answer your question and play fair. If they lose tonight, the season is over. If they win tonight, the season, I believe, is still over. Don't think this team hits well enough.
I'm going to make a bold prediction right now. You guys ready for this? I'm ready to make a bold prediction right now.
Don't
the
do
Rangers.
it. Don't do it.
You ready for this?
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
No. We're doing it right now.
Because it's Adrian Beltre night?
You mean Andre? If the Rangers sweep the Guardians,
DeGrom on the mound tomorrow,
they'll make the playoffs. Okay.
What if they lose today and they just win tomorrow? Doesn't count?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, if they they have to sweep. That's because that's not how a sweep works. You have to win all three or four, depending upon how long the series is. If they sweep the Guardians, take it to the bank. Number one, see now my friend. Remember when you mocked me a month ago? And Ruben, I don't know if you heard this or not. And Dylon, I don't know if you were producing that night. Remember when I said a month ago that if the Rangers made the playoffs, I would get a Rangers tattoo. Okay,
you did.
And I was mocked by my co-host. Oh, I only do it for Super Bowls and World Series and championships and blah, 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 blah. And I said, look, there's no guarantee that this team's going to make a playoff. There's no guarantee of that.
So are you still going to tattoo if they just make the playoffs?
I absolutely am. 100%. 100%. I'm getting a tattoo if they make the playoffs. You get a lot of weird looks today. What am I? Is there something going on?
It's because we didn't mark this off, so people keep walking.
People taken aback by why there's this open little spot here. They're not sure if they should be able to walk through here or not. They're like,
it's real ominous.
They're like, this guy's talking, but yet there's this little area that we could frolic about in, and I kind of want to, but at the same time, this guy's talking so aggressively. I don't know if I should go back there.
It's been a hot spot.
It has been a hot spot. We had two ladies that walked by that kind of like, and I love when people see us talking and they start talking to us, like I can just stop and start talking to them too. But like one lady came by and then took the two chairs while we were talking. Like, oh, is it okay? Can I go ahead and take those? And then took the two chairs. I'm like, what do I care?
We're doing a live programming.
Take them.
There's only so much we can do. We're trying our best.
There is only so much.
Do you feel vulnerable? You have like your back to anybody walking in the stadium.
I mean, look, how you guys doing? Are you guys? We're live radio, right? Oh, are you Jayhawks? You guys Jayhawks? No. Okay.
He said no. He said bump the Jayhawks.
What's that? Tar Heel.
Oh,
that's okay. But hey, without KU, there'd be no North Carolina, huh? He's from Topeka. That's it. There you go. Rock chalk. Yes, sir. Tolo right there. You want
to fill the people in? They only heard you talking.
They only heard me talking. So a gentleman just walked by. I'm wearing a Kansas football shirt. Shout out to Kevin Gray. I'm wearing my Kansas football shirt. Gentleman stops by, and I just said, you know what? Let me just get up and see what he's talking about. I don't know what he's saying. Let me just ease in real quick and find out exactly what this gentleman's talking about. All right, we're going to get predictions here. Why does my Okay, I was going to say, my that thing's wrong. Okay. Give me... What would the text say? I haven't looked at the text all day.
I'm just laughing at you. I'm not laughing at the text. You just never said what that guy said. You just said that you want to get close.
I went to look and see what time it was to know whether I should get out on breaker. And my
you got about 30
seconds.
seconds.
4:30. So I was like, well, that can't be right. that's not. That's incorrect.
Hopefully not.
I said, are you from Kansas? He's like, no, I'm a Tar Heel. I'm from North Carolina. I said, hey, without Kansas, there'd be no North Carolina.
Yeah.
Boom, done. All right. Let's play a game real quick. More or less than 5 2/3. Jack Leiter today.
That's a great line.
I know it is.
Him going out there in the 6 has been
call me
kind
Freddie Vegas. Call me Freddie Vegas.
I'm gonna go with under. I think they pull him after 5.
Dylon. Over or under 5 2/3 from our boy Jack Leiter.
Yeah, I think I'm with Blake. I'm gonna go under, but it's gonna be close. He'll go 5. I don't think he'll finish. Yeah. He'll go into the 6. He's not going to finish. Yeah, 5 1/3.
Well, if he goes into the 6, then he would hit the over. You're saying he doesn't?
That's typically how that works. Yes.
Well, I thought that's what Dylon just said.
He'll go into the 6th inning, so he's completed 5, but he won't finish the 6th.
Okay.
So you've got him finishing 6 innings.
No, 5 1/3. He enters the 6th and gets 1 out.
Oh, my bad. As I was. Okay, so you've got him going 5 1/3. You've got him going what?
I think he gets.
It's hard to hear in here in case you guys can't tell. Like this is the loudest it's ever been here.
They got a lot of people.
Like seriously, it is blaring here at.
It's a club right now.
My God.
I think he goes. I think he gets in the 5th inning, gets 1 out, and then they pull.
So you guys both are on 5 1/3.
Yep.
Okay, you could have easily just said that. Unlike you two non-believers, I say over.
Is he going a complete game?
Unlike you two non-believers, Jack Leiter goes 6 1/3. All right, and then my boy Sean Armstrong comes in to relieve him.
Any Robert Garcia love tonight? Too much.
No Robert Garcia love tonight. I do think we'll see a Holby win. And I'm going to tell you right now, you ready for this? Ready for another bold prediction, guys? You ready for another bold prediction?
You just mixed 2 pitchers. You said Holby win.
Huh?
You said Holby win. That's 2 different pitchers.
Holby Milner. You know what I meant. You know what I was trying to keep you on your toes.
His name's not even Holby either. It's Toby. But
yeah.
I thought it was Holby. Holby Milner.
No.
This guy is just making up
Holby Milner. I'm just making up names as I go along. Luis Curvelo.
Luis
gets the save tonight. You call him Luis, I call him Louis. Okay? I call him Louis. All right, final segment of the program. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
A first-class buying experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, and it's no wonder why. With state-of-the-art service, the largest Mercedes-Benz inventory in the country, and a history spanning over 80 years, we know what it means to be a dealer of excellence. Come by Mercedes-Benz of Plano for a first-class experience of your own. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway, and online at mbplano.com.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975. Blue Nail
Look, I mean, we're not trying to be hyperbolic here, but let's call it what it is. And you have decided to go south in the basically, offensively. When your bullpen's decided that we'll save here, maybe we won't save there, maybe we'll split the bid here, maybe we'll try to save a game here. You're 64-66. What, 4.5, 5 games out of the wild card spot? You're not going to catch the Astros and the Mariners. I mean, I say that it's unlikely. Okay, let's call it what it is. But you put yourself in a hole to where now you have to win, go 24-9 or something crazy like that the rest of the way to feel like you can go get yourself into a playoff spot.
Well, a guy that's been at the forefront of playing better in the month of August is Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson is batting .277 with an .869 OPS and leads the team in slugging this month with a .511 slugging percentage. Jock Peterson has 5 home runs on the season, Tolos. 3 of them have been in the month of August. He had that 9th inning pinch running or pinch hit in New York when no one wanted him to come up. Everyone was making fun of him. Then he goes up there, hits the blast. Then, of course, has the walk-off double last night as well. So Jock Peterson, I think, has really stepped up his game in comparison to what he was giving you before. I'm not saying Jock's an all-star all of a sudden, but you need production from guys, because I don't know if you guys heard me in the last segment, but the entire team is hurt. As far as available guys that aren't playing today, you have Alejandro Osuna, Jock Peterson, Rowdy Tellez, and Josh Smith. Obviously, because our boy Michael Hellman's getting a start tonight in center for Evan Carter. And then you got Cody Freeman getting a start at third base, and you got Higgy in there in your cleanup spot, and Duran. So we're in, what month is it, September?
August 23rd.
We're in August, and Ezekiel
got 8 more days, player.
If I'd have told you that in August, Ezekiel Duran, Kyle Higgy, Cody Freeman, and Michael Hellman are all in your lineup while you're trying to play for the playoffs, how confident would you be? Because that's what's happening tonight.
The season's over.
That's what's happening tonight. While Jock Peterson, Rowdy Tellez sit on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, you got, but at the same time, too, I mean, look, we could beat this horse to death as if we haven't already, but, It's also
a lefty on the mound, though, too, so.
Which from that standpoint, I get, and Boch is always going to play the matchups, but again, just from a bullpen and if you had a closer situation alone and you just won a third of those games, right? I'm not even going to bother and say a half, because that's a lot. But if you just, you've lost, 30 games now at this point because of bullpen and or closers. If you just won a third of those, just 10 of those games, right? You're 74-56 or something along, or whatever the case is.
You're firmly in the playoffs.
Not only are you firmly in the playoffs, but you're probably winning the division at that point, right? So, again, it just feels to me like that's what just adds to the frustration of this baseball team, because you're 64-66, yet it feels like with the just consternation and the agony of the season, where either your pitching has spit the bit for you after the 7th inning or after your starters come in, or you just haven't been able to hit your way out of wet paper sack, yet you're only 2 games under 500.
What do you expect tonight? You got our boy Leiter on the mound. We talked about his expectations.
I've got him pitching 6 innings. I've got him giving up 2 runs. I think my boy Sean Armstrong comes in, and Luis Curvelo is going to save the ball game for you. I say 4-2 win tonight, and it's going to be Kyle Higashioka with a home run tonight, a 2-run blast that gives them, they're down 2-1. Higashioka gives you a 2-run home run for the go-ahead lead. You get a little insurance run maybe in the 8th inning, and as a result, you win 4-2, and your Texas Rangers keep their slim playoff hopes alive.
Jack Leiter only allows 2 runs in the 5th, and then he gets that first out, and then he lets up a solo home run. Wow. That's what gets him pulled. That'll be his 3rd run allowed. The Rangers do win, though.
Okay.
5-4, and the most impactful player at the plate tonight will be Corey Seager. But Adolis Garcia, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with Adolis.
By you. Well taken.
This is what's going to happen with Adolis. First at bat, walk.
Okay.
Going to be uber patient.
Wow.
First at bat,
that's
walk.
a hell of a take. He's going to draw a walk on his first.
Second at bat, pop out. Trying to swing too hard, pops out to center field or third base.
I've got him chasing a bad pitch for a strikeout.
Wow. At what, minus 5,000 odds? And my third at bat, Adolis goes yard.
I love it.
Walk, pop out, yard. When it happens, I'll send you all the lotto numbers.
Okay, I'm here for it. Give a big shout out, as always, to Clarence Hill for joining us today. He was absolutely phenomenal. Blake and I will tweet that out because he gave his take on why he thinks this Micah and Jerry situation has reached the level that it has. As always, big shout out to the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, who joined us for not one but two segments. Talked a little Dallas Cowboys as far as kind of where we're at with the 53. James Houston, I think we're all in agreement on, is probably going to make this team. So like I said, it's going to be an interesting next 2 days until Tuesday when we finally come to the final 53. Shout out once again to Ruben Portillo. All right. Look, give yourself a round of applause, Ruben Portillo. Give yourself a round of applause. And I'll tell you what, Dylon. All right. What a top five from Dylon, as always, as well. For all the folks out here, let's get our Rangers win tonight. I'll tell you what, I need a little more enthusiasm out of you guys. But nonetheless, for Blake Elliott, I'm Fred Davis. Good night. God bless. Go Rangers.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clot.